All right, what's up, everybody? Brian Shapiro here. Here with Andrew Wilson. He was gracious enough to do a live debate with me tonight. This is very unusual for me, although usual for Andrew is I usually do a show Monday through Friday. I'm usually not doing these, but Andrew, thanks for doing this. We're obviously going to be talking about the ICE shootings, both ICE shootings of Renee Good and Alex Preddy, and then I'm assuming we're going to be getting into Donald Trump. Why I think it's very reasonable that Donald Trump probably did some illegal things with minors, but we'll get to that. But I'm going to start with the shootings first. But Andrew, thanks for doing this. I don't want this to get a little bit personal. Like I take my share of responsibility in that, and I'm sure you don't want it to go there. I don't want it to go there. So I appreciate you being here. And would you like to start with some opening remarks about ICE? Do you want to get that going first? How would you like to start it? I'll give you the choice.
Well, I know you're not much of a formal debater, so it's fine if you want to just dive into the context. We're going to cover the stuff with ICE, and then we're going to cover the stuff with Trump as well, and Epstein. Those were the two things that we agreed to.
Correct.
So,
Correct.
yeah.
Yes.
So on ICE, you have the affirmative claim here. You're claiming that this was an execution of Preddy. Especially, I wanted to talk about that. So yeah, let's just dive into it.
I guess execution, which I have said, you're right, is a strong term. I do believe that this was criminal. I do believe that it was a killing. Some would define it as murder. Let's start with Renee Good first, since I guess that happened first, and then maybe if that's okay, and then we can get into the Alex Preddy stuff. So I look at Renee Good and I look at all the mistakes, starting with the administration, Kristi Noem calling her a terrorist, a domestic terrorist, an hour after the shooting without even knowing her name, beyond irresponsible. But let's talk about what took place that day. Let's start with Officer Jonathan Ross and all the mistakes that they made. If you remember, Renee Good says to the officer, this is the cell phone footage. She says to the officer, "I'm not mad at you, dude." That would have been an opportunity where Jonathan Ross could have started de-escalation, could have spoke to her, could have said, "Ma'am, we needed to get out to the car." No, he doesn't do that. He's recording with one hand, which is against most protocols. If you speak to current, former law enforcement, they tell you probably shouldn't be doing that. Then he walks to the back of the vehicle. Again, against protocol, you're not supposed to be walking to the back of the vehicle. Then walks to the front of the vehicle, and instead of continuing to walk to the side of the vehicle, stops in front of the vehicle. So you've broken 3 or 4 basic training protocols right there. The other officer, instead of telling her, "Ma'am, my name is officer, blah, 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 blah. Here's what we're going to need you to do." What does he say? Get the fuck out of the car.
Let's start with one thing at a time. So let's start with the first claim. You keep on saying that they broke protocols. What protocols did they break, Brian?
Basic training that any law enforcement officer, whether it be police, where am I getting this from? Or ICE.
Yeah.
Where am I getting this from?
Yeah, where are you getting it from?
Yeah. So I've interviewed multiple law enforcement officials, people that are either current or former in law enforcement. I've also looked up on the internet, and you can find this yourself, basic training on how to deal with someone that you want to get out of the vehicle. I've looked this up, I've Googled it, and I've talked to current and former ICE officers, people that I've interviewed over the course of the last couple of weeks that have a plethora of experience.
Who have you talked to who's not a Democrat in law enforcement who's affirming to you that they broke protocols?
I don't ask people in law enforcement that I do interviews with.
All right. Well, which cop told you? Which police officer told you this?
Leonard Cardinal is one officer that I speak to on a regular basis. He's a 30-year officer, and I've had probably multiple conversations with him. I've spoken to a few former ICE officers that I've spoken to as well. You can go on my YouTube page. You can look at yourself. And basically, all of them have told me a couple things from what I just mentioned. You're trained as an officer, whether you're a police officer, whether you're an ICE officer, you are trained that you're not supposed to be walking and staying in front of the vehicle or behind the vehicle. Are you disputing that, Andrew? Are you saying that that's a normal thing for law enforcement to do, to record with a cell phone in one hand and to walk behind the vehicle and circular to the front of the vehicle and stop in front of the vehicle? Are you disputing that claim?
Well, the first claim is, I want to know where you're sourcing your information from. So you said Leonard Cardinal.
Yeah.
How do you spell Leonard Cardinal?
Cardinal, I believe.
And
are you disputing that?
He's a police officer?
He's a former lieutenant, 30 years on the force. Are you disputing that though? I mean, I'm asking you
Well, I don't know
your
yet.
opinion, right?
I'm gonna look this up and see. Um, do.
How about just look up proper protocols with law enforcement? Are you supposed to walk in behind the vehicle or in front of the vehicle? Why wouldn't you just Google that instead of looking up a name of somebody that I talked
Well,
to prove
because
you wrong?
I wanna see if he's a Democrat or not.
What does it matter whether someone's a Republican or a Democrat? We're
Because
talking about
people have certain segmented motivations to see things certain ways based on political ideology.
so because of political ideology, you're claiming if I spoke to somebody that leans to the left, they must be lying about their training?
No, I'm
That's
saying that
insane.
there's good reason for me to believe that there could be bias there. So if I came on here and said, "Well, I've talked to other police officers who claim that that's not true," and then you
Mhm.
found out that they were all a bunch of right wingers,
Did you?
that wouldn't be suspect to you? Answer my question
No,
first.
well, who did you talk to?
Would that
Did
be
you,
suspect? Would that be suspect to you?
uh, if
So
if
I have
anybody in law
many
enforcement,
former officers in my Discord and current police officers in my Discord, and they see it a completely different way. But I wouldn't
uh,
bring that up. That would be hearsay. So the thing is, though, is that because they're right wingers, do you instantly believe that there could be something sus about that?
I don't care what their political affiliation is, and I think that's a fundamental difference between me and you in this conversation. If I see someone that I believe is murdered, I ask, I talk about it, I listen, and if you can find me anybody in law enforcement that claims that they didn't break any protocol before, I didn't even get to after the shooting. I could name you multiple other
Mhm.
violations that an
Okay.
officer.
Myron Gaines was a former federal officer. He claims that they
Mhm.
were completely justified. Why is he wrong?
Did he say that it's proper protocol? Saying that they're justified, which obviously I would disagree with. But I think it's also a case of not his political
Protocol
affiliation,
goes out the
but
window depending on the situation, Brian.
okay. So
Protocols are
there's
subject to
also
change all the time depending on
yeah,
what the situation is on the
yeah,
ground.
Andrew. There's also a case of credibility. Okay, you're talking about a guy
Oh, now there's
who
a case of
thinks.
credibility.
Well, yeah, if you're talking about it like Mark Furman, for example, I don't know whether Mark Furman's a Republican or a Democrat, but I wouldn't really want to talk to Mark Furman about
Oh,
racial issues in this
so
country.
suddenly
So,
if it's a right winger, it's suspect. But before when I
no,
asked you what
left
the
or right.
political
I don't know
affiliation
what Mark
was
Furman's.
of your source, it was like,
I don't know
he's
what Mark.
beyond
Okay,
reproach.
can you find me one right winger, as you say, that would say it's okay and it's totally normal protocol in any police stop to walk in back of the vehicle with a cell phone in his hand and then walk in front of the vehicle and stop? Give me one right winger that you've talked to that specifically has said that's
Myron
proper and
Gaines.
there's
Myron
nothing wrong
Gaines
with
says
that.
it's fine to do that depending on the circumstances. I heard
I
his
don't
entire
recall
breakdown
Myron.
of the
No, Myron
situation.
Gaines says he justified the shooting. Myron Gaines, Andrew, did not
How do
say
you
that
know?
that's proper
You didn't
protocol
fucking watch it.
because
How
I
would you
listened
know?
to everything that Myron Gaines has said as he's
Oh yeah,
talked
what
about it
else
and his
did he
book.
say about it? What else did he say? Name
Okay,
one other thing you said about
okay, but
the thing,
as you
Brian.
say, Andrew, let's do one thing at a time.
Yeah, name
Are
one
you
other thing
making the
Myron
claim?
Gaines ever said about this case. I don't think you watched any of it. I think you just made all that shit up. I don't think you watched any
Okay,
of his breakdown
that
coverage of
well,
it.
you're making my point for me. But Myron never discussed. We're specifically talking about walking to the back of the vehicle and stopping in the front of the vehicle. And you stopped me there because I had a lot more to say. Obviously, we will continue to discuss it. But the point that I was trying to make is any officer, Republican or Democrat, which I don't give a shit what political party you're in, would tell you that it is not proper protocol, number one, to have a cell phone in your hand. Number two,
I
to
just
not
gave
be
you a former officer who disputes what
who?
you said. Myron
Not true.
Gaines.
Myron Gaines did not say that it's proper protocol to do those things. What he did say
He
is
said,
he
how do
felt
you
it was
know?
justified
No.
because
How
he
do you
hasn't
know
said
that?
it. Because I've read his tweets and I've seen what he said about this. How
Did
do
you
you
watch
know?
his breakdown of this?
Yeah. So did he say that
Okay.
that's proper? Did he
Yes, he
say?
said the protocol can shift depending on what's going on and with the situation on the ground, or it can be completely rejected depending on the
Okay.
circumstances
So
on the
Myron
ground.
Gaines is defending an officer going behind the vehicle and in front of the vehicle. Is that what you're claiming?
If the circumstance
Okay.
calls for it,
So
yeah.
here's what I'll say to that. I would like to think
And
that
you never watched it. You
99%.
didn't. Hang on, I just want to
Okay.
make sure you were clear. You did not
Yeah.
actually watch Myron Gaines' breakdown of this, right?
I've heard him talk about it. I've seen him on social
Did you
media
watch the
discuss it.
breakdown though?
So here's
Did
what I
you,
will say to you.
Brian, just answer the question. Did you
The
watch the
entire
breakdown?
breakdown, I don't know which breakdown you're
Did you
referring to.
watch
I've
any of
seen his.
it? Did you watch any
I
of his
saw.
live stream breakdown?
I saw his statements on Twitter. I didn't see a breakdown of a video.
Right. So
But
you
if
have no
your
idea what he said.
hill, if your hill that you're going to die on is a guy that basically is a Holocaust denier, then I think you're going to lose. Okay.
Oh,
Give
you
me
see
a
how this,
credible
you see how
person.
now, oh, wait, now it's about credibility. But when I was
So
asking about
so we're going to
credibility,
cite Myron Gaines.
when I was asking about credibility earlier, you said, I don't care if they're left or they're right or what their
I don't
political
care if they're left or they're
persuasions
right. No.
are. But now
No, Andrew,
suddenly
there's a
the
difference.
credibility
Andrew,
is in question if you don't like them.
Andrew,
Isn't that interesting,
Andrew,
Brian?
there is a difference, Andrew, between someone that is on the left and the right
Mhm.
and somebody that is credible. I think there are plenty of people on both sides of the aisle that have been in law enforcement for a long time that are very credible. That is
Mhm.
what I mean when I say I don't care. Now I'm asking you because
So
we
him
both have
being so Brian, so Myron, the whole thing that you just said to reject his years of experience as a law enforcement officer is that he has a political position you disagree with.
no, it's not a political
Yes.
position when you say
Yes,
the
it is.
Holocaust didn't happen.
That's
That's
what
not a
yes, it
political
is. Yes,
position.
it is a political
No,
position.
no, it's
And
not.
it's a historic
No,
position.
it's not.
Yes.
All
Yes,
right.
it
So
is.
if you want to, okay, so if you want to cite
And you
Myron Gaines
reject
and
it
that's your
because he has
source,
that
yep.
view. You
Okay.
instantly reject it and
Yep.
say he's not
All right.
credible.
So Andrew,
Too
let me
far on
ask
the
you a
right.
question.
Too far on the right.
Okay. Well,
It's like,
again,
see
I
what I
don't care
mean?
what I don't care what your political affiliation is.
You
But
clearly care.
let's go back to the actual. You can cite Myron Gaines if you'd like throughout this conversation, Andrew. You're more than I'm more than glad to let you do that. That's great. Let's get back to the actual shooting and the two eyes that we have. Andrew, do you believe that deadly use of force was sufficient?
Yeah.
And do you believe that
In
Jonathan
the
Ross?
Renee case?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, of course. She hit him with a car and he needed to stop it before it got to a highway. Yeah.
So, have you seen all the videos?
Yeah.
Have you seen all the breakdowns on all the videos?
Mm-hmm.
You
You can
have.
literally see the guy's feet sliding. That's how you know
Yeah.
he got hit by the car.
Did he fall down?
Doesn't need to fall down.
Did he drop his cell phone?
If you attack a person with a 5,000-pound deadly
Sure.
fucking vehicle, they're
She didn't do that.
going. Yeah, she did.
No, she didn't.
did.
Okay, so
She
Andrew,
did.
here's why I say she doesn't. I have two eyes. I assume you
So
do
do
as
I.
well.
Mhm.
As well, in this case, I'm not sure you do. You sound like Mr.
Then why?
Magoo, with all due
Tell me.
respect.
Tell me how
So
his feet. Why are his feet sliding?
I'm about to explain it right now. First
Okay.
of all, as she's backing up her car, and the New York Times did a great job in breaking down frame by frame. As she's backing up her vehicle, before she even puts it forward, she's completely turning her vehicle to the right. Number two, shot number two, shot number three. We're also learning shot number four after the first shot was on the side of the vehicle after she was not a threat to him. And this is a very important
She
point
was a
that I
threat
want
to
to
the
make here.
entire public at that point.
Okay, well, that's insane. But let
That's
me
not
go back to
insane.
what that's insane.
Now you just that's
this
an
is why I've
assertion. You
said-
haven't told me how it's insane.
Okay.
You just say it
when
is
she's
insane.
on the side of the vehicle trying to leave, and you take your gun and you point it to her head and shoot her in the face, that is insane.
If
Now-
you try to flee from police officers when you're being
Mhm.
detained and you hit one of them with your car and you disobey their orders to stop, you're now a threat to the public. That's how that works.
Okay, just because a police officer might feel like she's a threat to the public, I would go back and say officers are supposed to use de-escalation techniques and they're supposed to be professional. Do you think that they used de-escalation techniques properly?
Yes.
You do.
I think that
so
these
let's just-
people went out of their way to agitate. And by the way, let me ask you this. Why is ICE doing this
No,
at
hold
all?
on.
Why is it
Hold
that
on.
you don't have local police officers there? Is
Hold
it
on, hold
because
on.
these mayors are making them stand down, Brian?
One thing at a time. You just
Mhm.
said that they did use de-escalation techniques. So
Mhm.
when the first officer arrives, not Jonathan Ross,
Mhm.
he doesn't say his name. He doesn't say, ma'am, here's what we're going to need you to do. Get out of the car. My name is blah,
Mhm.
blah, 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 blah. He says, get the fuck out of the car. And he tries
Mhm.
to pull on her door. Andrew Wilson says that's proper de-escalation.
Yeah, you know, it's really funny. I hear this from libs all the time, and it's a stupid
I'm not a
talking
liberal, but
point.
go ahead. Go ahead. I'm not a liberal.
De-escalation is not just being nice. De-escalation is
didn't
not
say
just
be
having
nice.
it's not just having a sweetie pie voice.
I didn't say be
Hang on.
nice.
De-escalation can also be an air of authority, right? And you being very commanding and you being even very demanding. That can de-escalate situations. Some people respond better to that, in fact,
Got you.
than they do with the
So-
sweetie pie voice.
Okay, so let's go with that theory for a moment. So when
Mhm.
Jonathan Ross has his cell phone out,
Now, this is the
And he
same
walks-
Jonathan Ross that you said looked like a nerd in high school and clearly got bullied and he just wanted to
Yeah.
murder people. That same guy?
Yeah.
Do you
I
have
did say
any?
that. And
Did you?
I did
Can
say
you
that. Hold on,
substantiate that
Andrew.
he
I'll
just
get to
wanted
that
to
in a
murder
moment.
people?
Andrew,
Okay.
don't spurg
Mhm.
out. Don't spurg out.
Nobody's
Let's stay
spurging,
on
Brian.
topic. Okay,
Saying that
you
I'm
are.
spurging because I'm pointing out
Andrew,
what you said
Andrew,
is not
Andrew,
spurging, Brian.
you're going to a tweet,
Brian,
and I'll gladly talk about
Brian,
that. Let's
Brian.
get back to what we were just talking about.
Okay, let's
Okay,
get
not a
back to it.
tweet that you don't like that
I
you
just want to
think
make
is
sure that
personal.
was the same
Okay,
Jonathan Ross.
Andrew, I'll
That's all.
respond to that in a moment. I have no problem defending any of my tweets, but let's remain
Mhm.
on topic. So it is your position that when Jonathan Ross goes up to the side of the door and she says, "I'm not mad at you, bro," he doesn't try to engage with her. He walks around her vehicle with a cell phone in his hand. The other officer says, "Get the fuck out," and tries to pull on the door.
So
And
gave her a
Andrew
lawful
Wilson
command.
and Andrew Wilson says that's
Mhm.
de-escalation.
Yeah, that's called a lawful
How could you
command.
think that's de-escalation?
Because when you give a if I come into a room, Brian, and I want you to get on the ground, and I'm doing, something which is dynamic, and I kick in your door and I say, if I say, "Would you please get on the ground?" Or I say, "Get the fuck on the ground," which one's more effective?
So first of all,
Hang
I
on,
never
stop.
said
Brian, I want you to answer my question.
depends on the circumstance.
Yeah, exactly.
Depends
Depends
on
on
the
the circumstance.
circumstance.
So what happens is that when you're talking about de-escalation, you guys do this
Mhm.
all the time. You conflate what
What do you
this
mean, you
word
guys?
means. You libs. You conflate what these words
I'm
mean.
not a liberal.
You
Why do you
can
say things that are not
you
true?
can de-escalate. You are a lib. You can
No, I'm not.
de-escalate. Yeah,
No, I'm
you are.
not.
You can
No, I'm not.
de-escalate through authority. You can de-escalate through the use of harsh language. These are techniques for de-escalation. You guys pretend, you especially pretend, that de-escalation can only be done one way. When you know it's not true. It's
Okay.
literally not true.
So let me just correct the record because I don't like it when people say things that are not factually accurate. And Andrew seems to do that a lot, particularly with me. By the way, there's nothing wrong with being a liberal. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. But just because somebody like Andrew disagrees with me on this topic or any other topic, he assumes that I'm a liberal.
I'll tell you. Okay. Give
And
me your most
hold on,
right-wing
hold on.
position, Brian. I want to
Okay,
hear it,
again,
actually.
sure. I'm for. And by the way, we talked about this yesterday.
Yeah, give me
You
the best
obviously
right. Give
don't
me
know
your
how to
best
read.
right-wing position.
Andrew, okay. So first of all, I will give you a few, but I don't need a right-wing position to tell you that I'm an independent who didn't vote for Barack Obama, who didn't vote for Hillary Clinton.
Mhm.
I believe in capital punishment. I believe in execution. I've always believed in capital punishment, and I defended George W. Bush when it came
Mhm.
to capital punishment. I believe if you rape somebody, your junk should be cut off.
Yeah, that's
I
not
actually
a
believe
that's
that.
not a right or left-wing
Right.
position, Brian.
Well,
That's a
capital
moral
punishment
position.
is okay. Capital punishment is, and that's the point. I believe in border
Okay.
security. I believe that
Uh-huh.
we should have secure borders. I believe people should be coming into this country legally.
Yeah, we just can't remove them, right?
I've always well, again, you asked me for a right wing position. I told you I am for
Left-wingers
capital
believe in
punishment.
border security. They
Okay,
just don't believe. They just don't actually do it, right? They claim
okay,
they believe
but
it, but they don't do it.
you asked me for a right wing position.
Yeah.
I gave you one.
Give me
So
one on
please stop.
give me one on social issues. Do you
Okay,
have a single
okay, so
social
now
issue
you want
that you have a
so now you want to move the goalpost.
That's the
This
easiest
isn't
way to
about
delineate. It's the easiest way
Andrew,
to delineate right
Andrew,
or
I'm
left is
gonna
on social
I'm
issues.
gonna help you out, Andrew.
Okay. Give me one right-wing
I've been a
social
registered
issue.
Andrew, don't spurg
Nothing.
out.
You
I've
got
been a
nothing,
registered
dude.
independent my whole life.
Mhm.
That's not relevant to this conversation. You are defending
Well, you're the one
this
who wanted to
officer's
clarify it.
Okay, well, because you say things that are not factually accurate.
It
I
is
know you
factually
don't like
accurate.
it. You don't like Oh, really?
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah.
Would you
Name a
like to make a
single
wager?
right-wing social issue that you have.
What am I
single one.
registered as, Andrew?
Just give me a
I
single
just did.
right-wing social issue.
Sure. Absolutely. I'll even answer that one too.
What?
And then will you shut the fuck up and can we finish
Yes.
the conversation?
Yes. What?
Thank
What?
you.
What is it?
I believe it is despicable, and I said this on Pierce Morgan. You just don't do your research. That people that are born men transition to women, I think it's despicable that they are competing with women on the playing field. I have had that conversation over and over again with people on the far left. So now that I've answered,
but Brian,
no,
are they women?
stop.
Are they women? But are they
No.
women? No.
Never
They're
have I
not
said
women.
that.
They're
Okay,
not women?
will you stop?
I just want to
will
make sure
answer.
they're not women.
What did
right?
I just say? I'm going to answer it again.
Okay.
I believe.
But are they
It's
women?
funny how I answer his questions and he looks like a moron, and I'll answer it again. If you're born a man, you're a man. If
Mhm.
you're born a woman, you're a woman.
Okay.
I fucking answered that stupid question.
So
that
men
people
can't
like
be
you
women.
Ask what?
So men can't be women, right?
I don't believe so. No. Now
Okay.
can we fucking move on? Now
That is
I've
actually a
proved you wrong?
right-wing. That is actually a right-wing
Okay, so
social
then shut
position.
the fuck up and
I
let's
agree.
continue the real debate. Can we
Okay.
do that, Andrew?
Sure.
Can you be quiet now? Thank you.
I just
By
wanted
the
to
way,
make sure
I've
that you were. I just
I've
wanted to make sure
answered
you're
those-
on record saying that men can't be
I've-
women. That's all.
Never have I ever said that.
So you don't use
And you
proper
guys ask
pronouns
the
and
same
shit, right?
stupid fucking questions
Yeah, I'm
over
just
and over.
making sure.
What's
Like
a
when
man?
if a
Okay,
trans
right. We got.
like if
All
a
right. I
trans
didn't
person
think.
comes on,
I
you're not
didn't.
like
I didn't think.
ma'am.
All right,
You're not like you don't say
no,
she.
never said that.
You don't do any of
All right.
that, right?
Can I continue the debate with
Like if
Riley
Blair
Gaines and
White
the
came
Buddhist
on,
now?
I'm not going to find clips of you with a trans person using their pronouns, right? Saying she and her and this and that for a man, right?
Now you're asking me about pronouns. Did I not just answer your question?
I
You
just want to
asked me
make
for a
sure.
Oh, you just want to make sure. Andrew, did I not just? I'm going to try to calm down here. Did I not just answer both of your questions?
I just want to make sure that when I go later and I research you interviewing trans people, that you're not going to be like she and her and they and them and using all these proper pronouns because you believe that they can't be women and they can't be men.
I don't
right?
care about pronouns.
Of
I really
course.
don't care. It doesn't affect my life at all.
So
I
in
answered your
practice,
question.
it's different. Okay, got it. All right.
I answered your question about capital punishment, and then you asked me socially, and I talked about transgenders. Can we now get back to the actual topic,
Sure.
Andrew? Is that okay with you?
Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
After the shooting, we obviously disagree fundamentally on this first shooting, and we'll get to Alex Preddy. The only thing that I have asked for is an independent investigation. And they didn't investigate ballistics. They didn't perform an autopsy. I've spoken
Wait,
to
we're shifting to
witnesses.
Preddy?
No, I'm talking about Renee Good.
Oh, okay. I thought you said Preddy.
No. We'll do that in a moment. That's what I said, Andrew.
All right.
I've spoken to a couple witnesses who were 30 feet away, including the guy who said he was a physician. They haven't been interviewed by anybody. There hasn't been an investigation, Andrew. So will you agree with me? Can we find some common ground?
It's still under investigation, Brian.
Okay. So Kristi Noem, by who, by the way? By who?
By law enforcement officials. I can pull up the investigation right now. It's going to be under investigation for a while, especially by internal affairs. There's going to be an internal affairs investigation. There's been a massive outcry for investigation.
Are they allowing? Is there an independent investigation? Are they working with state officials?
You mean for the investigation on this? We're not sure yet. Yes. We're not sure because it's under investigation. We don't know that.
They have blocked, according to Tim Waltz and Frey and local law enforcement. They have said on the record in almost every press conference that they are not allowed to be working with and cooperating with and investigating with. Kristi Noem called her a domestic terrorist an hour after the shooting. Do you support that language? An hour after the shooting?
I wouldn't say she was a domestic terrorist.
So
I would have said a suspected domestic terrorist. That's what I would have said.
Does she have any criminal record?
Well, no, that's not what I would suspect her. I would suspect her of being Antifa.
And what is your evidence to prove that she is a member of Antifa?
I would just suspect it.
And why do you suspect it? What is your evidence that would lead
because she was an agitator at one of these protests who was going out of her way to agitate ICE officials, which is very reminiscent of Antifa-like behavior.
So if I went to a protest and I said, "Hey, you're a piece of shit," you would suspect that I'm a member of Antifa? That is insane.
I suspect that most of these agitators at these protests are members of Antifa.
I see. So who's
and the reason is because we have the signal chats, which were released by Cam Higbee and others, that show that these are massively organized events by people who want to keep their identities a secret, and they're members of
like
Antifa.
the ICE agents, yeah,
they're
the ICE agents who cover their faces, yeah, like those.
Yeah, I would too if I was getting doxxed all the time by protesters.
Why don't police
local
officers,
law enforcement wouldn't help me? Yeah, I would do the same thing.
Why don't police officers wear scarves over their face?
Well, sometimes depending on what they're doing, they do.
Oh, really? Where do police officers wear
like, for instance, when you have cops who work undercover, why is it that they're concealing their identity?
These ICE officers are not working undercover, so
that's
that
not my
question.
I'm asking you, when officers are working undercover, why are they trying to conceal their identity?
It is not. You just used
why
the term
are they trying to conceal their identity? Why?
Okay, if they're undercover, these ICE officers are not undercover.
I didn't say that they were. I'm asking you a question. Can you answer my question?
You use the term. I will. You use the term doxing. It is not doxing. We have the right to know the name of these individuals because they are not undercover agents. They're not working overseas. That is not doxing. Now, I don't support giving out their address. That is doxing. I don't support giving out their address or family members.
But that's what happens. But that's what's happening. Well, here's what actually happens in real. It's not a crime. And here's what actually happens in real time. What happens in real time is you can say, we have a right to know their names and their faces, which you don't. There is no such right. But let's assume for a second that there was, even though there isn't. Um, what's actually going on is that these Antifa lunatics do dox them on multitudes of websites, and they release their address, they release the address of their family members, and do everything they
Mhm.
can to incite harassment campaigns against them at the individual level. And so,
Mhm.
yeah, I think that that's par and partial for domestic terror group like Antifa.
Okay, but it's not considered doxing to release a name of an ICE agent because he's not working
Yeah,
undercover. I
because
want to
if you
make that very
release a
clear.
name and a face, how hard is it to then get their address? And yeah,
Well,
exactly,
we're
exactly.
we're
Do
not
you
we're not
actually have a
living.
right, Brian? Show me the right that you have to know their identity. Show it to me.
If you are not working undercover,
Hmm.
then we have the right to know
Show me the
who they
right.
are.
Show me that right.
And when
No, you
they
don't. No,
wear
you don't.
skirts,
Show me the right.
uh, okay, I will gladly give you the right.
Do it
Okay,
now.
but the point that I am trying to make
Yeah,
to you is you
no,
use the
we're
term
going to stop
dox.
until you give me the right. Show me why it is that you think you have a right to know who these people
They
are.
are public servants.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
For example, the same reason why when you go up to a police officer, you ask for their name and your badge number. And guess what? They have to give it to you. So if your argument was correct, your argument would be like, well, no, they don't have to give you their name. They don't have to give you their badge number. That is 100% false. So now going back to let's talk about Alex Preddy for a moment, because you mentioned that Alex Preddy, you believe, just like Renee Good, with no evidence to back it up, by the way, that somehow these are Antifa members. When you can't name, number one, who's funding Antifa, you also can't name the founder, who's the leader of Antifa. You made the case that Alex Preddy, who I do believe was murdered, you made the case that somehow he's a professional agitator, right, Andrew? Is that correct? I want to make sure I'm getting your statement correct. You believe that Alex Preddy
Yeah, hang on,
is a
hang on. Before we get to
professional.
that, though, I just want to make sure if you have a right to know who these people are.
Yeah, law enforcement, name and badge number, please.
Mhm.
Is that
Yeah,
incorrect?
that's if they're stopping you and you've been detained, you have a right to know that they're a federal officer.
So wait, hold on a second. If
But
you're not being,
they don't have to face docs to you.
hold
I
on,
can't
hold on.
find this
If you're
anywhere.
not, hold on, I want to get this right. So if a police officer is not detaining you,
Mhm.
you don't have a right to ask for their name and or badge number?
I don't think you do, no.
No, you're wrong. You're wrong.
Okay, show
Anybody
me.
could look that up.
Show me.
Anybody could look that up.
Show me.
Look it up. You don't know the law.
Bro, just show me the
Anybody,
law.
it's
I'm willing to
it's
be
public
corrected on
knowledge.
this, but I don't think that
It's
that's the
public.
case.
I cannot believe you don't. It's public knowledge of federal and public employees. How the hell do you not know this? This
Show
is
it to
insane.
me, bro.
Show it to you. Let's
Mhm.
move on to Alex Preddy. You want me to Google it? I don't see during debates. I don't do what you do. Okay, I don't need to Google things when I know what I'm talking about. You could Google it. If you are a public servant working for the government, the public, unless you're undercover, which we've already established, you have the right to ask for, and they must provide you name and badge number. You keep digging yourself into a hole, Andrew. You don't know what you're talking about.
I can't
Go ahead
actually
and look it
listen.
up.
I'm trying, but I can't actually find where it
Yeah.
is.
Well,
That
I'm
you-
sorry you don't know how to
yeah.
Google. Can we move on to Alex Preddy, please? Because you've
So
already established.
if you ask a
you don't-
cop if they're a cop, do they have to answer? Answer no.
If you
No.
are a, I didn't ask
No.
you. Ask them. If
The
they're
answer
a
is no.
cop.
They don't.
I never said that.
If
Why don't you
if you're
pay
a police
attention?
officer, if you ask them if they're a police
If you
officer,
are,
they don't
if you
have
are
to
a
tell you.
public servant working for the government, a federal employee,
Yeah.
in this case,
Legal
law
requirements for
enforcement-
police identification vary widely across jurisdiction, shaped by state laws, department policies, constitutional principles. Uniformed officers are generally required to display badges and provide identification when
Thank you.
asked when they're
Thank you.
in the middle of a detainment.
You
Not
don't have to be.
not when they're just walking down
don't-
the street.
You do not have to be in a detainment. Okay. If somebody's questioning, and by the way, you could look this up if you don't believe me. There's videos everywhere that talk about this. So stop distracting and let's get back
What do
to
you
the
mean
task at hand.
distracting? We're clarifying. This is
Yeah,
the
yeah.
opposite of
Okay.
a distraction.
Right. So if you go up to a police officer, they're a public servant, just like if you go into a federal building and you're a public servant, you ask them for their name. And in this case, if you're an officer, the badge number. You don't have to be detained to get that information. Okay. That is 100%
Well,
fact.
wait. You may be able to get the information. They may give it to you depending on the policy. We're asking if there's a legal requirement. If you just walk over to a random cop and ask them for identity and to face docs if they have to.
They don't have to give
It
you.
does not
They
appear
don't
that
have.
they do.
They don't have to give you their first name. They do have to give you their badge number, where
Yeah.
you will find out their name. That is the
Well, they
only
don't
point
always
that I
have to
was
give you
trying
their
to make
badge
to you.
number either. Depends on the circumstance.
Okay. Well, if you could find a jurisdiction where police officers don't have to give you their badge number if they're questioning you or there's some sort of interaction, then please let me know where that is, Andrew. Okay. Please let me know.
In general,
Now
no. A police officer
can
does
we
not
move
have
on
to
to Alex Preddy
identify
now?
themselves, even if you ask them. Even if you ask them.
I'm
That's what
sorry,
the
what?
law
What'd you say?
says. So here's the myth, right? Okay. So the question is, do police officers have to identify themselves when you ask them for identification? In general, no. Police officer does not have to identify
Identification.
themselves, even if you ask them.
I didn't say.
So
I
so
didn't. I
Brian, I
don't know.
think you're just wrong on this point.
What's your first of all, I didn't say identification. I said they don't have to show you their ID. That's not what I said. Identification can mean
No,
a
I'm
whole
talking about
plethora of different
identifying
things.
themselves as a cop at all.
Yeah, if you ask somebody for their badge number, they are entitled where
That
they're
seems
supposed to
to
be
be
giving you their
jurisdiction
badge number.
based. That seems to be jurisdiction
Okay, well,
based.
find me the jurisdiction where that's not the law, and I'll gladly have that conversation with you, and we can debate that another time. Let's move on to Alex Preddy.
Well, I'm just trying to
Okay,
get
so
look, I'm just trying to make sure that we have clarity in what we're talking about.
okay, and again, it's not doxing when we're talking about the name of someone who is not undercover. Now, Alex Preddy, you had said that
Mhm.
Alex Preddy is a professional agitator. Now, when I hear the term professional, that usually means they're getting paid. So my question to you is, where's your evidence that Alex Preddy was getting paid to show up at these protests? Can you please
You see
provide
how
that
you
for us?
smuggled in? Did anybody say he was getting paid?
What's professional mean then? Give me the definition.
Well, for instance, I'm a professional gunsmith, but I don't do gunsmithing for the public
So
anymore.
so a professional agitator doesn't get paid, but you label them professional because
Some
they
of
kick
them
a vehicle?
may get
Gotcha.
paid, but when I'm saying
Is there any
professional,
evidence that
hang
Alex
on.
Preddy
When I
was getting
say
paid?
professional in this context, I just mean good at what they do, or some
Is there
skill at
any
what they do.
Okay, so other than him kicking a vehicle, Andrew,
hmm
and by the way, I don't condone that behavior. Certainly it's wrong. I certainly wouldn't do that.
But he did
I
do that,
believe
right?
I believe he What did I just say? Why do
Mhm.
I have to repeat it again? Just listen,
Yeah,
Andrew.
and
Um,
he looked like an irate lunatic when he was out there doing that too, didn't he?
you know who I think looks like irate lunatics, Andrew?
That
When
Alex
a man
Petty
is
when
on
he's
the
kicking out
when a
the
man,
back of a
you know who
fucking van.
just let me finish my sentence if that's okay. I think a deranged lunatic is somebody that hides behind their scarf while a man is on the ground and unarmed and shoots him in the back. I think that's far worse than somebody who kicks a vehicle. But let's go back, as before I was interrupted, to 11 days before I believe he was murdered. He
Mhm.
kicks a vehicle, spits
Yeah,
at an officer.
yeah.
And everybody on the right, I shouldn't say everybody, a lot of people on the right are using that as a defense to what took place 11 days later.
Mhm.
Why is that relevant, Andrew?
Well, as far as the case of the thing itself, it's not relevant specifically to that case.
Thank you. Okay, so let's not talk about that then. Thank you for admitting that. Now let's move on because it seems like 90% of
But
MAGA Republicans.
hang on, Brian. It can be relevant to his motivation and mindset, and I do think that that can have relevancy, but not relevant specifically to what
Mhm.
happened with his shooting.
Okay, so
So
11 days later.
I'm willing to separate these two.
Okay, let's
events.
separate. Let's move on. And by the way, just for the record, there's no evidence that Alex Preddy was a professional agitator. There's also no evidence that he was getting paid to be there, like so many on the right
Well,
have claimed.
hang on. There is evidence that Preddy was going to these protests and was agitating on purpose.
How many other protests did he?
That is in fact the case, right?
So other than this one protest before he was killed,
hmm
where he kicked a vehicle and spit at an officer,
No. Hang on. He kicked out the tail light of the vehicle
kicked the
while
tail
he was
light.
armed.
Correct. I
Hang on, while
misspoke.
he was armed
Yes, which
and
is
spit
legal.
at an officer. No, it's not legal to kick out a tail light while you're armed.
No, but it is legal to be carrying, and he was legally
Yeah,
carrying
but
a firearm, so that's
here's the thing
irrelevant.
that's interesting is like when you're talking about training and protocols, was Preddy
Yes.
following the protocol that a CPL carrier is supposed to follow?
Yeah, I'll gladly answer that. But I'll
Mhm.
start with a preface by saying he didn't take an oath to the Constitution like the goons and the scarfs who you are defending ad nauseum did. So now moving back to
So that makes it okay?
never. The first thing I said was that I don't condone his behavior.
Yeah,
of
see what I
kicking a
mean?
vehicle.
Like, well, then why are you
But
making justifications
hold
for
on.
it ad hoc?
No, you brought up his firearm, which he was legally carrying. I am making the case, very simply put, that while I don't condone kicking a vehicle, and you even admitted this, it is irrelevant to
Well,
what took place 11
hang on
days
though.
later.
But can we point something out here? That it does seem like it would be relevant to the mindset when you used to make the claims. No, he wasn't some kind of like professional agitator. Wasn't somebody who's agitating on purpose. That this
I've kicked
guy,
vehicles.
was, yeah, and you're okay, whatever. But anyway, this guy himself was a CPL holder, so he was trained that he was not supposed to do that. That you're not supposed to carry your firearm and get into engagements like this, especially with law enforcement. So the thing is like it seems to me that he was ignoring that aspect of his training. So it seems like why was he ignoring that aspect of his training? Because he wanted to agitate, right? He was trying to cause problems, right?
All right. So if you want to talk about ignoring training, let's talk about that and what took place 11 days later.
Okay.
So 11 days later, Alex Preddy is in the street for about 5 to 10 seconds in this video that we saw. You see two women on the side of the road, both being pushed. One was pushed to the ground. Alex Preddy, the entire time, never reaches for his weapon. He never brandishes his weapon. Did Kristi Noem lie when she said immediately after the shooting that he brandished a weapon, Andrew? Was that a lie?
I'm not familiar with what
You're not
she
familiar.
said
Okay, well,
specifically.
let me keep you up to date. Let me just get you up to date, Andrew. So Kristi Noem,
Mhm.
hours after the shooting,
Mhm.
said, quote, he was brandishing a weapon. Let
Okay,
me be very
let me
clear.
see if that's actually the case.
Okay, so you're not aware of this?
Kristi, yeah, I just want to make sure it's actually the case, Brian, because
Sure.
anytime
He
you tell me
brandished a
something's the
weapon.
case and I look it up, it's not actually the case
Andrew?
in context. So.
Okay, I'll tell you what, Andrew, to be fair, go ahead and look it up. That's totally
Mhm.
cool. But if it's
Yeah.
okay, I'm just going to continue to make the case of why I think it was murder. Is that okay with you?
Hang on,
While
real
you look
quick.
this
Let's
up.
just clarify. Why do you
Sure,
not
sure.
want things clarified?
Okay, well, just to move the conversation along so people don't see you typing
Yeah,
on a
but the
computer during a debate.
conversation, it's necessary in the conversation that we're not
It's
talking
not my
past
fault that you
ourselves.
don't know. Why is it
Mhm.
my fault? I mean, Andrew, okay. I'll try to be respectful here because I appreciate you doing this, Andrew. I just find it shocking that
Mhm.
you don't even know that Kristi Noem said that he brandished a weapon. I'm shocked, but go ahead and look it up. It's a quick, easy Google search.
All right, I'm just making sure.
Yeah,
Okay.
please do. Please do.
There's a reason that I do that, right? For the purpose of a debate. So calm down.
Please, please.
I can't
I'm
actually
calm.
find this quote. Where would I find the quote?
Why don't you just Google, did Kristi Noem say that
I did.
Alex Preddy brandished a weapon?
I did.
And nothing came up, so now you're going to make me do it.
I can't
my
find a
goodness.
specific quote. Yeah, I just want to make sure I got the specific quote. That's all.
Interesting. Now we're wasting time, but that's okay.
No,
I'll look it
no,
up for you because
it's
Let-
not a waste of time to make sure that
Mhm.
we're clarifying that what you're saying is accurate as we're debating what it is
Right.
that you're saying, right?
Okay. We will. I think it's a waste of time because I'm 100%.
I understand.
But
But you
but-
also have like 12,000 fucking people watching you right now. And I think that we want to make sure that we're clear on what it is that your case
well,
is.
I know. Okay, I'm on Reddit. You probably won't like that factcheck.org.
No, I needed an actual quote.
Factcheck.org. Here it is right here. He approached officers with a handgun, violently resisted, and brandished a weapon.
Okay, that's what she said,
Yes.
according to fact check. Okay.
Now, I will clarify by saying this. She's been asked about that again, and she's
Mhm.
been challenged on it,
Mhm.
and she refuses to say it again because she knows she's wrong, right?
Mhm.
And people in the White House, like Stephen Miller, who, by the way, called Alex Preddy an assassin.
Okay.
I would
Now
assume
we've
you
hang
probably
on. Now
don't.
we've clarified she said it, but we haven't clarified she was lying.
Okay, so she was wrong. Can we agree on that?
Yeah, we can agree
Okay,
she's
good.
wrong.
Okay.
So
where do
hang
you
on.
think she
So
got
hang
that
on.
information from?
So hang on. I just want to make sure that your claim is that she was factually wrong about this, not that she was lying about it, right?
There's no evidence to prove that he brandished a weapon. As you know, we both have eyes. We both saw the video. If there was, they would have released that evidence immediately, just like Stephen Miller when he called him an assassin. They were wrong. Now, do I know for sure that she was lying?
Mm-hmm.
Andrew, it's impossible for me to know that for sure, but here's what I do know.
So did you tweet that she was lying, Brian?
I believe she was lying, and here's why.
But hang on, did you tweet she was, though?
Yeah, I believe she was lying. You're asking me.
So you tweeted out that she was lying, even though now,
yes, here's why.
When you're asked about it, you're not so sure, right?
No. I don't know for sure is different than I don't believe. I believe she was lying. Do I know that 100%? No, it's called an opinion, Andrew. Here's why I say that. Andrew, here's why I say that.
Okay.
An hour after the shooting, she calls Renee Good a domestic terrorist without having any of the facts. Hours after the Alex Preddy shooting, she says that he brandished a weapon. Now, they try to character assassinate these people without knowing all the facts. So it's either one of two things. Either she's completely fucking incompetent or she's lying. Now, she claims
or she could have just been wrong on some facts, right?
She said she got the information. She's doing what she's told from Stephen Miller and Donald Trump. She did an interview with Axios, and now she's putting the blame on Trump and Miller. Instead of saying, Andrew, this I would have accepted. I got it wrong. I got some bad information. He did not brandish a weapon, but instead,
but so what? What does this have to do with anything? Yeah,
I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why this is important, because you have a man who I believe was murdered, and you are attacking his character.
No, you didn't say he was murdered. You said he was executed.
Yeah, I think you could make the case for that, and I will gladly do that with you.
You can't make the case.
Do you think he's an assassin? Is he an assassin? Stephen Miller called him an assassin. Is he an assassin?
I don't think he was an assassin, no.
Why do you think Stephen Miller said that? Don't you think it's irresponsible for members of the Trump administration to make statements like that?
I don't know. It could have been hyperbole.
You don't know.
Could have been hyperbole.
You don't know. So you're okay with Stephen Miller calling somebody an assassin with no evidence, and you're totally
I want to make sure. I want to make sure again.
You want to Google that as well?
Said
you're
that,
0 for 1.
Yeah,
go ahead and Google
Wait.
Miller.
I'm not 0 for 1. Making sure that I'm clear on what you're saying in the
middle
of a debate.
Go ahead and make sure.
It's not me 0 for 1.
Go ahead, Andrew. We'll wait. Go ahead. Make sure that Stephen Miller called him an assassin. Go ahead.
Okay.
And I do find it interesting, while Andrew is Googling this, I find it interesting that, number one, he doesn't know, because this has been all over the news on every network. Even Stephen Miller had to walk back what he said a little bit. And number two, to defend people that are blatantly, at a minimum, factually inaccurate and saying things in a high-profile case where the temperature is so high.
Yeah, right now, listen, Brian, the thing is like, you waste the most amount of time in the debate by just not letting us get to the facts of the matter, and then we can get to the actual arguments for the matter. So right now, I just want you to show me, or to give me the actual quote where he says that he's an assassin.
And you say that I'm the one who's wasting time. Okay, no problem.
That's not wasting time, Brian. Making sure we have the facts in a debate is not wasting time.
Sure. Did you not Google this, Andrew? Is your computer not working? Huh?
I did Google it, yeah.
Okay, so what does it say?
I can't find anything on it. So we're just making sure these are all your claims. We're just going to make sure that they're accurate.
I have it right here. It's right on my phone. I'm reading it verbatim.
Okay.
Stephen Miller drew intense scrutiny for labeling Alex Preddy a Minneapolis resident killed by a would-be assassin and domestic terrorist. Miller claimed Preddy tried to murder agents. I'm reading it verbatim. So now that we've cleared that up, is there anything else can we move on with the conversation now? You don't agree with, for the record though, Andrew, you don't agree with that, correct?
Correct.
Okay, good. Do you find it problematic that somebody at that high of a level in the Trump administration would be that irresponsible without knowing all the facts to call an American citizen who was just killed? I know you don't think he was murdered, but he was killed. An assassin. Don't you find that at a minimum extremely irresponsible?
Well, I mean, if he's operating on the facts that he has is the question.
Which clearly he wasn't. We can establish that.
How do you know that?
What facts do you think he got? Well, he was wrong. Let's just start there with that premise.
That could very well be the case. He's just wrong.
Yeah. Okay. So let's talk about the actual shooting, because we really haven't gotten to that yet. He was in the street. He never brandished his weapon. We both agree on that. He was trying to help a woman up, and in one of the videos, I heard him say, "Are you okay?" He puts his arm over one woman, and then he tries to help another woman up who was just pushed to the ground. He's immediately pepper sprayed while still holding a camera in one hand. He's pushed to the ground, and there are 5 or 6 agents that are beating him. One of them you can see punching and kicking him in the head. You hear somebody in that group say, gun, gun, gun. You clearly see one of the officers take that gun out of his holster. We've seen all angles of it. And then moments later, he is shot in the back, shot in the throat, and shot in the torso a number of times. And then 25 seconds after his motionless body is dead on the street, they're looking for the gun. And they say, well, where's the gun? Where's the gun? What I try to find out is, what crime was he committing at that point?
He was resisting arrest.
Okay, so at what point was he resisting arrest?
When they had him on the ground and told him that they needed his arms in a certain position, this type of thing,
Is that
and
what
he was
they told
resisting.
him? Okay,
Yeah.
because maybe what I saw was different than you, Andrew. What I saw are 4 or 5 officers that were kicking him and punching him, and he was trying to protect himself. It's very difficult when you're in pain and you're being punched and kicked, and you were just pepper sprayed, to say,
Yeah.
"Oh, okay, officer,
Now we
let me
can,
lie motionless
and
here
now,
and put my
okay,
hands
so now
behind
that
my
we
back."
have, the facts of the matter, right? Can you show me exactly why it is that you think that he was just trying to protect himself from punches and kicks from cops instead of being extremely volatile and resisting arrest? Because that's what he was doing.
Sure,
And it's very
because
obvious that that's what he was doing.
Sure. And I'll go
Mhm.
from the beginning. First of all,
Okay.
he didn't address them. They addressed him first. He didn't confront them. They confronted him first, and they got it
Mhm.
up to him. That's
So
number
what?
one.
So what?
That's kind of important because it's another lie being put forth by the administration and Bavano, that buffoon, who said that he approached the officers first, which was another lie. And you can Google that too. But for sake of argument, what took place there was he was pushed to the ground. He was pepper sprayed. He was being kicked and punched. Why would it take 5 or 6 officers to put handcuffs on him?
Because he was a big guy and he was resisting arrest.
5 or 6 officers.
Yeah.
Really? Why did they shoot him
Yeah.
when he was unarmed?
Well, they thought he was armed because
thought he was armed.
that's
So is
why
that
they
a
were
defense?
asking. That's where,
Right.
yeah. Well, here's the thing.
Uh-huh.
You're using post hoc justification. So from Brian Shapiro's viewpoint, you say, I have the facts after the fact, even though I wasn't involved
Well,
in the
we all
thing.
saw
Hang
what
on,
happened,
stop,
Andrew.
Brian. My turn. I've let you go for a while. Here's what, and I did see what happened, and here's what happened. There were shouts of gun, gun, gun. They're asking about the gun after the shooting too, because they clearly thought that he had a gun on him. That's what they thought. That's why they opened fire. Okay. That is now justified. Now, let me ask you now, and I can explain how.
Not true. Not
Yes,
true.
it is. If
That
a
has not been
cop,
established.
if somebody has a toy gun in a Walmart, right, and they get shot because someone yells gun, gun, they get shot by a cop, right? You can say, well, wait a second, that wasn't a real gun after the fact. That's true. But we're talking about whether or not it's justified.
Hold
Hang
on. Can I
Brian,
respond to
stop,
that?
stop, bro. Let me finish. We're asking about whether or not it's justified if the officers have a clear belief that he is armed and they open fire because he can't get his hands under control because he's resisting arrest. If that would be justified at that point, I would argue that it would be, yes.
Okay, so first of all, there's a difference. If somebody has a toy gun and they point that gun at an officer, I think most people would say that's probably justified. That is not what happened here. I repeat once again, he was legally carrying. He never brandished the weapon.
No. You're missing the key point.
I think you are.
If he has a fake gun, what we're banking on is the officer's belief in X. That's what creates the justification. I believed it was a real gun. I believed he did have a gun. And it's reasonable for me to have believed he had a gun because of X, Brian.
So first of all, there's a difference between believing he has a gun on him and then him reaching for the gun and trying to use it. There is no evidence, and even you agree with this.
They couldn't get the hands. They couldn't get his hands under control.
Hold on.
They couldn't do it.
That's not an excuse. There's no evidence.
Look, I think it was justified based on that.
Andrew, there's no evidence that he tried to reach for the weapon. Okay, therefore, there's no justification.
Actually, it does. It looks
murdering
like
somebody because he had a weapon on his person, which he never.
You're wrong. In a frame-by-frame play, it does look like he goes for the holster in the small of his back. But even if it's the case,
never brandished the weapon.
Even if I granted it, there was no weapon to brandish at that point. They had removed it. But the thing that's interesting here, Brian, is that I went through it frame by frame by frame. They could not get this guy's hands under control because he wouldn't let them get his hands under control. Okay. At one point, there was only 2 officers on him when he's retracting his hands back just after they had yelled gun, gun. Okay. And when they opened fire, they were asking, where's the gun? Because they believed that he was still armed. The officer's
first of all-
belief, hang on, it's the officer's belief, the reasonable, rational belief that's going to create justification. It's a reasonable belief of danger, not whether or not the facts of the matter were X, but whether or not the belief of the facts of the matter were X.
So first of all, as I mentioned before, and I mention again, just because an officer might have believed that he had a gun on him is not necessarily justification for taking out your gun and shooting somebody. That's why there needs to be a full investigation.
Well, wait a second.
Into this. Hold on. Now you're
not
interrupting
necessarily, but often is.
Okay,
So, for instance, if you're mugging me and you have your hand in your pocket or something like this, and I have a reasonable belief that you're mugging me, I'm not saying he's doing it. I'm drawing an analogy so that you can understand why belief here matters so much. If somebody's mugging me, if it's not a false analogy, just listen. If somebody's mugging me and I think that they have a firearm, I can then say, rationally, I thought this. That was why I opened fire. That's my justification for this. Would a reasonable person believe under the same circumstances that this person was armed or had a gun? I think that the police officers involved here, right, saying, I have a rational belief that after I heard gun, 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 and this guy was struggling on the ground, we couldn't get his hands under control, right? A shot rang out, that this was a problem and that we then were justified in opening fire is completely rational and reasonable.
Yeah, I could not disagree with you more, and I'm going to go step by step into why I completely disagree with you.
Okay.
First of all, he never addressed to those ICE officers. They came to him. Number 2.
So what? That has
number
that
2.
Do with
number
anything?
2. I'm talking about training and protocol, and I find it very interesting that you want to talk about Alex Preddy 11 days earlier not using proper training when you have a firearm on you, kicking a car. But then when we talk about ICE officers with far more power and responsibility, you say you don't care. Now, please let me finish. At the beginning, he is putting his arm around a woman. Another woman falls to the ground. He's trying to help her up. In that specific situation, he is not a threat to officers. Most human beings would agree. When you see a woman on the ground, you help her up.
Wait a second. Hang on. Now,
hold on. Let me just finish.
I just want you to pull up the video, because are we talking about? You're saying that she just slipped on her own and just fell on the ground?
No,
not that she was
to the ground.
Exactly. She didn't fall to the ground, Brian. She was intervening. She was struggling. She was trying to intervene with an officer in the line of his duty, and he pushed her away. She fell down. He interjected himself. Now he's a threat, an armed threat, by the way.
He helping her up, to me, is not a plausible reason to pepper spray somebody from 2 feet away. And then seconds later, when he puts one hand in the air after he's pepper sprayed, one hand's in the air. He's not punching officers. He's not kicking officers. He's clearly in pain and probably in shock. He has one hand with the cell phone, the other hand in the air. What do?
He was
tackle him to the ground. They start beating him, and they start.
You just keep narrative building, but you're full of shit. What actually happened?
No, I saw the video. I'm not.
What actually happened is she intervenes. The officer pushes her away. She goes down. Right, gets back up. She's getting, this guy dives in like Captain Save-A-Ho, dives the fuck in, right? He's going to get involved now in the middle of official police functions while he's fucking armed. That's tarded shit, 1. And 2, the fact of the matter is that after he's pepper sprayed, they tell him, get on the ground. They're trying to push him down. They're trying to get him under control as a threat. That is when this escalates. Preddy could have stopped this anytime he wanted by just not being an asshole. It really, all he had to do was just not be a fucking asshole.
Okay, so first of all, I wouldn't characterize him that way. I think the assholes are the people who are wearing masks, asking people for ID and demanding papers with no reasonable
Antifa is what they're wearing masks too.
There you go with Antifa again. Let me finish. Or kicking down doors without warrants, which we have seen in Minneapolis. So I would say, see, the guy we're talking about right now is dead. Okay. He had 8 bullets in his body. He's dead. Now, if you think he was inappropriate, or as you said, tarred behavior, just because you have, according to Andrew Wilson, tarred behavior doesn't mean you
You
deserve
don't
to
think that
be
was tarred
killed.
behavior? Would you have
That
complied with the
doesn't mean you
officers?
deserve to be shot
Would you
and
have?
killed,
No. Hey,
Andrew.
whether it's not a matter of deserve, it's a matter of justified, not a matter of deserve. Nobody ever
Yeah,
gets what they
yeah.
deserve in life.
So let me get
But
this right.
what you do get is you get things which are either justified or they're not justified. And here's what happened in
Mhm.
this case. Okay. There was a struggle. He was resisting arrest. He was
That's
obviously,
debatable. That's debatable.
man, it's so
No,
obvious.
no, that's
What do you
debatable.
mean it's debatable?
I will
If you got
explain
pepper
if
sprayed and
you
cops were
I
telling you what to
will
do, would you
I
do it?
will explain if you will give me the opportunity. Here's why I don't think he was quote unquote necessarily resisting. He's immediately pepper sprayed. At that time, he has one hand in the air, and literally a second or two later, they push him to the ground.
Yeah,
He's
good.
curled up, they're kicking him, and they're punching him. I think most reasonable people would agree that when you have five
They
or six
can't
off,
get him
hold
to
on a second,
comply.
let me finish. There
Mhm.
are 5 or 6 officers on top of you beating you. It's very difficult for anybody to reason. You're gonna defend yourself. You're gonna defend yourself. So there's a difference between resisting arrest and when 5 or 6 goons are on top of you, kicking you and punching you, trying to defend yourself when you have
No,
pepper
it's the
spray in your
opposite.
eyes.
No, this is the opposite. This is exactly the wrong take. What's actually going on is this. Let's say you're a cop, Brian, right? You're trying to get this guy under control, and you can't. You can't get his arms under control. You know that there's a gun, and somebody's already shouted gun. You're trying to get this dude under control, right?
Before they shouted gun. I'm
Would you
talking about before they shouted gun.
Yeah, he
Okay.
was a threat
After they shouted
before.
gun, he was
He
killed
was a
2 seconds
threat
later.
before that too. And so the thing is like they're trying to get him under control. They can't get him under control. Yes, of course, they're going to use heavy force in order to get the person under control. That's how that works. And that
Andrew, here's
is
the bottom
exactly
line.
what they're trained to do is utilize the
Here's the
force for officer safety.
obviously you are defending what took place here, which is I'm mesmerized. But here's the bottom line. Here are the facts. The fact of the matter is that this man has no criminal record. The fact of the matter is that what happened on that day is he never brandished the weapon and he was legally carrying. What happened on that day is that an unarmed man, indisputable, was shot and killed. And your defense is, well, they thought he had a gun. Let me be very clear once again.
He did have
Just
a
because
gun.
you think somebody has a gun on their person
Mhm.
doesn't give you the right to shoot and
He
kill them.
did
Now,
have a gun on his person.
there is a reason why several days after this shooting,
He did have a gun
Trump,
on his person.
and he never brandished it, and he was
Yeah,
legally
but the
carrying, and
thing
he never
is like,
brandished the weapon.
is it reasonable for officers, okay, when people are shouting gun, 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 right? And even if they glanced and saw that they pulled one off of him and they can't get him under control, that he could have a second gun, a third gun,
So let's
easily.
okay, let's go with that. Let's go with that. So the theory that Andrew is giving us now is he might have had a second gun. He might have had a third gun.
Sure.
So that's justifying shooting somebody in the back. Give me a fucking break.
Oh,
That is the worst
wait.
argument I've ever
Hang
heard in my
on.
life.
I'm really confused here. Do you assume that if you're a cop and you there's been
These
a
aren't
gun
cops, by
taken
the way. They're
off of
Border Patrol
somebody?
agents.
Okay, yeah, whatever. You
Well,
take a
that's
gun
kind of
off
important.
somebody, you take a gun off of somebody, you just instantly assume that that's it? There's only one? You just assume that?
So if you
Or
take
isn't the
a
standard
gun,
protocol to make sure that you
so
pat them
here's what.
down, that they're under control,
Sure,
that they're in
I'll answer
handcuffs?
that. I'll answer that for you.
Mhm.
When somebody takes a gun off of one's person, which, by the way, a gun that he never reached for, that is a lie, never been proven, and that is not factually accurate. I have eyes. When you take the gun off of him,
On the third frame after, it
to
does look like his hand moves back to the
okay, well,
holster.
he never brandished the weapon. That's
I
completely
didn't
factually
say he
not accurate.
brandished the weapon. That was not
No
what I
evidence that
said.
he was reaching for his weapon either. So that's also factually
No, there is
inaccurate.
that. There is evidence. There's a
I
frame
saw the same
evidence
video
for
you did.
that.
I didn't see what you saw. So anyway, going back to your question,
Did you watch each frame?
yes, I did. By your
Do you
standards,
want to see that frame I'm talking about?
Andrew, by your standards,
Mhm.
every officer involved shooting could be justified if an officer tells you, we thought he might have had a second weapon or maybe a third weapon. Heck, he could have had a
No.
grenade on him. We don't know.
Nope.
That's insane.
No. And the reason you have to characterize it that way is because if you characterized it the correct way, you sound insane. Each and every officer involved shooting is going to have details around that specific case, and each of those specific details needs to be taken into account before you decide to pass judgment on whether or not they were right, wrong, incorrect, or correct. If it's the case that in specific cases, they seem to have justification, which is reasonable, and part of that justification is that this person, we believed he had a gun, right? And we had every good reason to believe that he had a gun. Then, yes, I think at that point, you create good justification. Now, if it's the case where there is no good justification whatsoever, right, then I think that that is going to be taken into account too. But in this case, we have good justification for their belief that he was armed.
Yeah. So just because officers believe he might have a gun on him is not justification to shoot and kill somebody.
In and
Example.
of itself,
Hold on.
no.
Hold on.
Yeah,
I
in
didn't
and of
interrupt you.
itself, no. I
didn't
agree with
interrupt
this
you.
point.
Let me finish, please, Andrew.
Go ahead.
Now, obviously, we agree that if somebody reaches for a weapon or points a weapon at officers, you probably deserve to be shot. He didn't do any of those things. Now, let's just say you're right for a moment. Let's say he was resisting. By the way, completely disagree with you. I've given you my reasons why. If I'm being beat in the head,
they're terrible
and
reasons.
punched, okay, again, I disagree with you on that.
He
but that's
involved
why there needs to be.
himself in something that officers
Okay.
were doing. They had every reason
Okay.
to detain
How did
him.
he
get him
involve? What
under
law was he
control.
breaking? What law was he
He was
breaking? I know you think.
intervening. He was intervening during these officers'
do
regular
that?
course of duties
How did he do that?
by going in when they had moved somebody back from the crowd, by putting himself in that situation.
By
They had
helping somebody
every
up from the
reason.
ground?
No, it's not helping him up from the
So
ground.
what did he do?
It's
Tell
getting
me.
involved in their official duties.
How did he get involved? What did he do?
Because he came close to the scene, moved towards this woman. They had every reason to believe that he was a threat at that point.
They moved towards him. He was on the side of the road.
No, he moved
She was
towards
pushed to the
them.
ground. Okay, she was pushed.
He
to the
also
ground.
moved towards them. You
Okay,
agree with that,
okay,
right?
so I don't believe
Hang on. Do you
intervening.
agree that he moved towards them as well?
Originally, he walked towards the police officers walked towards him.
And
After
then
he sees, let me finish. I'm answering your question. After she was pushed to the ground, the one lady was pushed to the ground.
and then he goes over to them.
He took a step. He took a step towards the officer, and then the officer immediately pepper sprayed him.
Bad
Now again,
move.
okay, so we can say something is a bad move, but that doesn't necessarily justify killing
That's
somebody.
justified for them to. They didn't start with lethal force, Brian. That's bullshit. They started with non-lethal force. They pepper sprayed him, and they tried to get him under control. Now the thing is,
so by kicking him and punching him, that's how you get him under control.
Yeah.
By pushing him to the ground.
Well, wait a
and
second.
kicking him
Wait
and
a
punching
second.
him.
By putting him on the ground, trying to get his hands under control, if you cannot get them under control, what do you do?
Really?
What would Officer Brian do if you couldn't get your suspect under
So
control?
okay, sure. I'm so glad you asked that
What
question.
would you do?
Andrew. I'm so glad you asked that question.
I can't wait to hear.
Let me start with the things that I wouldn't do, and then I'll answer the questions of the things I would do. And by the way, I'm not one of these amazingly trained 47-day professionals with their $50,000, but I'll still answer your question, Andrew. Okay. Here's what I wouldn't do. After, and by the way, I'm not sure if it's proper protocol to push a woman to the ground, but let's just assume it was for argument's sake, right? If a man is trying to help a woman up, the first thing I wouldn't do was take out my pepper spray and pepper spray him 2 feet away. By the way, you're also trained, and you can Google this as well. You're not supposed to pepper spray someone at close range. It's very dangerous. That officer did that. So I wouldn't have done that. I would have said, sir, if you don't back up, we're going to arrest you. The first thing I wouldn't have done would be to take out my pepper spray. Why? Because that is not de-escalation. Number two, if he disobeys that order and he doesn't obey your command to,
you don't think that pepper spray is de-escalation?
Hold on. I'm answering your question. And I said the first thing I wouldn't have done is what this first goon officer did.
Well, hang on. But pepper spray is not de-escalation to you? That's always escalation?
In some instances, it is de-escalation.
Yeah, because the person's blind, right? And now they're in pain.
In this situation, it was not. I just told you what I would have done. Sir, back up 5 or 10 feet. And if you don't, then we're going to arrest you.
I see.
Then if he doesn't, hold on. Then if he doesn't comply, then you take matters to the next step and you try to arrest this guy. He didn't do that. This officer immediately at close range, which is, you're not trained to do that.
Yeah, he pepper sprayed him.
Okay, so listen, here again, we disagree on this. I'm giving you what I saw, which I guess my eyes are lying to me, Andrew. But here's the bottom line, okay? They didn't put these officers on paid administrative leave until multiple days after. The reason why they did that, and the reason why Stephen Miller walked back his comments, because even Stephen Miller disagrees with you, Andrew, and you could also Google this. Stephen Miller said that he believes those officers probably did not follow proper protocol. So even Stephen Miller, who once called this guy, Stephen Miller, who once called this guy an assassin, said last week that he most likely believes, that these officers broke.
Do you agree
proper
that protocol is situational?
Protocol is situational. Every single police activity warrants a different outcome, but
so it's always situational, right?
Okay. So do you disagree with Stephen Miller when he said these officers most likely broke proper protocol? Do you disagree with him?
He might think that they did, but the thing is that protocol is going to be situational.
Let me ask you a question, Andrew. Who do you think has more information?
Stop. Hang on. Let's move back to what we were talking about before. Do you agree that Preddy involved himself in an incident that he did not need to be involved in? He did not need to involve himself at all. Do you agree with that?
I don't think he was breaking the law.
Okay, that's not what I asked you. Did Alex Preddy need to involve himself in this incident?
Did he need to?
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean by need? Meaning that in order for you to live your life, you have to do something?
Yeah, like
nobody has to do anything.
If Alex Preddy
chose to do it.
Yeah, exactly. So Alex Preddy decided that he was going to involve himself in this situation.
While you don't have to peacefully protest either.
He was armed, he decided that he was going to do this, by the way. So in the course of this action, a woman gets too close to an officer, and he does exactly what he should have done and tries to make space from her. He puts his arm out into the snowbank. She goes. I don't think he intended for her to get pushed.
Andrew, here's the difference.
Hang on. Stop, Brian. I don't think he intended for her to even fall in the snowbank. He just looked at me like he was trying to get some space from her. She goes down. He involves himself. When he turns around, yeah, that's a big guy. He gets fucking pepper sprayed, and they're fighting for control at that point to get this guy under control. If he had complied, let me ask you, if Preddy had complied, would he be alive?
He didn't have the opportunity to comply.
Yes, he did have the opportunity to comply.
Hold on. And by the way, just because, for argument's sake, you don't say comply or put your hands behind your back, I don't think he even had the opportunity or the time to do that. 1 second he's pepper sprayed, the next second he's on the ground and he's being beaten. But let me go back to your question. This is why your argument makes absolutely no sense in your defense of this.
Yeah, where's all this beating anyway in this video?
Hold on. Even if it was bad judgment, even if your claim, what you're making is, boy, he didn't have to be there. He put himself in a dangerous situation. He shouldn't have been there. That still is not a defense for officers shooting and killing him. And again, I go back to what I said earlier. Even members of the Trump administration, plenty of Republicans now, want a full blown out investigation. Stephen Miller disagrees with you. He says that he believes they broke proper protocol.
No, that's not what he said. What he said is they may. He basically said that they may have.
Hold on. Several days it took them to put these officers on paid administrative leave. In most situations.
So what? We're talking about whether or not the Preddy shooting was justified.
Yes. And here is the bottom line. Regardless of whether
not about your TDS.
They all thought, you're
We're
also
talking about whether or
the
not it's justified.
You're also making the assumption that these two officers assumed he had a gun because one officer afterwards said, "Where's the gun?" You don't know what was in the minds of those
No, it was also
officers.
them shouting, "Gun, gun."
Yeah. While he's on the ground, on his back, lying motionless, there was one officer that put 3 more bullets in him. When he's lying on his back.
Do you know what panic fire? Do you know what panic firing is?
Yeah. Well, Andrew, maybe
do you know what
panic fire?
Do you know what
he had a bomb on
is?
him or something? I don't know. Well,
do you know what panic firing is?
Yes, I do. And when you're a professional, that is not a defense. Oh, I panicked. That is not a defense.
No.
I know what panic fire is.
You can be completely justified.
Execute the threat.
You can be completely justified in taking down a suspect, or you can be a highly trained individual and be justified in taking a person out. Okay, and due to the fact that you have sensory deprivation, you can end up ultimately unloading more rounds based on the fact that you have some sort of panic or that your sensory
Yeah.
perception becomes narrow. But
A
that
judge would
doesn't
laugh in
mean
your face.
that doesn't
Laugh
mean
in your
that they
face.
were. You might be able to make the case that he wasn't justified in the last 3 rounds, but you can't make the case that they weren't justified
All right.
yet.
Well,
in
here's
this
my
shooting.
opinion on panic fire.
Mhm.
It's for blatant cowards. And
Oh, it's for blatant
if
cowards.
the hold on, let me finish.
All the
please.
gunfights Brian's been
Let
in.
me finish. Let me finish, please.
Mhm.
There were multiple shots that were fired after he was
Yeah.
lying motionless
Mhm.
on his back with his hands. Now, you've already made up your decision, apparently, just like Christy Noem. But here's the problem here.
Wait. I
You
haven't made. Wait a second. I have not
Yeah, you're saying
made.
you're defending them.
No,
You're
I
saying,
haven't made a determination. I'm
oh,
pointing
you
out to
haven't.
you
Sure sounds
that
like you have.
when you make the no, the opposite has happened. You are the one who claims he was executed and it was completely unjustified.
Was this a good shooting?
Without any fucking good compelling evidence yet. We
Not
haven't
true
gotten
at
all the
all.
evidence. Hang on.
I have given
Stop,
you.
Brian. We
That's
haven't
not true.
gotten compelling evidence yet because the
Oh, really?
investigation's still ongoing.
Okay. Well, guess what?
Hang on, stop, Brian. My turn. We could find out a whole lot about this that we don't know yet. What I'm pointing out to you is not whether or not it is the case that I've made up my mind on this. What I'm pointing out to you is that you have made up your mind on this, even though there's serious qualifiers here that would add to justification. And so the thing is like, you're just throw all that out. You're like, nah, fuck it. I don't care. This guy, I know this guy got involved in this. I know he was resisting arrest.
All right.
I know that he had a gun
Nope.
on him.
Nope.
None of that
First of all,
justifies anything.
Nope. So everything that Andrew said, first of all, he legally was carrying a gun, number one. Number two, I never said he assaulted officers. You're the one who made that assumption. I'm not making that assumption at all. Number three, I was talking about the DHS and Christy Noem, who made comments that were not true. I read to you verbatim what Christy Noem said about him brandishing a weapon. That was I know you
that's
don't.
different than
Okay.
us talking about the justification.
So I watched.
Okay, so
itself. I watched.
I don't care about your TDS.
Andrew,
I'm talking
hang
about
on.
the justification of this incident.
Andrew, I don't usually respond too kind with people that use stupid terminologies like TDS. So we'll get back to the conversation, but I will respond by saying I believe you have something called TFS. Do you know
I
what
know.
that
I've
is?
heard it before. Yeah.
You've heard it. Okay. Well, that's what you have. Trump fellatio. So
And you have
stop it
Trump
with
derangement syndrome.
Okay, fine. You have Trump fellatio syndrome. You're a Trump mushroom gobbler.
Yeah,
Now
you
can
got
we
it.
move on? Thank you. Okay. Don't play
You're
that
the one who
stupid
keeps
game
bringing
with
up
me.
Trump and
Okay,
Trump's administration. We're talking
you
about the
just said-
justification of this.
Hold on a second. You just said, do you want to keep bringing up Trump? And you just said I have Trump deranged TDS. So
Yeah, I
cut
said I
your
don't want to
fucking
hear
bullshit.
about your TDS.
I didn't bring up Donald Trump. You did.
You're
So
bringing
shut up
up
and
the
let's
Trump
continue.
administration because you think
Okay.
that Trump was
You
involved in
just
this.
said I
of
have
course.
TDS. I will
do.
give you the same energy you give me.
You
Either
do
way,
have
respect each
TDS.
other.
You do have
Okay,
TDS.
And I think you wear Trump knee pads 24/7 while smoking
That's nice,
cigarettes.
but I mean, the
can we move on now,
TDS thing
bud?
works better. But
Okay,
yeah, sure. But I'm just pointing this out, right? That you're the one actually who's making the affirmative claim. No way it was justified. Brian, you have all the facts. You know exactly what happened.
Didn't say that.
But then
Didn't say that.
Then why is it
So,
that you rush?
Andrew, here's
then
what
why
I'm
rush?
saying.
Hang on. If you don't
Andrew.
have all the facts, why do you rush to judgment and claim it's unjustified immediately? Why?
Sure. I'll give you a couple answers. First of all, I've called for Renee Good and Alex Preddy. I've wanted an independent investigation, and I've said this on national television that if an independent investigation found that any of these shootings were justified, while I might disagree with it, I would live with it. Number two, I think a radio host's opinion, which would be me, and the leader of DHS and the president of the United States, what they say hours after the shooting is a little bit more important than some, different standard than something that I say. Donald Trump.
See how you bring up Trump again?
Hold on.
You brought it up again. Your TDS
Let
again,
me
Brian.
finish.
TDS
Let me finish. When I make a valid point, all you say is TDS, and you go back to the ad hominem attacks.
Well, you just brought up Trump again.
Let me finish. Because he's the president of the United States. You can get a little angry if you'd like, Andrew, or we can continue.
What does that have to do with the justification
because
or not
you
the justification of the shooting?
Andrew, you just said that I'm rushing to judgment. Let's wait and let's get all the facts. And my retort to that is, if you have that criticism for a radio host, why have you not talked about Christy Noem? The leader of the free world made
That's
a
a
judgment.
I'm talking to you, not to Christy Noem.
And I am trying to tell you that based on...
Am I talking to
the
Christy
climate
Noem or am I talking to Brian Shapiro?
I cannot believe that you don't have a
I
different
cannot believe
standard
that you cannot believe
for
that I can't believe about the things that you believe.
okay,
None of us, it's
Andrew,
unbelievable.
you're Andrew, don't
Truly
give up your debate.
unbelievable.
Okay, Andrew, you're not very funny. Okay, I know. See, here's the
I
problem
thought in
with
your
the
last text message you said I was pretty funny. You
so
can't
here's the
make up your
problem,
mind,
Andrew.
Brian.
Well, I was being
Can't
sarcastic.
make up your
So,
mind,
Andrew,
Brian.
I do want to get to the Trump stuff. I do have to wake up early because I'm doing Pierce tomorrow. But here's what I will say in regards to debates with you. And I really mean this, Andrew, and you can tell me if you disagree. And I'm sorry if I'm being graphic. Andrew, at the start of this debate, could have dropped trow and taken a shit. And many of his cult followers would say, Andrew just destroyed Brian in that debate. Now, here's the difference between you and me. I don't give a fuck what people think. If all of your cult followers think you're destroying me in a
What does this
debate,
have to do with anything?
no, because it's an ego thing with you, okay?
It seems
And
like an
you do
ego
this a
thing with
lot.
you.
So, no, it's not. I'm not here to
You're
lose
the
or
one
win a
bringing
debate.
all
I'm here to
this
have a
up.
conversation.
Yeah, well,
I'm
then
here
why
to
are you
have a
bringing up all
conversation.
this?
The reason why I'm bringing up
You sound insecure,
Christy
Brian.
Noam,
Stop being
the
insecure.
reason why, by the way, I mean what I just said. The reason why, and listen, in the middle of this debate or at the end of the debate, when you always declare victory, I destroyed you, I dog walked you.
I haven't done
It's like
anything, Brian, except engage in
Andrew,
good faith in the topic at
Andrew,
hand.
I appreciate that. But
I
when you
don't know
say
why
stuff
you're
like,
I don't know why you're freaking
Andrew,
out so bad right now.
I'm
Why
not
are you
freaking out
freaking
at all.
out? You are, dude.
I'm
Calm
not
down.
freaking out.
What
I'm
does Andrew
very
has
calm.
cult followers and this and that have to do with anything?
Yeah, you do. Because
just
when you
making
mention
stuff up.
something, because when you say something like TDS,
Mhm.
an ad hominem
Oh,
attacks, I can give
see.
you the same. Okay. So let's move
Mhm.
on from that now. Okay. And let's
Okay.
get back to the actual discussion, which I would
Well,
like
that's
to
where
do.
I wanted to be. So
Okay.
I'm talking to
So
Brian Shapiro,
you believe,
not anybody else. I'm asking why Brian Shapiro has decided that he's made
Sure.
up his mind and that
Yes.
he has all the
I will
facts of the matter.
I
He
will
knows and he
I
knows
will
best.
gladly
And
answer
so
that.
he has made up his mind that
I
this
will
is
answer.
unjustified, period. End of
I
story.
will
Tell
answer.
me.
I
Okay.
will answer. So
Okay.
first of all, there's cell phone video, and I've seen multiple angles. And from what my eyes tell me, from what I saw, this was not a good shooting. What I saw that they did
Oh,
break protocol. I actually agree with Stephen Miller on this. What I saw was a man, whether you agree whether he shouldn't have been there or not, is irrelevant because from what I saw, he wasn't breaking any laws. You obviously
mhm.
disagree. What I saw was a man who was trying to help a woman up. What I
Yeah.
saw was a man that was not breaking the law. And what these officers did
Mhm.
was they pepper spray him. They push him to the ground. They start beating him and punching him. And then because he was legally carrying a firearm that he didn't brandish, they shoot him. And Andrew's defense, and that's what I saw from this video. And by the way, most of America, Andrew, agrees with me. Even MAGA Republicans are saying this is really bad. There needs to be a full investigation. He's not a terrorist. He's not a domestic terrorist. He was never brandishing a weapon. He's not an assassin. MAGA Republicans, many of them agree with me. But you know what I say at the end, Andrew? I want to see a full investigation, right? I believe in the rule of law. And if there is an independent investigation that finds that these officers were justified, while I might not agree with it, I will still respect it. They didn't do that with Renee Good either, by the way. They didn't do that with Renee Good, did they?
Okay.
There was
So I
no
just
full
so I just want to make
investigation.
sure I got this right. You actually did not tell me why it is that absent said investigation, you have already decided that this is the case. There is no justification. You haven't heard any of the testimony of the police. You haven't heard
I want to hear that.
anything. Yeah,
I wanna hear
exactly.
that.
But absent all of this,
I have told
you
you
have
what I
made
have
the decision.
seen.
Hang on, stop. Absent all of this, you have made the decision, even though you don't have access to the same evidence. You don't know what it is that they're going to say. You don't know what the justification that they're going to use even is. You have no clue about any of this. You immediately, though, Brian said, I've already made up my mind. This is already the case. And then I want a fucking some kind of investigation after the fact. And hopefully that justifies my position. If it doesn't,
So
well, hang
never,
on, Brian, my turn. And if it doesn't, all well, too bad. I guess I was wrong. All woe is me. But it's like I'm the one here with the nuanced position. I haven't made up my mind on this. I'm
you've said they were
literally
defending
here to
themselves.
make sure. No, what I said specifically was I can see the case for justification. That's it. Not here to defend. Don't need to defend. You're the one with the sure position. You're the one
You
who's
can
making
see
the
the case.
bold affirmative
So-
claim that you
so
got
do
the
you not-
facts. This is the
So-
case, and that's it.
Yes. Well,
Yeah,
first of
exactly.
all-
Yes.
First of all, I
Without any
saw the
testimony,
video.
any nothing.
So first of all,
You're
I
just part
saw
of
the
a mob. You're
video.
part of mob rule, man.
Uh,
You're
uh,
just saying like, oh, if the facts
I'm
are
part of
exactly what I think
what?
they are,
Okay, so first of
justice
all,
by mob
Andrew,
rule,
okay,
court
let me
of
know when you're
public
done.
opinion.
It's a two-way conversation, right? So first of all, I saw the video, Andrew, just like you did and everybody else. I saw what took place. I saw from all angles.
How do
And
you
in
know
my
you've seen
person
from all angles?
and from the angles that were released. We
Right.
haven't
So you
obviously
don't
seen
know, like you don't, there's
Andrew,
so much here you
Andrew,
don't know.
Andrew, I've spoken for 5 seconds. Please let me finish. Based on the facts that we have, which I have repeated to you over and over and over again,
Okay.
I do not believe this was a justified shooting. Now, that is my opinion. I have also said, in my personal opinion, there should be an independent, full investigation. The reason why I don't trust DHS in this investigation, because they've already made up their minds. Same thing with the Renee Good case. And by the way, we haven't even discussed the fact that there has not, Todd Blanche has said 2 weeks ago, no more to investigate here. He said that in the press conference. They didn't even do ballistics, which is very basic stuff when there's an officer involved shooting. They didn't perform an autopsy on her. They didn't interview witnesses that saw what took place. And that is why I guess the term that I would use is I don't trust what's going on here. They didn't fully investigate the Renee Good shooting. I've said, investigate it, please. I've also tried to be fair.
But why? Why do you even want an investigation? You just believe already.
Sure.
Hey, it's not justified.
So
you just already believe that. And so here's the thing that's so funny is like me, I can have my mind changed on these things, and I can have my mind changed easily because I don't formulate. You already formulated a conclusion.
Andrew, here's the difference.
Why would you formulate a conclusion on an ongoing investigation, especially on the Renee thing, and especially on Preddy? That one's the most bizarre to me.
Andrew,
Preddy,
if there's more evidence.
Yeah, go ahead.
Andrew, let me just respond to that. If there's
okay,
more
but you
evidence
respond
that
for
comes
it takes
out,
you forever to respond.
No, it doesn't. You just don't like to listen. You like to hear yourself talk.
It just takes you forever, but go ahead.
Okay. Well, yeah, from the guy who wants to Google stuff, which, by the way, I was right. But anyway.
And nobody was taking any of that away from you.
If there's an open investigation, if there's an independent investigation, which there won't be into Renee Good, I doubt there'll be one into Alex Preddy, an independent investigation. And if that found real evidence, like, for example, if body camera footage showed something different, then I would say, all right, maybe I'll change my position.
So why hold the position now then? If it's the kid,
here you go. You ready?
Yeah.
Based on the video that I saw,
right,
and based on people that I know that are in law enforcement that have broken down this video, and even people on the right,
like Leonard Cardinal,
like Stephen Miller. Do you know who Stephen Miller is, Andrew?
But also Leonard Cardinal, who co-hosts your show sometimes.
Yeah. Do you know who Stephen Miller is? Who?
Yeah,
but
you cited Leonard Cardinal and said that his politics are, they're irrelevant. But you neglected the fact that he actually has subbed in for your show, right?
Yeah. And your point, Stephen Miller, is he a Democrat?
Andrew? What has Stephen Miller said here that you're referencing?
Is he a Republican? He believed that it's most likely that these officers did not use proper protocol. Now, you can also Google that as well, and you can go 0 for 3.
Do you know what most likely means?
Yeah.
Yeah,
it means most likely he believes that they didn't follow their proper protocol.
Does most likely mean he did? They did, or they didn't, or is it just?
So now you want to play?
I think right now maybe
we're stuck in the Andrew Wilson word semantics. Here's the bottom line: we have two.
It's super important.
Okay, so here's the bottom line: we have. I don't think there's anything funny about this. I hope we could agree on this. We have 2 American citizens that are dead. We had 3,000 ICE agents deployed out there to Minneapolis, which I believe was unnecessary to begin with.
If they're found out to be Antifa, are you going to call them domestic terrorists?
Who's the leader of Antifa?
I'm just asking you if you found out.
I'm just asking you because I don't know what is. You mean anti-fascist? I'm anti-fascist.
Oh, so you're a member of Antifa?
No, I'm anti-fascist though.
Okay.
So can you tell me who is funding Antifa and where are their headquarters?
Yeah, that's not what a terrorist group did. You don't have to have. You don't have to have leaders of terrorist groups or organized leaders.
So tell me who's funding them and who's leading them. Can you?
So let's start. Yeah, we'll start with all of the NGOs which assisted in No King's Day. I have an extensive list of over 500 of them who assist with the financing of these organized protests.
That doesn't mean they're a hate group.
We can move into the signal group chats, which show the vast organization between these various protesters, how they're going to agitate, cause problems, burn stuff
Mhm.
down, break
Mhm.
shit. That sounds a
Mhm.
whole lot like organized terrorism to me.
Well, so if it sounds like something and you don't
Mhm.
know where they're getting funded, you don't know who the leader is,
No, no, no.
you
I
can
just told you I know
assume.
where they're getting funded.
Yeah.
There's
Oh,
over
oh, oh,
500
okay.
NGOs I can
Well,
cite who assist with funding.
you said in this conversation that you believe
Mhm.
Renee Good was in Antifa, right? You
No,
think
I
it's an
didn't.
organization.
You just made that up.
Okay. Oh, okay. I thought
Why
you
you
had
just
made
made
that
it up?
statement. Okay. So
You
you
just made
agree
it
with
up.
me then. So you agree. Okay, then if I misspoke, I
What was
misspoke.
my
It's a,
question? My question was, if it's found out that they were members of Antifa, would you then have considered them to be domestic terrorists? That's my question.
I don't believe Antifa is an organization, let alone a domestic group. I think everybody has different intentions. I believe if you show up to a
Mhm.
protest and if you're committing a crime, then I obviously don't defend that. I think there's a lot of people that show up to protests that do not commit crimes, that are not members of hate groups.
Mhm.
So I would
No,
not
I
make
agree. Look,
that
I agree with
general.
that. I'm asking if we find out that they have direct dealings with known members of Antifa, right, and are participating in signal chats and other things with these Antifa people in order to agitate and possibly conduct some sort of domestic violence or break things or start fires or things like this. They're coordinating to do that. Would you then consider them to be domestic terrorists? As you do know that
If
you
in
don't think
in in
Antifa is domestic
in
terrorists, right?
in
Mhm.
general terms, here's what I will say to that.
Mhm.
First of all, there's no evidence to show that now. Let's be very clear on that. Nobody's shown any evidence to
I'm
prove
not
that. So I
saying
don't really.
that. I'm
But
asking
let's
you
just say,
if it's the case.
in general, I'm going to speak
Mhm,
in general terms. If
mhm,
anybody is working in an organized crime fashion
mhm,
to show up at protest and
mhm,
commit crimes or violent acts, absolutely. Because as I've
mhm.
said from day one, whether you're right or left, it could be a Black Lives Matter protest where you were just there to be an agitator and commit crimes, or it could be January 6th. If you're there to commit crimes, then I've always called that out. And by the way, I've begged people in Minneapolis to not commit crimes, peacefully protest. You can use your whistle, you can blow your horn and do all
Yeah.
that stuff, but don't. Well, you can laugh, but that's not breaking the law, Andrew. We're talking. I wouldn't do it,
I didn't say that they
but
were
it's
breaking the
well, you
law when
can
they're blowing
laugh,
their
Andrew,
whistle.
but they
But
have the First
I
Amendment
do
right.
think that the coordination, which has been now demonstrated through these signal chats,
Yeah.
is incredible, and we're
Well,
just
let
gonna
me be
gloss
clear
over
on
that, and
that.
that's fine. We'll just gloss over that, but the thing is like, look, because it's narrow, the debate prop here is narrow. We're talking about justification. I don't think that you've demonstrated that there was no justification, only that you kind of just feel that there wasn't
Based on okay,
based
so
on just how you
based
feel.
on the evidence and based on the
You don't
videos
have
that
the
I have
evidence.
seen,
You don't have the
okay,
evidence.
based on did you hear what I just said? Based
Videos,
on the
exactly.
evidence that has been released so far
Mhm.
and my own two eyes, no, and I've given you reasons ad
Yeah,
nauseum
but
why I believe
and
that this is
I
not
think it's a
justified.
superior position to make
And
sure that
your
you have the
defense,
facts of the matter.
okay, well, again, I go back to what I said earlier. I wish you held that same criticism towards people in our government, like the
Yeah,
leader of the
and
DHS,
I'm happy to
but you
dive
don't.
into those
You don't.
criticisms in a debate where we're talking about that. Can we move
Mhm.
on though to because we've beaten this dead horse. Can we move on to the Epstein stuff now?
Yeah, go ahead, start. I'll let you
Okay.
start this time.
All right. So the first thing is I took some time to go through a bunch of the various complaints by many of the Jane Does. They call them different things, but I'm just for the purpose of this going to say Jane Doe. I'm sure you've read a bunch
Okay.
of these, right?
Yes. Yes, I
And you
have.
DM me and said that you believe these women, right?
Um, do you want my position? I'll give you a
You
30-second synopsis and then you can go from there. Is that
you said
fair?
you think we should believe women. That's what you said.
Um, I
I believe
think
the victims. That's what you
I
said.
I I think well, I'll give you my basic synopsis of my opinion here. I'm not arguing, Andrew, that guilt has been legally proven. That's not my argument, Andrew. What I am arguing is that
I'm
the
not asking
volume.
for that.
Hold on, let me just give you my 30-second synopsis here and then go. I'll shut up. I'm arguing that the volume and the consistency and the seriousness of the allegations combined with I don't think you disagree with me, Trump's own documented associations make it reasonable and responsible to question his conduct rather than just blindly dismiss these concerns. I think that's my basic
Then
fundamental argument.
why
Again,
did you text me and say that you believe the women?
well, in general terms, I tend to believe victims. I don't immediately usually say, oh, I don't believe that person. In general terms, Andrew, I think if you're a decent human being, you say, unless it's proven
So do you
otherwise.
believe these women or not, Brian?
Again, I go back to what I said earlier. When you look at his history
Mhm.
and you look at the seriousness of these allegations and his history, 25 plus women accusing him of rape or sexual assault,
Mhm.
I can get into the details of the 20 plus young girls and all the allegations and the Epstein
Sure.
files. We can get into that,
Yeah,
but
so
I'm
I
not.
mean, okay, go ahead.
Andrew. Does that make sense? I'm not
Yeah, yeah. So what
arguing.
you're saying is, I just want to make sure I got it right. That the core of the position is, if you follow sort of Trump's conduct and his history and his past and everything, and you kind of put that together, it gives you a more of a belief structure that these things could lean potentially true rather than false.
I think it's reasonable, as I said, and responsible to question this conduct than to blindly dismiss it. And again, let me preface this
Like,
again
for
because
instance, hang on. I want to go through a couple of these just to make sure. And these aren't gotchas. I just want to make sure that that we're on the same page, right? Because some of this stuff is pretty reprehensible that these women are saying. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. For instance, Jane Doe #2, she made some serious allegations of rape and stuff like that, right?
Yeah.
Like, serious allegations.
Yes.
Jane Doe 12, he said that Trump was bragging after he called her a slut. That sounds like it's in line with Trump from your view?
What, that he might have called somebody a slut? Is
And
that?
then bragged after?
Yeah, but that's not a crime.
I know, I know.
That's
No,
not a
no, no,
crime.
after, well, he had done these things, but then he said he called her
Yeah,
a slut,
whether he
yeah.
called somebody a slut or not is not my
And
concern.
then there was another one. This one was interesting, and I'll give credit where credit's due. You remember Trump called that reporter a piggy?
Yes.
Yeah, so
We
Jane Doe
debated that on Piers Morgan.
Yeah, Jane Doe #13 said that he called her a pig as well. So that would be in
Okay.
line. Okay, so you would consider that in line as well with Trump's behavior?
Again, that's not my concern. Calling
Yeah, but would
somebody
it be in
names.
line? Would it be in line with Trump's behavior from your view?
What, name calling? I mean, I guess, but I think it's
Okay.
more serious, the allegations of sexual
Mhm.
assault. Also, multiple witnesses. I think this is important.
Well, there was
were
multiple witnesses. According to this, there's multiple
they had a
witnesses to
chance of,
this too.
perjury is a very serious crime,
Mhm.
and they were under oath.
Well,
And I
hang
do
on. Let me just get
find that
through
important.
these. Yeah, to make sure, because what we're doing is we're calling into question Trump's character here.
Yeah, the name calling is not as important as the sexual assault allegations. I think that history is far more important than name calling and calling somebody Miss Piggy or whatever
Okay.
you were referring to.
Gotcha. And then there was another victim, and this apparently he said that that Trump had called her multiple times and had also contacted her multiple times, and he had used a lot of off-color language as well. He called her a bitch, also called her a slut, called her these things. And a lot of this is being used as the justification for this is in line with the character of Trump. Do you agree with that? That these things would
Yeah, I'm
lend
not.
some credibility to the character of Trump?
Yeah, I'm not interested in name calling, Andrew. I have to me that's not what's relevant. What's relevant are the sexual allegations, people that have been
Yeah, but what are
under
the things
oath.
that lead you to believe that Trump would have
Sure,
engaged in these things?
sure. I can give you a list, but as you know, Trump had a long-standing social relationship with Jeffrey Epstein, later convicted on trafficking minors. Trump publicly acknowledged that Epstein's interest in younger girls. When someone maintains close ties, in my personal opinion,
Mhm.
with a known trafficker of minors and speaks casually about that behavior, I think that raises flags. That's number one. A woman filed a lawsuit, as you know, Andrew, and we're not going to mention names here. I think that's inappropriate. She says that he raped her when she was 13
You mean
years
E.
old at
Jean
Epstein's
Carroll?
property. No, we're
No.
talking
Oh, I'm
about
sorry,
something.
the other one. Sorry.
I'm
Okay.
happy to talk about E. Jean Carroll with you, but right now we're
Mhm.
not doing that. We're talking
Yeah,
about
sure.
Jeffrey
Keep
Epstein.
going.
So the case was withdrawn, but it was not adjudicated. And withdrawn cases, as you know, Andrew, are not proof of innocence. They often reflect fear. I would also say
But they're not
pressure
proof of guilt either.
and a lack of resources. Now,
Mhm.
this is important, establishing, at least in my personal opinion,
Mhm.
establishing a pattern of sexual misconduct allegations where you have multiple women that have accused Trump of sexual misconduct. When credible allegations appear, and repeatedly, Andrew, over and over and over again, I also believe it's reasonable to question whether more serious misconduct could also have occurred. And I think that's very fair. Sexual abuse of minors is widely underreported. I think you know that. Unfortunately, I wish that wasn't the case, Andrew, but powerful figures. I'm almost done here. Just give me 20 more seconds and I'll land my plane and I'll shut up.
Sure. Go ahead.
Thank you. And I promise I will. Powerful figures, as you know, often benefit from NDAs, from intimidation, from statute of limitations. Epstein avoided accountability for years, despite, as we know, all these victims. So in my personal opinion, this raises concerns. These are credible allegations. I think it's reasonable to question them. These are patterns of behavior. I'm not asking anyone to abandon due process. I'm asking that we take these allegations involving minors seriously. And by the way, there's 3 million files that are still not been released. These are the files that we know have already.
All right. Can I respond?
Released.
Can I respond here?
Yes. Go ahead.
So the first question I have is, why do you say that Trump rapes kids then?
I said, I believe, in my personal opinion, if you're asking me if I had to go one way or the other.
Yeah.
I personally believe.
Nobody, you don't have to go one way or the other, but you say emphatically, as a matter of fact, that Trump rapes kids.
You can be in the middle on this issue. I believe that Donald Trump, in my personal opinion, based on what I just told you, in my personal opinion, I believe that there is enough of a history and enough allegations, and a man who sexualized his own daughter and bragged about going into teenage girls' locker rooms.
Can you tell?
I believe.
Do you believe that Trump molests kids?
I believe the victims. I believe the victims in the Epstein files. You take that for what you want. That's the way I'm going to answer that. So question.
You believe that Trump rapes kids, like you say?
I believe the victims in the Epstein files.
Okay, that's not what I asked you. So I'm going to ask very specifically.
What are the allegations?
Your exact
what are the
quote
allegations?
Your exact quote was,
what are the allegations?
You don't SA Trump or kids like Trump does.
What are the allegations in the Epstein files? What are these women? What are the allegations?
It depends on which
that
one.
They were raped, right?
Yeah,
they were sexually abused, right?
So can we start with this?
Right.
Do
Andrew,
you believe that Trump SAs kids or not?
I'm spelling it out for you, and
I need a yes or no. Does Trump SA kids or not?
I'm gonna answer it the way I would like to answer it.
The question. Does Trump SA kids?
I'm gonna answer it.
Yes or no, Brian?
I need you to pay attention.
I need you to say yes. Yes. Okay. He does.
Yes. So here's why I feel that way. I
feel that way.
So I believe it's an opinion, Andrew, and
I
just gave you. I just gave you my opinion, and I just gave you. I'm not saying anybody should abandon due process, like I said before, and I understand that there are no criminal convictions. I understand that. Absence of proof, as you know, is not proof of absence. And in the case involving minors, which obviously we have here in the Epstein files, and very powerful individuals, as you know, to my knowledge, other than Jeffrey Epstein and Maxwell, no one's else really been held to account. And we know that there are a lot of children that were molested. I can't even imagine. There's no criminal conviction.
What's your strongest piece of evidence that Trump ever SA'd a child, ever?
Well,
ever.
First of all, as I mentioned, multiple witnesses that risked possible
which
perjury,
one specifically?
Which is,
I'd like to pull up who they are and what their actual allegations are.
So
which one?
I don't have all 3 million of the files in front of me. I can get you that information if you'd like it, or you can Google it again right now. You're very good at Googling. But what I will tell you, and if I'm wrong,
so you can't reference a single one.
You can call me a
You
liar.
believe that this guy SA'd kids, but you can't even name a single case
of
any of the people who claimed that he did.
So just because I can't mention their name doesn't mean that it's on the Epstein files. So
give me the case. Give me just a case. Anything.
You can call me a liar. Well, in the case of the 13-year-old that we were talking about, there's one man. I don't have his name. I went through a lot of the highlights, for lack of a better term, that were in the files. By the way, I think 3 million of files have already been released. There's another 3 million that have not.
Let's stick to the facts of this. Which one did you find? Which testimony did you find the most compelling? From who?
I found witnesses that testified, particularly the one where the 13-year-old girl, and I'm not going to say her name, alleged that Donald Trump raped her. And there was a gentleman that testified as well under oath with the risk of perjury, by the way. I think that's up to 20 years in jail. And here's what's most compelling to me in the 20 plus cases here that we've already seen in these files. And they've only released like half, which I find pretty incredible, is that I look at a lot of different things collectively of why I come to this conclusion. Yes, of course. As I've said before, I look at the way Donald Trump has lived his life. I look at all the allegations that have come forward before. We can talk about E. Jean Carroll if you'd like.
That would have no bearing on whether or not Trump essays kids, right?
Well, it's funny. It's interesting because you bring up context when it comes to Preddy about being a professional.
I'm just
agitator.
Looking at the 11.
Hold on a
piece
second.
Of evidence
hold on a second.
You have
hold
here,
on a
Ryan.
second. I find this interesting. This is important.
Okay.
11 days before Preddy died, you brought up the fact about him kicking a car, and he's a professional agitator. You said
actually
that on
I
social
separated
media.
the two
okay,
issues.
Hold on. But you still brought it up.
Actually, I don't actually think I did
up,
say it. I'm not sure I did say that on social media.
You did on your social media page. You did.
What did I say?
While I don't have the tweet right in front of me, you did call him a professional agitator. Did you not?
I don't think I did.
No, you called him a professional.
I'm not saying
agitator.
I didn't, but I don't think I did actually.
I read it earlier today. I went on your social media feed. You did 100%.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Are you sure I said that?
Yes, 100%. You called him a professional agitator. It was either in one of your tweets or in a DM, but I know you said it. And I can provide that for you if you'd like, because I'm not making that up out of thin air. So you look at that context.
I don't think I tweeted that.
Someone's behavior. You might have put it in my DMs 11 days before.
Yeah, I don't care about any of that. I want to know what your best evidence is that Trump essayed kids.
Well, here's what I care about.
What's the proof, Ryan? What's your best evidence?
I'm giving it to you.
Okay.
The best evidence, I could probably name you 100 different reasons, but when you see a man who has 25 plus women that have accused him of sexual assault or rape, when you see a guy who was proved liable for sexually abusing E. Jean Carroll, by the way, the judge in that case defined it as rape. When you see a guy that was best friends with Jeffrey Epstein for 10 years, we learned in the Maxwell trial, he was on the flight log 8 separate times. We have Jeffrey Epstein on tape calling him his best friend. When you have multiple women.
I'm going to grant everything you just said is being correct. I'm just going to grant it. Everything. What's your best piece of evidence? What's your best piece of evidence?
I'm giving you an entire list. I'm not.
No, I just want the best piece. What's your best piece of evidence that Trump essays kids that you believe? You believe that. Remember, you believe he does. What's your best piece of evidence for that? The best one.
So I wasn't putting them in order, but I would say, quite frankly, the evidence to me that is most alarming is what I read in the Epstein files and what witnesses and what young girls at the time reported to the FBI.
Which young girl was the most compelling to you?
I think all of them are compelling. I'm not.
All of them are compelling. Even the ones that are anonymous tipsters are very compelling to you.
I think the women that have come forward that wrote written statements to the FBI, and I think anybody that risked perjury.
How many women did that?
I think I have it in my multiple women. I think 3 or 4 women under the possibility of perjury.
And did the FBI say that several of those were not credible?
Under oath as young girls. Well, guess what? It's interesting. That's your defense. Other than, and here's why you're making my point for me. Other than Ghislaine Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein, has anyone else ever been held to account for anything that happened at Epstein Island or around Jeffrey Epstein?
Prince Andrew was.
Has anybody like criminally held to account? Anybody?
I don't think so.
You don't think so? So is it fair to say a hypothesis of there's probably some people out there that did some very bad things?
Yeah, that has nothing to do with your evidence of whether. No, I want your evidence. Trump essays kids.
To do.
I want it has everything evidence. To do. What is your evidence?
I've given you a
no
list.
Evidence. You've given me nothing.
If you're asking me for DNA evidence, there is no
I'm not asking
DNA
for DNA evidence. I'm asking for even credible witness testimony. Credible.
So you don't think any of these victims are credible?
No. In fact, neither did the
don't.
FBI for the most part. Didn't think any of them were credible. And
Yeah.
let's take a look. Let's take a look here at the one that you
So
talk
none of the
about.
victims,
You talk about
none
the
of the victims
13-year-old who
are credible.
withdrew it.
Right.
Withdrew.
Right.
And but
That
not only
is
that,
true.
let's point this out. Let's point this out, Brian. None of that is good and compelling evidence that Trump has ever essayed a kid. None of it. None
So
of it is compelling.
again,
so why do you believe it? Why do you just
so
believe it
so first of all, Andrew
with no
doesn't
evidence?
believe it. Hold on. Andrew doesn't believe it because it was withdrawn. And let me repeat
I
myself
have.
once again.
Yeah, that's
Okay,
right.
hold
I
on.
have. There's no good evidence
That
that
is
Trump's
not
ever
when
essayed
you
a kid.
withdraw cause. That
Mhm.
is not proof of innocence.
It's not
They
proof of guilt.
Let me just finish here, because as I've said before, it often reflects a lot of fear, a lot of pressure, a lack of
And it can
resources. For
also
example,
reflect that they're lying, right?
it could, and
Yeah.
if you want to make
Yes,
the
it
claim,
could.
if you making that claim that this 13-year-old girl is lying, you have the right to your opinion.
No.
I have
I don't
told
need to
you that
make
I
any
believe.
claim. I don't need to make any claim except this.
Aren't
There
you
is
claiming
no
that,
compelling evidence
in your opinion?
anywhere
In
that
your
Trump
opinion.
has essayed a kid? What's your most compelling piece? The 13-year-old's not a compelling piece of evidence. What's the most
Okay.
compelling piece?
Well, again, that's your opinion. Now, what you're saying is because there's no DNA evidence and because
No,
nothing
not
was
just
criminally
DNA.
proven.
We would
No,
want eyewitnesses. We would want a lot of
there are witnesses.
corroboration. We would want a lot of
Yeah.
corroboration. We'd want times. We'd want dates. We'd want specifics.
Mhm.
That way that there could be justification for alibis, things like this. And many of these were investigated, by the way, these claims, and they were rejected for being unfounded on their face.
Right. Well,
And
guess
so
what?
the
I got
thing
some news for you.
Thing is like,
I
Brian, what's your most compelling piece of evidence
Yep.
other than I
Mhm.
feel like he does that he does?
Yep. So
What?
let me just start by saying Jeffrey Epstein avoided any accountability for decades, right? For decades, avoided any accountability for anything he did. And there are a lot
So
of
what?
powerful figures.
That's tangential and has nothing to do with what we're discussing. What's
No,
your
it has.
best piece of
We're talking
evidence
about.
that Donald
We're
Trump essays
talking about.
kids? Because you say that all the time.
Again, collectively, in my personal opinion, as I've mentioned, probably 20 different reasons why I feel the way I feel. I don't put them 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now, I wish that people would be held to account. I fear that that's probably not going to happen here. But when I look at Donald Trump's history, when I look at a lot of substantial claims of sexual abuse, when I look at who he surrounded himself
Well,
with,
no, there's not.
I
Well, first of all, on the substantial claims of sexual
yeah,
abuse,
sure.
what person who's credible in your opinion, based on what you've read about their testimony,
Yep.
has credibly said that as a child, Trump essayed them? Which credible one can we point to here?
All
Which
of them.
one? All
There's
of them
over
are
20.
credible. Even the ones who the
Mhm.
FBI says are not
Yep.
credible.
Yep.
Even the ones
Well, the
who
reason
phoned
why
it in anonymously,
So the
they're
reason why
credible
I say
too.
that, the reason why I say that is because other than Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein, nobody else has been held to account because I believe some of these very powerful people have been protected. Now, listen, if 3 million more files are released, and keep in mind, that's another factor here, only half of the files have been released. And some of these files have been completely redacted. In some of these files, they actually release the name of the victim, which is atrocious. They're not supposed to do that. And then the rest of the page is blacked out. So that's another part of this equation that I think is very important. I look at Donald Trump's behavior after the fact. He calls anybody stupid who talks about the Epstein files. They have done anything and everything they could to block all of these files from being released, and they continue to break the law.
So when one of the Jane Does says that in one of her complaints, because she's very credible, that what these guys did was they got around and put their fingers in their vagina to adjust to see how tight which ones were before they sold them as sex slaves on the open market. You think that's credible?
You don't think it's credible? Is that why you're
No,
asking me
it's
that
not
question?
fucking credible. Of course not. But you think
It's not.
is, right?
It's not credible.
No, it's the
So
most ridiculous thing I ever fucking heard.
it's ridiculous. Do you
Yeah,
know
Donald
some of the
Trump. You
things?
think Donald Trump put his fingers in little kids in their
Um,
insides so that
sure.
he could determine whether or not
Mhm.
they were tight enough to sell into sex slavery, Brian?
Well,
You believe
I will
that?
start.
That's
I will
credible. Hang on, I
start.
just want to make sure that's credible to you.
I'm not going to say that that person was lying. I'm not going to say she was lying. Absolutely not. And I would also say that it was proven that Donald Trump was found liable for penetrating with his fingers E. Jean Carroll in a dressing room. The judge characterized it as rape. A jury of his peers found that he was liable for sexually abusing E. Jean Carroll. There's 25 other women that have come forward that have either accused him of rape or sexual assault, including his ex-wife, by the way, in court documents. And then he paid her off for that to go away. She accused him of rape as well, by the way. I don't know if you were even aware of that. So there's a lot of things that we could put in place where I say that's very plausible, and I believe the victims. And as far as the Epstein files go and all the powerful people and how they've hid the Epstein files and how Donald Trump and his administration continue to break the law, my understanding, 3 million more files that have not yet to be released. Yeah, I think these are credible allegations. I disagree with you. And I believe, based on Donald Trump's past and history of bragging about going into teenage girls' locker rooms, knowingly hanging out with Jeffrey Epstein and being his friend, knowing, as he said on the record, he likes young girls, spending a lot of time with Jeffrey Epstein, I do believe these victims. Yes, I do. I believe these victims. And if you don't believe them because there's not DNA smoking gun evidence, I look at somebody's history. I look at their background. I track it back, Andrew. And that's how I feel.
Brian, Brian, I just want to make sure that I got this right. You believe this person when they say that Trump was in a room with a bunch of powerful elites and had girls around where they would check their depths before selling them into sex slavery. That's credible to you. I just want a yes or no. That's credible to you.
Did that help me understand?
Yes or no. Is that credible? Yes or no? Is that credible to you?
I want the context of that statement. Was that statement made to the FBI with the threat of perjury? If it
was called in as a tip, I believe.
It was called in as a tip. Was that one of those? Was that one of the allegations that was put on record with the FBI with threat of perjury if they were lying?
There was very few of those.
Okay, but those specific statements.
No, you said 20. You said 20. You said you believe 20 plus. These were the main ones which were highlighted in the Epstein files. Do you think that that's credible?
So I'm not going to say it's not true. I don't know. Here's what I do know. There are a lot of very substantial, very disgusting claims in those files that were already released. Imagine how bad it is for the 3 million files that have yet to be released. This is what we know. Now, I don't know whether that happened or not, but what I'm telling you is, yes, I do believe that Donald Trump did some horrible things in my personal opinion.
How many of these complaints have you read?
I haven't read every single one of them,
but
I've read
some of the more
important ones in my
Which ones? Which ones are the
How many have you read?
Well, which ones are the most important? I spent last night going through a significant amount of them.
So give me something else you think is not credible.
Oh man, some of these are fucking wild.
I don't think this is funny, Andrew.
Yeah,
I don't think
I can pull up my list. Well, I'm sure you don't, but I think I think that's ridiculous, Brian. I think that allegation is fucking ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
You know what I think is ridiculous?
Let me point this out. Back to the debate before you start doing the moral grandstanding. I need you to tell me how many of these complaints you read through. How many?
So I just want to stop real quick and then I'll answer.
Please tell me how many. Please just tell me how many. Then
I just want to stop real quick. And
come on, dude. Just answer the question. How many?
Okay, Andrew, got to give me time to respond. Okay,
oh my God, dude, you're never gonna. Just how many, Brian? Can you put a number on it?
Stop for a second.
Can you put a number on it, Brian? How many?
First of all,
how many, Brian?
First of all.
Oh my God!
I'm going to answer your question, but you got to stop talking.
You're a filibuster machine. Just tell me how many. How many, Brian?
You're a Trump defending machine.
Brian, I just want to know how many. Brian, I just want to know how many. How many?
I don't have an exact number of these statements that I read. I read
roughly how many? Roughly.
I don't know. Maybe a dozen.
You read through a dozen of these complaints? Here's what I want to say,
Andrew. I just answer your question.
You're such a lying sack of shit. Andrew, you didn't read a dozen complaints. Give me any details. Yeah, give me details from 4 of them. Give me details from 4 of these complaints.
Let me tell you what I think a sack of shit is, because that's what you just called me. I think a sack of shit, excuse me. I think a sack of shit is somebody that thinks this is funny. We're talking about a lot of underage kids, whether it was Donald Trump who did it or not. A lot of young children and some horrible.
I don't think it's funny what happened with Epstein. I think it's funny that you believe things that are absurd.
Let me finish. Stop interrupting me and stop spurging out.
You're the one spurging out. You're screaming at the top of your lungs. Calm down.
Think that sexual molestation of kids is funny. I don't think there's anything funny about this. Do I think everything in the Epstein files is true? Probably not. But what I do believe is a lot of children were molested. Some horrible things happened. There's a lot of people that should be held to account. And here's something else I do know.
Like Clinton.
People like you laugh at this stuff. And you
I'm not
continue to
laughing at the
defend-
stuff. I'm laughing
sure
at
you're not.
your
Let me
belief
be
in
clear.
stuff that's insane.
Okay. In your opinion,
You
know what I
make
think
the
is
affirmative
insane?
claim that Trump
you know what I
essays
think is
kids, and
insane?
you have
All
no
right.
evidence for
Let's
that.
talk
You just
about
have no evidence.
let's talk about what we think is insane. You know what I think is insane? A man who became the president of the United States, who's all over the Epstein files. Already hundreds of times his name has been mentioned. You know what else I think is insane? He called it a Democrat hoax.
What's your best evidence
called it
that
a
Trump essays
Democrat-
kid dudes? What
I
is it?
gave you.
You gave me
named
nothing. There's no. You
dozens
give me
of
no
things.
credible evidence whatsoever that Trump has ever essayed a child ever. You give
Really?
me nothing. Nothing.
So you don't think it's evidence of any substance at all when you have a guy who was number one, best friends with him for over 10 years, number two, who was on the flight log 8 times, number three, you have women who have claimed that he raped them when they were children, number three, number four, you have a guy that
Which
has
ones
already
of
been
those do
found-
you think are credible?
I think every single
You
person
think every
who has
single
made
one
the
of them's
claim
credible?
under oath, anybody under oath with the threat of perjury,
Mhm,
anybody under oath
mhm.
that has claimed that Donald Trump sexually assaulted them, I find all of them credible. I can't be more clear to you than that. Now, there's a difference between somebody who just calls in something and somebody who's actually under oath.
But you said
with
you
threat of
believe that
perjury.
20. You said you believe the 20 plus
All right. Well, let me
are
ask you a
all
question, Andrew.
credible.
How many people made statements to the FBI? Not just somebody who just called in, but somebody who had the threat of perjury. Do you know, since you seem to have read them all, give me a number. How many people have actually made claims with the threat of perjury? Witnesses and alleged victims. How many?
I believe it's less than 4.
You believe it's less than 4? No, it's
but
not.
I can pull
No,
up.
it's
I
not.
think it is. Who actually
No.
committed to something? Yes, I think that's the case.
I believe you're wrong. It's more. It's more.
How
than
many
4.
more? How many?
I believe it's more than 4. I think.
Well, how
you're
many
wrong.
is that?
So I don't know, but I believe
don't
it's more
know?
than 4. And I would
Hmm.
also say that if
Towards
you-
Trump. You think it's more than
based
4
on-
towards Trump? That's what we're
based
talking
on-
about. Hang on.
based on Donald
You
Trump.
think it's more than 4 towards
Ba-
Trump that swore
Let me ask you a question,
affidavits
Andrew.
that Trump
So-
did bad things to him?
Let me ask you a question.
Hang on.
Andrew.
I just want to
If-
make sure we're clear.
I think it's more than 4.
Dude,
Yes.
that swore out affidavits to the police that Trump essayed them when they were kids.
Made statements either to the FBI or law enforcement and or witnesses. I think it's
prove
more
it.
than 4.
Then prove it.
Sure.
Do it.
I will gladly send you that information.
No, just
I
do
will
it now.
go through it. I unlike you, I don't Google and if you
You
would
don't
like
verify
to,
your own facts?
Oh no, I believe it's more than 4. You claim that it was only 4, so I'll go back and
No,
I'll
no,
look
no,
at
no,
that,
no,
and
no,
if-
no.
If I'm
Actually,
wrong, I'm wrong.
I think
but
I claimed
believe
it's
more than 4.
less than 4 who actually swore out affidavits.
So, how many people, including witnesses and alleged victims, made statements to the FBI for Donald Trump's alleged improprieties? How many? You're saying
Well,
less than 4?
No, that's not what I said. I was very specific. We were talking about how many went and swore out complaints, some kind of complaint, right?
Okay, that's
in
not what
an
I said.
affidavit. Yes, it was, Brian.
I said people that are on the record that made statements, either witnesses or alleged victims, to law enforcement with the threat of perjury. Because as you know, you can't make a statement
Well,
that
how
is
many did
intentionally
that?
untrue.
I actually don't know
I
how
think
many.
it's
How
more than
many
4.
did that? Well, how many?
I believe it's more than 4. And we can look into that and we can find out, Andrew. I think you're wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. We will find out. But you are making the case right here that based on Donald Trump's history and his relationship with Epstein and the way that they've treated Ghislaine Maxwell and the fact they've been so secretive and breaking the law, by the way, and not releasing all the files. Do you know that they've only released about 50% of the files?
What we're talking about is whether or not is if you have a justified belief that Trump essays kids.
I've already answered that question. I've already told you how I feel.
Yeah,
I believe Donald
and
Trump
your
is a
evidence-
sexual abuser.
Yeah, and your evidence
I've been
is
very
basically
clear
not.
on
You
that.
have no evidence for this claim, and you just make it all the time.
I think most people that have
No, you
followed
don't. No,
Donald Trump
most
and have
people
followed
don't
the
think
Epstein
Trump
files-
essays kids, dude. That's ridiculous.
Okay, well, you know what? You don't speak. Luckily, you
it's
don't speak for
ridiculous.
most people. I think what you're saying is
They voted him
ridiculous.
into office. What do you mean? They don't think he essays kids.
Who voted him
bro.
into office? Who voted him into office?
millions upon millions of people, and he got the popular vote, bro. What do you mean?
Did more than 50% of the people that vote for Donald Trump?
What does that have to do with anything?
Well, you just said they voted for, and I just want to define. You're making it seem like most of the country support
I don't
him
even think
and
most
voted for him.
Democrats voted against Trump because they thought he essays kids. I don't even think that's the case, Brian.
Okay, well, I guess you speak for all Americans then, Andrew. I didn't know that.
Can you
but
show
let
me any? Can you show me any compelling
I've-
evidence that people that
I've-
there's some overwhelming consensus that people
So-
think Trump essays
so
children, bro?
Did you think there was a lot of physical evidence that Bill Cosby raped women?
Actually, yes. There ended up being quite
there
a bit of
was?
physical evidence. Yeah.
What was it?
Yeah. Like, for instance, the Quaalude thing, right?
Mhm.
There was a whole bunch of people who came forward and said that he bought Quaaludes from them and
There's a
various
whole
things
bunch
like
of
this.
Okay, got you. I agree. There's a whole
Mhm.
bunch of people that have come forward that have claimed Donald Trump has raped them.
Okay,
you're-
wait. Hang on. I'm sorry.
Mhm. Mhm.
There's when we were talking about Cosby stuff, right?
Mhm.
Do you agree
Mhm.
with me that you need to have credible eyewitness testimony where they can give the time, the place, the events, what they were doing, and then show evidence for that?
Not all the time. Not all
But
the
in the
time.
Cosby
Certainly
case,
certainly-
they did, right?
So I know that's
Hang on.
actually not.
Hang on. In the Cosby
Um,
case, they did do that, right?
So I know a woman.
Hang
who
on.
was,
In the Cosby case, they did do that, right?
To an extent, but not every woman did that. and
Yeah,
that's the
not
point that I was
everyone.
about to
But the
make.
thing is like
Um,
when we're talking about
so-
credibility here, I
You
want
want to talk about
time.
credibility?
We need time,
Okay.
event, place, corroborating witnesses and evidences. What is the
Mhm.
most compelling one of these witnesses that has provided that?
But just going back quickly to what you just said about Bill Cosby, it's
Mhm.
estimated that he did this to hundreds of women. He was only convicted for one woman. I know a woman by the name of Lisa Latte Loveland.
Has
who's
nothing
a
to do with
wonder-
anything. Has
it-
nothing to
it
do with
has to-
anything.
It has to do with the fact of you're not always going to have, especially when a rape occurred.
Why can't I
decades
just say
later.
that about you? What would make me wrong if I said, hang on
Yeah,
a
sure.
second. If I went out publicly and
Sure.
started saying, Brian essays kids,
So glad
what
you
would
said that, Andrew.
your defense
So,
be?
sure,
Hang on. What would
sure.
your defense
Well,
be?
So starting with, I wasn't best friends with one of the biggest sex traffickers on the planet.
So
My name
no
isn't all,
evidence.
hold on. I'm answering your question.
Mhm.
My name isn't all over the Epstein files. Nobody's ever alleged that I have
So
sexually.
you would look at
abused
the
them
quality
ever.
of the evidence.
I'm not done yet.
Mhm.
I've never bragged about going into teenage girls' locker rooms without their permission. By the way, with
Mhm.
corroborating witnesses who have said,
Mhm.
yes, Donald Trump went in there and saw me half naked when I was 15 years old.
So
I've never
again,
been accused. Hold on.
you
I've never
would look at the quality
sexualized
of the
my
evidence.
teenage daughter. You asked me a question and I'm fucking answering it. Okay.
It
I
would be the
haven't
quality
done
of the
any
evidence,
of
right?
these things.
Yeah.
I
So
haven't said or done
Mhm.
any of these things
Mhm.
that a man who you can continue.
But
to
that doesn't
defend, which
mean.
is
But that
sickening.
doesn't mean technically you didn't do it, right, Brian?
That
Even
doesn't technically-
if none of that's true about you, it doesn't technically mean you didn't do it, right?
So
An absence
as
of
I've
evidence.
said-
Hang on, Brian.
as
An
I've-
absence of evidence isn't
okay.
an evidence of
So-
absence, right, Brian?
Sure.
So what would we bank
as
on
I
to,
have
to
said,
demonstrate that you didn't do this
as
to
I
kids?
have said, and at least what I believe, and what I've said all along, is that I'm not arguing that it's been legally proven.
I didn't say that,
he
Brian.
raped,
I am asking
children.
for your evidence for why you would even
And I
believe
have-
it and
I have-
state it as though it's a fact
I have-
to people, including
I
your
have
own
answered.
DMs.
I have answered that question,
Mhm.
and I told you, and I argued.
So here, let me draw a parallel real quick. Let me draw a parallel. Hang on, real quick. Let me draw a parallel. So let's say I'm in a DM conversation with, like, I don't know, some woman that you know or something, and I'm like, that guy essays kids, right? And she's like, well, what do you mean? No, he does. He says that he doesn't, and he's not on the Epstein files, and he doesn't do this, and he didn't do any of this other stuff that Trump did. And I said to her, yeah, but you got to understand, the absence of evidence isn't evidence of absence. So I
Mhm.
still believe that he just went ahead and
Yep.
essayed kids anyway.
Mhm.
What would your defense to her be then?
Well, as I've mentioned over and over again, circular in this conversation, is who he was friends with. And by the way, I'm not arguing the criminality.
Hang on.
of
We already
proving it,
established that
but
none of this
but
is true of you.
so
But I just say the same thing. The absence of
yep,
evidence is not evidence
sure.
of absence. How would
As
you
I've said,
then defend yourself?
as I've said a million times, volume, consistency, and the seriousness of the allegations are why I feel the way I feel, and his history.
Yeah, but can you
And I
answer my
and I
question? How would you then defend yourself in this hypothetical? How would you then defend
you
yourself
mean if
if I just said
you mean if
the absence of evidence is not evidence of
yeah
absence, yeah, after you
yeah.
make the case, but I'm not on the Epstein
Mhm.
files and this and that.
What's your? I would say what's your?
How would you then
I
defend it
I
yourself?
would say what's your? I would say what's your circumstantial evidence?
Oh.
I've already given you mine of why I feel
Mhm,
Donald Trump has done some pretty awful things. He's
mhm.
obviously all over the files. We've said that. And this is a guy who is already found liable for sexual abuse. This is a guy who sexualized his teenage daughter. This is a guy who bragged about going into teenage girls'
And you
locker
do
rooms.
agree with me? None of that's evidence he's ever essayed a child ever.
I
None of
think
it.
it's circumstantial evidence, and I
None
think
of it's circumstantial evidence he ever essayed a child.
when you have victims
Is
that have come
any of
forward.
that evidence he essayed a child ever?
I think some people could use that as evidence. Absolutely.
How
I know
could
I'm not
that?
in the
How
Epstein
is
files,
that
Andrew. Are you?
evidence? No, my question specifically is any of the things you just mentioned evidence Trump ever essayed a child?
Yeah, I think some of it is, and I think the
What?
problem with this conversation.
What would be
I think
evidence
here's
Trump
the
essayed a
so
child?
here's the
What?
problem with this conversation. Unfortunately, there's a lot of minors and women in society, and they never get justice. Unfortunately, there's a lot of rapists out there. By the way, I wish that wasn't the case. Um, and you're making the case of, well, what's your smoking gun? Do you have DNA evidence? Because if you don't have a smoking gun, it couldn't have happened. And I disagree with you. I think it very well could have happened based on all the things that I have spoken about in this conversation. There is no DNA evidence,
None of the
and he hasn't
things
been
that
proven
you
in a
brought
court.
up that
You,
are
you,
tangential to this
you keep
demonstrate in
saying,
any capacity or lend any credibility to the accusation that Trump essays kids. None of it.
oh, because I
And not
believe he
only
has a
that,
history of
when I
sexual
ask
abuse.
you, when I
Yeah.
ask you if I use the same argument, like tangentially to somebody that you knew, right, within a hypothetical, how would you defend yourself? You would say by attacking the evidence itself, and in this case, the lack thereof, to say that I
Sure.
have an unjustified
So,
belief.
so,
But you don't hold the standard with Trump.
so first of all, I would say, as I've talked to you about earlier in this conversation, yes, I do believe the victims that have come forward. And part of the reason why I believe that, not just E. Jean Carroll, also his ex-wife, who said
Not
under
children.
oath,
Not children.
okay, but when you have a history of sexual abuse, in this case, his
It doesn't
ex-wife,
mean that you essayed kids.
and
There's no evidence
yes,
of that.
but it certainly doesn't help your defense of it. And you're all over the Epstein files. Your best friend was
Even
Jeffrey
if I
Epstein.
granted that Trump essayed every woman who's ever accused him of that, that's not evidence he ever essayed a kid, ever.
So what is your evidence that you need? You need DNA or video? Is that the
I
only way
want
you would believe it, Andrew?
no,
Help me
I would
understand.
believe it with corroborating evidence, right? Based around the
There
circumstances
are witnesses.
hang on,
There are
stop,
witnesses.
Brian, I'm telling you. That's verifiable, has dates, has times, has things which can be corroborated in the real world. Something that can be corroborated in the real world. Anonymous tips ain't going to do it, that's for sure.
Well, I guess this is
On top of that, right? There's a few other things, right? You know
yeah.
that we
Is
have
it
evidentiary standards that we utilize. Don't you want to use the
sure?
best evidentiary standards before you call somebody the worst thing on planet Earth? Sure, you could say, I believe Trump, essayed women. You could even say that. Okay, fine. At least there's something there you have. But you don't do that. You take it a step further and say, Trump essays kids. The most horrific thing you could call somebody
Yeah.
with no good evidence for this at all. In fact, none,
So
really. None, no
so
evidence.
so again,
Why do that?
again, I repeat, his name is hundreds of times in the Epstein files. What's important to note is that there has been
Tons of people's
almost
names are in the Epstein files. Tons.
almost nobody other than Maxwell and Epstein that have faced legal consequences for all of these women that have come forward. Now, yes, I do believe that Donald
That's
Trump was
not
involved in some
evidence that
improprieties
he
with kids.
essayed kids.
Again, again, just because you don't have DNA evidence, which is, I think
I'm not.
you talked
Did
about
I'm
corroborating
not
witnesses.
asking for DNA
Were there no
evidence.
witnesses? Were there
No,
no witnesses?
actually, no.
Zero?
There really haven't been any witnesses. The only witness that I know of who's credible in any way, shape, or form, right? Or maybe you could question her credibility, I guess. But the only witness I'm aware of that has something that corroborates her current story with her past story is Ghislaine Maxwell. We have an email from her where she specifically says Trump didn't do that. And she maintains that story to this
Yeah.
day. Now, hang on.
Well, let's talk about that.
Hang on. That's actually corroborating evidence. It's corroborating evidence if she says, wait, he didn't do that, and now maintains he didn't do that, and we have an email we can source and look at.
Let's talk about people who are cooperating, since you like to use that term as well. I remember when Donald Trump's former personal attorney, now in Trump's administration, Blanche, went to visit Maxwell. And then 2 days later, after speaking with her, she was sent to a Club Med facility. Now, unprecedented that one of the biggest sex traffickers of children in the history of this nation was sent to a Club Med facility with a puppy dog, allowed to play tennis, allowed people to show up to say hello to her. They're given free snacks. And the point I'm trying to make here.
Well, wait a second. How do you know it's unprecedented?
If you think, well, you've had wardens, and I believe legal experts and people who used to be wardens who have done interviews that have said this is unprecedented, the way that the Trump administration has granted.
Do you think that Maxwell knew years before Trump would be president that Trump was going to be president and would be able to cut her a deal? Yep. And so what she did was she wrote that email hoping that one day if she was caught and Trump was president, she could look back on that and be like, look.
What I believe is the interview that she gave days later, she was sent to a Club Med facility. So now let me ask you a question, since I've answered yours.
Hang on. Let me ask you a question. Sure that didn't happen, right? She didn't foresee that Trump was going to be president and then set herself up to go to Club Med.
Ridiculous question. Let me. Why do you think they sent her there? Why do you think the Trump administration?
I think it's because I think that there's a continual investigation and they're still trying to get names out of her.
That's wrong. Blanche just did a press conference last week. You can do another Google, Andrew, because I cover the news every day. And Blanche, in that press conference, said they're not investigating anything anymore unless somebody comes forward with some overwhelming evidence. But he said right now, there are no open investigations. So you are blatantly wrong in what you are saying.
Wait, hang on. Let's back up.
Yeah.
So when we're talking about what's going on with Ghislaine Maxwell, are you saying that she was moved to a Club Med facility because you believe that she's covering for Trump?
100%.
Can you give me any evidence for that?
Sure.
Okay, go ahead.
A couple days after Blanche spoke with her, and that full conversation has not been made public, she was sent to a Club Med facility. Now, and your evidence that she's covering for Trump is. So hold on.
Your evidence she's covering for Trump is.
Okay. Yep. Here's the evidence, and I cannot believe you don't connect the dots here.
I can't wait.
You have a child sex trafficker, which all in MAGA, which rightfully so, I agree with them. Child sex trafficking is horrible. One of the biggest child sex traffickers in American history. You have Donald Trump's former personal attorney who meets with her. 2 days later, she said to a Club Med facility, and you're saying you don't think that had anything to do with Donald Trump?
Are you have
fucking serious?
Evidence?
I'm asking you.
Do you have?
You don't think that has anything to do with it?
Evidence that Ghislaine Maxwell, right, is covering for Donald Trump?
This is unbelievable.
Do you have evidence that Ghislaine Maxwell? What is it?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
The evidence is very clear.
What?
Ghislaine Maxwell did an interview that was put on the record saying that Donald Trump did no wrongdoing to her knowledge. And days before that went public, she was sent to a low minimum security facility where everybody else in that facility, I'm giving it to you. And the fact that you assume that this interview and Blanche meeting with Maxwell and the way they've treated her and where she was sent has nothing to do with her statement exonerating, in her words, Donald Trump, is so beyond the pale. You have the blinders on. And I know you're smart enough, I would think, to understand that, yes, this has something to do with it. But you say, no, Andrew, I don't have it in writing, the deal that
Mhm.
they made. Hey, if you clear Donald Trump, we're going to send you to Club Ed, and Donald Trump will give you a pardon when he leaves office. No, I don't
Brian,
have that in writing,
is
Andrew,
it
but I
standard?
see the actions.
Is it pretty standard operating procedure for inmates who are nonviolent to be sent to low security prisons?
Those that are on 20-year
Hmm.
convictions, and the type of conviction and what she was found guilty of, which is child sex trafficking,
Hmm.
it is not normal for, number one, allowing her to have a puppy.
Then
Number two,
why is there so many cases of these various sex traffickers being sent to low security prisons, even though
so
they
show
have these
me
very, very long sentences when they're deemed nonviolent? Isn't that
who
because they don't want to overwhelm the prison
who
system?
can
That's
you name
one.
me
And
somebody that
two, let's point this out. And this is really important. You are once again utilizing speculation, not any evidence whatsoever. You're simply saying that there must have been some sort of deal which was made between Ghislaine Maxwell and the Trump administration. There can't be any other explanation than that.
so
The
so
entirety of
give
your
me okay,
evidence.
so hold on.
Hang on, Brian. The entirety of your evidence is you made it up. You made
Okay.
the whole thing up.
So I asked you what was
Mhm.
plausible reason why they sent Maxwell to Club Med, and the
Standard
first thing that
operating procedure for low security inmates.
hold on. The first thing that you said was maybe there's still investigations and she's giving up names. I just
Mhm.
told you that that was false based on what Blanche just said in a press conference the other day. In that press conference, he said,
Mhm.
no, we're basically done. There's no more investigations. And that's it. That's basically what he said
Would have
in the
nothing
press
to do
conference.
with my point, which is your attempted refutation.
You just said that they're giving up names, that you think it's plausible she's given up information and names on
I
an
think
ongoing
that the
investigation. There
Epsteins
is
were
no
part
ongoing
I think that
investigation.
Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell were part of mass blackmail operations, of course. I'm not stupid, you're not stupid, you know that that's likely the case. The thing is, though, here that's really interesting is you're not actually showing us any evidence that she's covering for Trump. Remember, we're specifically trying to figure out why Brian Shapiro has decided that Trump essays kids. And so I give you all the rope in the world to hang yourself with. You do it every time.
Haven't
The
hung any rope at
question
all.
the question just becomes this, right?
I think you defend pedophilia.
What's Brian's evidence? Oh yeah, when? When have I ever defended pedophilia?
You you
Ever.
you you defend Donald Trump ad nauseum. Do you
And
believe
you
Donald
have
Trump?
not established Donald Trump is a pedophile. That's
Oh,
the
I
problem. You
haven't.
know, this
Right.
is the funniest part, the bait and
I
switch.
haven't.
I haven't established that the things I'm saying are true, but because you say you haven't established the things you said are true, that means that you must be the thing in question. What
You
kind
don't
of
think it's
fucking ridiculous
possible?
hang on. What
You
kind of
don't
ridiculous logic is that that you just
No,
said
no, no,
I
no, no.
defend pedophilia?
You
Can
wanna
you
talk about
substantiate a single time I've defended
Sure.
pedophilia? Do it.
You don't even think there's any. Well, first of all, I'll give you multiple reasons. You've laughed during this conversation when we talk about sex
I'm
abuse.
laughing at the
I
absurdity of your
find that to be very
position.
Hold on, hold on. Let me just finish. I find that very problematic.
When
You
have I
don't seem
defended
to think there's
pedophilia?
beyond a reasonable doubt. You can't even say right now with a
When
straight
have
face.
I defended
Let me finish the
pedophilia?
sentence. Let me finish the sentence. You
Because you're not
can't
going to
even
answer the
say with a
question.
straight. Why don't you let me finish?
Go
You
ahead and
can't even
finish.
say with a straight face that there's a possibility that Donald Trump might have done some very bad things to kids. That is reprehensible that you
There's a
can't even say that.
possibility you have.
So
Logically,
you
it's
think
possible.
so you
Like, what do
think
you want me
there's
to
a
say?
there's
There's no
let me
evidence
get
for it,
this
though.
right. Hold on. Let me just get this straight. I just want to understand. The
Mhm.
guy that's named in the Epstein files hundreds of times that has been found liable for sexual abuse, and you're putting me on the same scale as him of the possibility that might have done some bad things to children. Are you
Y
fucking kidding me?
do you think that because somebody's named a ton of times in files, even though the files themselves don't show him ever having done anything wrong, that's good evidence to corroborate your idea here, that if you just point to his name being in there, that somehow that means he was involved in essaying kids, even though you have no evidence of that. Also, let me point this
Uh,
out, and this is
so
hang on, bro. This is really important. You just said, "I defend pedophilia." Can you give me an example of me ever doing that?
yes,
Ever? When?
yes, yes,
When?
I can
When?
in this conversation.
When?
So in this
When?
conversation, and
When?
I thought I just gave you a couple of examples.
The
So
example was that I
so
laughed. I laughed, and so
no,
I'm defending
that's just
PDF
a small part
files?
of it. No, that's just a small part of it.
What?
So
Okay, what else?
I've given you a history of Donald Trump's behavior, some in the courtroom, some not. The things he said, his behaviors, the things he's openly admitted to doing, like
Uh-huh.
looking at teenage girls naked in a locker room, right? And you mean to tell me that you look me in the eye right now and you say, there's no chance that he molested children, even though he's in the Epstein files hundreds of times, even though his best friend was Jeffrey Epstein for
I
10
think the
years.
chances of it are extraordinarily low. Now, can you answer my question as to when I've ever defended pedophilia? Ever?
You just did just now.
No, that's not how. How would that be defending pedophilia? Me saying I don't believe this guy is a PDF. How's that defending pedophilia?
Well, it seems like
How?
you don't believe
Brian, I don't
any of the
believe you
victims.
are either. If somebody
You
said
don't-
Brian Shapiro and gave me no evidence that you molest
You can
kids,
say what you want about me.
and
I
I
don't
was
care.
like, wait,
But-
man, wait a second. I don't think that that's true. And they said, well, you're just a fucking PDF protector. Is that even logical or rational? Can you explain how it's
What you're saying
rational
is
for you
not-
to say that if I don't
Again-
believe a thing based on a lack of evidence, that means I'm defending the
Again-
action itself?
Again, what you're saying is not rational because you're comparing apples to oranges.
What apples am I comparing to oranges?
We have a man
Mhm.
who is not only in the Epstein files hundreds of times, doesn't want you to see the other 3 million files. He's made that very clear. He doesn't even want us talking about it. This is a man who sexualized his own daughter, who bragged about looking at 14 or 15-year-old girls in a locker room. I'm sure if it was your daughter, you wouldn't like that very much, and rightfully so.
That's
I
not
wouldn't either.
evidence that he diddles kids.
I just told you.
bro.
The man bragged about
None
going into
of it
teenage locker
is
rooms and looking at
evidence
teenage
that he
girls naked.
diddles kids. None of it.
Are you looking for DNA evidence? We don't have
No, I'm
DNA
looking for
evidence, Andrew.
strong.
That doesn't mean he didn't do it.
I'm talking about strong corroborating evidence with eyewitnesses that have dates, times, things which are rational, reasonable. Not we were in a fucking room where they were acting like we were.
Let me ask
chattel.
you a question.
Hang on.
Let's go with
and
that.
you also
Let's go
just
with that.
said, right, that I defend pedophilia. Now, why would you say something that horrible to a person when you know for sure that I've never done anything like that? My lack of belief. Let's walk through the logic, Brian. Andrew doesn't believe this thing. Do you agree with me? Hang on, Brian. Do you agree that I really don't believe that Trump is a PDF? That I actually don't believe that? Do you believe that? That I don't believe it?
No. So here's
No.
why I say no.
Okay,
I'm going to
right.
give you the reason. Let me answer.
Okay. Go ahead.
You fail to criticize Donald Trump for almost anything. You fail to hold him responsible for anything that took place on January 6th. You fail to hold him responsible. Hold on, let me finish. You have a history of defending Donald Trump ad nauseum. And I'm not using name calling here. I don't want to do that.
So what?
But I believe you are extremely partisan.
Wouldn't that reinforce my belief?
I believe.
Wouldn't
no,
that reinforce my belief?
No,
that I don't think
I
he's a
believe
PDF?
you are incapable, like so many people on the right.
Uh-huh.
You are incapable of criticizing Donald Trump for literally anything.
Wouldn't that reinforce my belief that he's not that thing?
Well, you are basically calling anybody that has accused Donald Trump of sexual abuse a liar, are you not?
No, I'm saying that these women are not credible who are making.
Oh, they're lying. They're all lying.
The ones who are alleging that he's essaying children, there's no credible evidence that that's the case.
So it's not. You don't think there's anybody credible that claimed that he raped children? What about raping women that are not children? Do you think they're credible?
Hang on.
Can you answer that, please? Yes or no?
The entirety of the proposition has no bearing on that. It's about whether or not your belief is justified.
You asked me about no.
It's
I'll
about
tell you why.
if your belief is justified that he essays
I
kids.
want to know, Andrew. This is about Donald Trump and the Epstein files. I get that, but I want to know all the women that have accused Donald Trump of rape or sexual assault.
I don't believe that shit.
You don't. So all the women that have accused him of rape, they're all lying.
Yeah, well, the ones who are supposedly credible, for sure, I think so. But that has no bearing on this.
Hold on, let me rephrase it. There are over 25 women that have accused Donald Trump of rape.
I don't believe any of them
assault,
bitches. I don't believe none of them bitches, Brian.
Wait, they're bitches?
Yeah, you heard what I said.
Andrew, you are not a serious person.
How is that not
serious? You are not a serious person.
What do you mean?
First of all, you're going to call all women bitches that have accused Donald Trump of rape? You're an asshole.
Oh,
why would you do that?
You unsolicited my wife in DMs and called her a bitch.
Andrew,
what do you mean?
I'm not
what
going
are you
there with you, Andrew.
About? You called her a bitch.
Andrew, do you really want to go there? You just called. I don't. I'll be honest with you. I don't. I don't want to
Yeah,
go
I
there with
don't
you.
believe any more
Okay?
than I believe what happened with Blasio Ford and
So they're all
Kavanaugh.
bitches.
I
Wait,
don't
hold on.
believe
Let's
it.
go. No, no, hold on. Let's
I
go
think
back
they're a
to what
bunch
we're.
of lying
Hold on.
bitches.
So all the
You
women
heard
that
what
have
I said.
accused. So
Yeah.
all the women that have
Yes.
accused Donald Trump of rape, they're all bitches.
They're a bunch of no. You got to get this right. Lying bitches. Because I think that if you lie about a man essaying you, you got to be a bitch.
You are just an awful person
No,
to
well,
make a statement
great argument. But back to
I,
this, where's your proof that Trump essayed kids? Fucking nowhere. You call him a PDF
so
file. You got no evidence
so
for it. You're
so
mad at me
hold on a
because I say
second.
women who lie are about essay are bitches. Yeah, well, you got me, Brian.
So all the women that have accused Donald Trump of rape, they're all lying bitches. That's your belief?
Okay, I don't know how else I can say this.
No, go ahead and say it again because
Yes,
you said. Go ahead, say it again.
yes, lying bitches.
Okay. Well,
Because
I
if you
just think
lie
you're
about a man
despicable.
essaying
You're
you,
despicable.
then you're a liar and a bitch.
Well, I think you're a misogynist then when you make a statement like that, and I think
No, I just
you're
think that
horrific.
if you
You're a
make a
horrific person.
false essay claim against a man, you're a bitch. I don't think that's
Okay. Well,
misogyny. I think most
so
women would agree if I asked them, "Do you think if you made a false accusation of essay against a man that you
uh,
that woman's a bitch?" I think that they'd be like, "Yeah."
so they're all lying. They're all not telling the truth. Donald Trump has never all the women that have done national interviews that have never made a dollar from making those claims. His ex-wife, by the way, who claimed that he raped her, who was passed away, she's a
Mhm.
lying bitch. E. Jean
Yeah, I think she
Carroll,
was
you're
lying
claiming
about
is a
that,
lying
and E.
bitch.
Jean Carroll especially. She was mentally
So they're
ill.
all
She's
lying
mentally ill as
bitches.
shit. She named her cat Vagina, dude.
So because you name your
Come
cat
on.
vagina, that means you can't be the victim of sexual assault.
She
Do you
wasn't the
realize how
victim
stupid
of
you sound?
she wasn't the victim of anything except 80 million bucks. That was all she was the victim of. But that aside, back to this.
I just can't
What
believe what you just
is your
said.
evidence that Donald Trump essays children other than you just really want it to be true?
Andrew, I'm a little speechless now. I just cannot believe. I didn't think you would go down that road.
Why
I can't
not?
believe
I
you're
don't believe
calling
yeah, I
all the
don't believe
women.
him.
You don't know whether they're telling the truth or not. You're calling all the
Brian,
women that have come
Brian,
forward lying bitches.
none of the complaints that I've heard against Trump when it comes to
The
essay
complaints that you have heard.
have
Yeah.
I ever seen
Yeah.
them be credible. Blasio Ford,
Right.
well, not Blasio Ford, sorry. E. Jean Carroll, I never thought was a credible one, ever.
Well, guess what? A jury of Donald Trump's peers disagreed with you.
In a civil suit, he was never criminally liable for nothing.
Yeah, but he was found liable for
Yeah, so
civilly
what? The
liable for
threshold's really
sexual
low.
abuse.
And
So what? The threshold's really real. Yeah.
actually,
Yeah.
this makes my point for me. If it's the
I
case
can't
that the
believe what you
jury,
just
if it's
said.
the case that the jury thinks like you do, where you can just be like, well, I just feel that way with no evidence.
Yeah,
It's not
there's no
surprising
evidence
to
that the
me he
jury.
got
There's no.
convicted.
There's first
It's
of
not
all, there's
surprising
no
at all.
evidence. The jury saw more evidence than you, and there's no evidence to prove that that's how they made their decision. So you're making a horrible judgment. I wonder. Listen. I don't want to bring your family into this, and I
Oh,
don't
but
want
you're
to go there
going
with you.
to. But you're
No,
going
I want to
to.
know. No, I'm asking a respectful question, and I'm not
Oh,
asking.
okay.
I'm not
Are you
asking an
sure, Brian? You
insulting.
sure you're not
Yes,
gonna
I am.
you sure
Yes,
you're
I
not gonna
am.
call my wife a slut again?
No,
Are you sure?
Do you really want to go there, Andrew? You keep bringing it up, not me. Does your wife also think that
Mhm.
all the women that have come forward are lying bitches that
Hang on, let
accuse
me
Donald
ask
Trump
her.
of?
Honey, come out here real quick
Please,
and bring me a
please.
shot. I just want to make sure that I get
I'm
this
I'm
right.
just curious.
I'm gonna
I'm just
ask her.
curious.
I'm gonna ask
I'm
her.
wondering how any woman
Hang on, I'm gonna ask her, and then she can
could
come
think
out.
that way.
Yeah, yeah. Hang
I'm
on. I'll
wondering.
ask
Is
her.
that
Hang
not a
on.
respectful question?
Sure, sure. I'll ask her. I'll have her
Okay.
bring me a
Okay.
shot,
Okay.
and then she can tell you herself.
Okay. Fair enough.
But yes, Brian, do you agree with me that a woman who makes a false essay claim, if they indeed made a false essay claim, is a bitch?
I wouldn't use that terminology. I think that if a woman and if it's proven, I'll give you an example. You ready for an example? I'll give you one. The
Mhm.
Duke lacrosse story. Um, I think that woman who obviously was extremely mentally disturbed,
She was a
she
bitch too.
ruined. I'm sorry.
She was a
Did I
bitch.
just?
I mean, you got to
You
be a
asked me.
fucking bitch to do that to people, right?
I think it's a horrible thing to do
Yeah.
to accuse anybody, man or woman,
Yeah.
of committing a heinous crime
I
and
agree.
lying about it. I think
So
that's a horrible thing to do.
calling a person who would
But
do
you
that
are,
a
but
stupid
that's
bitch
not.
seems reasonable, right?
But that was proven.
Mhm.
The Duke lacrosse story was proven. That woman admitted that she lied.
Mhm.
You don't know if all these women are lying, but yet you're
Wait.
making a judgment.
Listen, a lot of these women that you cite, right? There's nothing credible about anything they say. That's one. And two, I know for sure, Brian, that most of the stuff can't be very credible because you and your evidence threshold is so ridiculously fucking low that you'll call a person a PDF with no evidence at all based on a gut feeling. And I would say a person who does that is an asshole. So why wouldn't I call a woman with a false? Oh, anyway. He wants to know what you think about. Hang on. I got to ask the wife. Hang on.
It's not a gut feeling.
Okay, hang on, Brian. Brian wants to know what you think about me calling what I consider the false accusers of Trump, calling him saying that that he raped him, stupid bitches.
Well,
all of them. They're all stupid bitches.
They were lying. They're worse than stupid bitches.
Okay, but hold on.
More than that, I think that men who send me unsolicited DMs calling me a piggy and a slut and a bitch are mentally ill and don't belong on the radio.
That's not the question, Andrew. You did not. That's not.
It wasn't. Oh, well, hang on. What was the question?
It wasn't if they.
Oh, okay. Hang on.
That's not what you said.
That they
Andrew,
are lying.
hold on.
And I say because they're lying based on the evidence that I have, they're stupid bitches. That's
not that I really want to get into a conversation with your wife, but Andrew, hold on a second. Can you tell her to stop talking, Andrew, for a moment, please?
You told me to get her.
Let me start the question again because that's what her answer wasn't. You didn't say if they were lying. You said the question was all of the women that have claimed that they have been sexually abused. And you didn't say if they're lying. You said all of them are bitches, lying bitches. You didn't say if they were lying.
I think they're all liars.
All lying.
Yeah, I think they're all fucking liars. And yes, that they're dumb bitches for lying.
That's correct. Without knowing for sure whether they're lying or not.
Every fucking one of them. Did I fucking stutter? Like,
so
am I speaking?
So you're assuming
Spanish? Am I speaking Spanish? If I think you're lying about SA, if I think you're lying about SA, then I think you're a stupid bitch. Did I stutter, Brian?
I think
What are you currently confused about, Brian?
I think your statement is absolutely despicable. I think
but you could call a guy a PDF with no evidence, and that's not despicable.
Okay, well, because you defend Donald Trump.
That's not despicable.
Ad nauseum, you defend Donald Trump. Listen, as I said before,
from false allegations, of course.
As I say before and I say again, you have a lot of people in your base of supporters. And by the way, I could care less what they think. Like I said, you can take a dump for a debate and they'll say you destroyed somebody. So I don't care what they say. But the bottom line here is this. You have a lot of people that support you when you call every single woman, without knowing every case, anything, just making a gross assumption that they're all lying bitches is insanely ridiculous.
Okay? Oh yeah, that's more ridiculous. I don't even know where the conversation of the United States a PDF file without any evidence at all, huh?
Yeah.
Why would I take your feelings about whether or not these women
it's not about
are telling the truth or not?
It's insane.
They're telling the truth
because you defend Donald Trump ad nauseum. That's why. Ad nauseum. You've never criticized him.
Well, yeah, his opponents are running around saying he molests kids with no proof.
I'm not.
Of course, I'm going to defend.
I'm a radio host. I'm not his opponent.
That's the rightful. That's the rightful president of the United States. You say that he's diddling kids with no evidence. Of course, I'm going to defend from that. Of course.
Yeah. So
that's ridiculous.
Statement. Okay. So
by the way, I would have said that about Biden too. I'd have been like, "What do you mean? You can't be fucking." What you don't want to do is you don't want to take a term. You don't want to cheapen a term like PDF. That's a serious one. That's a big one. Grape too. I agree. But calling people like you guys do, you call everybody a fucking pedophile. And it's like,
I don't call everybody a pedophile.
It's called, you know what they call that? It's called it's called pedo jacketing.
I don't call everybody a pedophile.
The whole idea is you're just trying to besmirch a person and call them this horrible thing with zero evidence because you want to move people's alignment away from them so they're not a pedo defender.
Okay, so first of all, I'm not trying to move. Obviously, you've already made the case that it doesn't matter what woman accuses Donald Trump of rape; they're all lying.
I didn't
bitches.
say that.
You've already made.
No.
Already established.
If a woman had compelling evidence that Trump actually did this to them,
that's not what you said.
Then I would believe that.
That's
evidence.
Not what you said.
Yes, it is. I believe that there's no good evidence from any of the people who have accused Trump of SA. Based on what I've read about these cases and what I've read about
based on what you've read, you don't believe, so they're all lying bitches.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. If you actually do believe them, right? Name 3 of them outside of E. Jean Carroll and his ex-wife. Just 3.
You're well. First of all,
yeah,
those are
you
two
can't.
right there.
You
Those are
can't. Outside of
two
them,
right there.
name the ones that are media publicized. You care so much. Name fucking 3 of them. Just name.
I believe
3.
all of them. I believe all
name.
of them.
Just name 3 of them though. Just name.
Why
3.
do I have to name 3?
Because you can't.
I believe all of them.
Because you don't care.
What do you mean
You never
I
looked
can't?
into any of the cases.
I did.
You never looked
because
in. No, you didn't. You
What are
can't
you
even
saying?
name
Because-
3 of these women.
Because you want me to
claim
name names.
Trump.
You want me to
Trump
do you want
has
me to do a Google right now?
over 20 women.
So
name 3
you've
of them.
Googled. You've Googled like 5 times in this conversation. You want me to just do a Google? Will that make? I just told you. I believe
I'm just
all
saying
of them.
you don't care. Honestly, you can't care. You don't even know their names. You don't fucking care. Give me a break.
Because I haven't memorized. Let me get this right. Because I haven't memorized all by Andrew's logic, the Crucible or whatever you call yourself. Because I haven't named. And I haven't memorized all the names of the 25 plus women that have accused Trump of rape.
Not even
that
3.
Means I don't care.
How about
Fuck
2?
You for saying
How about
that.
2? Can you name 2?
I just gave you 2. Donald Trump's ex-wife and Agent Carroll.
Outside of the 2 that are the most media publicized, can you name 2?
What a stupid. I'll tell you what, Andrew. I'll Google it for you. Okay?
Can you name
I'll
one
Google it
other
for
one?
you.
Can you even name one other one? Just one.
I'll Google it for you.
Yeah, Google it. Yeah, you
Google it
have
for
to. You can't
Andrew.
even name
Will
another
that make
one.
you feel better? Huh?
You can't name
Will that make you feel better, Andrew, if I Google?
Woman. You care so much. You don't know anything about them or their cases or nothing. You don't care.
So because
you
I
don't
can't
fucking care. It's all
name
for
the
political
names
expediency.
of the women who were raped or claimed that they were raped, that means I don't care about rape.
It seems to me like you, as a guy who is propagating
Jill
that you
Hart,
believe. I believe
Katie
these
Johnson,
women.
Katie Johnson, Jill Hart
I would
is another
assume
one.
that as the guy who says, I believe their
I'm giving you
testimony,
names,
I believe
Andrew.
these women, I believe these women.
I'm giving you names, and I'm
give
telling
me a
you
name.
that I do care. Summer Zervals is an
okay.
is
So
another
let's
name.
start with Summer. Hang on, let's start with Summer.
Stacey Williams, Kristen.
Okay, let's
Anderson.
start with Stacey. Let's start with Stacey. Can you give me any details about Stacey's case?
She said she was. Really
you're reading it. You're reading
it.
You're reading it. You're reading it.
Sorry. What's your argument now?
What's
your argument now?
That you claim that you think that all of these women in their essay shit is completely credible, but you've never read the fucking complaints. You don't know any of their names. You made it up. You just find it credible because you hate Trump.
Up. I just listed you names. So hold on. Let me get this right.
Read any of these complaints, Brian.
Let me get this right.
Nothing.
You're saying I don't care about all these women that have come forward.
No.
Because I can't.
They're political
memorize all their names. That's the
argument
dumbest
because you don't know the details of any of their cases.
That woman claimed in 1993 that she was groped.
Yeah, you just read it. You just read that. Literally, I can see the reflection on your glasses, so I know you're reading it.
Actually, the reflection is the light in you. Andrew,
I can literally see the reflection in your glasses.
I don't know why you keep laughing about sexual assault, and I don't know why you think it's funny.
Yeah,
but Andrew, you're right.
You're at this stupidity.
Andrew, you're
assault.
right. You're right. They're all lying bitches, Andrew. That's a great intelligent take. That's
how would you know?
Hey,
who would even get offended? It's not like you know their names.
Yeah, it's so because I haven't memorized all the. Let me be very clear. To make
you haven't memorized
simple,
any.
Let me make it simple.
You're not familiar with any
for
of the
a simple
cases.
man like you. Let me make this very simple, okay, Andrew?
Okay,
I know you think rape is funny. I know. So,
you think that moral grandstanding?
Anybody, Andrew, hold on, don't spur out. Calm down.
Mm-hmm.
Any woman who claims that they're the victim or man of sexual abuse or child, I take extremely seriously. Now, I might not know all their names. I might not know all the details of the cases.
But you're going to believe them anyway.
Hold on. I'm not done yet. I might not know everything or anything about them, even though I do know people in my life who have been the victim of sexual abuse. I take it extremely seriously. And I will say this, for you to claim that I don't care about women that have come forward that have claimed sexual abuse, because I don't know all the details or I don't know their full name.
Or any details.
Is so fucking stupid and insulting.
No, it's completely rational and reasonable.
Your stupid fans will say, Andrew, you own Brian. He can't name all the names. It's the dumbest
can't name any
argument I've ever heard.
You couldn't name one.
First of all, I named you several.
No,
first of all, I named you several. I followed the E. Jean Carroll case. I followed the E. Jean Carroll case.
I said outside of these two highly publicized cases.
I followed the case of Ivana Trump. I've talked about it on my show at length.
Outside of the two highly publicized cases.
Now it's outside of two. Okay. So
I literally said that 40 times.
Now it's outside of two. Andrew,
literally said it 40 times.
The fact that you would make the case
that's fucking hilarious to me. You care so much, you don't know anything about it.
I know you think it's. I know you think
so
rape
much.
and
You didn't
sexual
know
assault is
anything
hilarious.
about
Andrew,
it, bro.
you're not capable of criticizing Donald Trump for anything because there's no DNA evidence. You make the claim that, oh no, he didn't rape anybody.
I know, me and my
there's
stupid evidence.
E. Jean Carroll, they're all lying bitches. I think you
dumb,
showed
stupid evidence.
To anybody who is right, exactly. What'd you say? I'm sorry.
I said, damn it, that Andrew requiring evidence, that bastard.
No, you just called them all lying bitches. And sometimes when women come forward and they make claims of sexual abuse, they don't always have DNA evidence. They don't always have a
You know what a
smoking gun.
rational person
doesn't mean they're
does?
lying, Andrew.
A rational
Doesn't mean they're
person.
lying.
A rational
Are you
hang on,
smart enough?
Brian, my turn. A rational person would evaluate those cases on a case-by-case basis, familiarize themselves with the details of those cases, familiarize themselves with the players in those cases, and then they would come to an informed decision as to whether or not to believe them or not. You didn't do any of that. You didn't familiarize yourself with any of the details of any of these cases because you don't give a shit. They're political pawns for you.
Care.
They're political pawns. You didn't know anything about it. You knew nothing about it.
To you, it's political pawns, but I can tell you that I believe Donald Trump's ex-wife when she claimed in a deposition under oath that he lied on top of her, penetrated her without her consent, and then mysteriously a couple months later, the case went away because he paid her off. I believe E. Jean Carroll. And I like to believe victims when they claim that they are the victim of a serious crime, unless they give me reason to believe.
Then how would you ascertain?
Victims.
How would you ascertain if they gave you reason? Would you familiarize yourself with the case and the players in the case? Is that how you would make those determination of whether or not they're telling the truth?
So I have familiarized myself
with none of the cases.
With the way, with the way Donald Trump
none of the cases, right?
Excuse me. I'm pretty familiar with his ex-wife and E. Jean Carroll.
I said outside of those two cases.
So Andrew's argument to all the Crucible fans out there, Andrew's argument is basically because you can't recite names and specifics of every single case. Then they can't. Number one, they can't be credible. Number two, you can't have the opinion that you believe Donald Trump is a sexual abuser. That is the dumbest argument I've ever heard in my life.
I'm sure it is. It wasn't mine, though. It wasn't my argument.
Insane. It's the dumbest argument I've ever heard in my life.
Let me try this.
Again,
I want to see if you're honest. Hang on. You got a whole chance to move the whole goalpost back and throw the whole thing back in my face. And I'm even going to give you the opportunity.
I think I've already done that, Andrew, but they're all
I'm
lying
even going to give the opportunity to do it. Did you just tell me the truth on this? Did you actually, other than E. Jean Carroll and Trump's ex-wife, did you actually familiarize yourself with it? Hang on, with any of the cases in which there was accusations that Trump essayed a woman? Okay.
Yes, but not recently.
Hang on.
Yes.
Can you tell me? Okay. Can you tell me the one that you're the most familiar with?
Well, obviously, the two that I'm most familiar with, because it's been in the news, is obviously E. Jean Carroll and what took place with Trump's
outside of that.
Hold on, I'm answering your question.
What is the one you're the most familiar with?
I'm answering your question.
Okay.
I haven't talked about these cases in a very, very long time.
Yeah.
The last time I talked about these cases outside of E. Jean Carroll and his ex-wife, it's been years.
Okay.
So I don't remember all the details. But to answer your question, it hasn't been recently, but I haven't recently read up on these details. Now, I can go back and I could look at it and I could recite to you what happened. But the point that I was trying to make to you, Andrew, is that and this goes back to the Epstein files and the entire argument that I am making to you, which is when you look at his history, when you look at his behavior, I tend to believe victims, especially in this circumstance. Now, I know you don't think that's plausible. You don't think that's a fair argument. And again, I've been saying this. Okay, well, I've been saying that, you know
what's funny, Brian, is I've been so willing to be so good faith back and forth with you, especially when we started with what happened with Alex, right? It's not that you have a bad position there, right? I at least understand that position. That position makes sense to me. The position of look, according to what I'm seeing right now, I can ascertain that I think that this was unjustified, blah, 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 blah. I don't agree with that position, but I can at least understand it. Now we've moved into territory that I actually don't understand. This is where we move. Hang on. This is where, hang on, bro. Just let me finish. This is where we move into territory I actually really don't get. The first we can have a debate on. It was an unjustified, is it unjustified? Who do you think's making a better case? Sure. But in this case, you're actually calling people PDFs. You don't have any evidence for that. You're saying that it's horrible that I say that I think that these women who make these unjustified claims are bitches.
No, that's not what
that's
not what you said.
Yeah, I said all of the women. I
said.
believe that all of the women who make these claims against Trump, that they're unjustified claims, and so therefore they're bitches.
Every single woman.
Yes, but hang on.
Can you name me all?
To my credit, Brian, and not to yours. You have no leg to stand on to even tell me they're not, because you don't know anything about the cases.
So
that's where we move into the bizarre fucking shit.
Let's go with that. You're calling all these women in 25 plus, right, that have accused Trump of sexual assault as all lying bitches. Can you name them? Do you know the cases?
Brian, that would be my entire point. My entire point would
be
you have no leg.
Why won't you answer my question?
You have no leg from which to criticize any position.
So you don't know their names. You don't know anything about their cases.
That makes my case for me.
They're all lying bitches, and you don't know anything about the cases.
Brian, if I say
Brian,
if I say I believe every one of these women lied, and you say, how could you ever believe that? That's ridiculous. And then I ask you, well, Brian, are you familiar with any of these women in any of these cases? So if you're not, what hill would you have from which to criticize my position, dude? What?
You just made a blatant statement that you believe that all these women are lying bitches. Anybody that's ever accused Trump of sexual abuse is a lying bitch. My question now to you is, do you know who all these women are?
Every single one of them, Brian, but I'm just not going to tell you.
Oh, yeah, I think you're a liar, actually.
Oh,
as
Brian,
I said from the beginning, my argument
that hurts. How could you call me a liar?
My argument from the beginning to your crucible fans to start this conversation is I made the statement that it's the volume, consistency, and the seriousness of these allegations that makes me believe the victims. Now, you obviously think they're all lying bitches, which I think is reprehensible. And I guess we'll have to leave it at that. I mean, it's really difficult to have a good faith conversation with someone that would make a blatant statement like that all women are lying bitches that have ever accused Donald Trump of any improprieties, sexual abuse. I think
even if it's for the purpose of an internal critique to demonstrate that no matter what I say, right, you'll always say that this is incorrect. You believe them, this and that for political expediency, even if you're not familiar with any of the cases whatsoever. So even if the purpose is, even if the purpose is to draw out, your position makes no fucking sense, I'm still wrong, right? It's like, what are you talking about, dude? You don't even understand what happened. You know what's so funny?
You made the case.
You don't even understand what I just did because you don't know what an internal critique is.
Oh no, I do, and there you go again.
No, you actually don't. You don't know what an internal critique is.
So again, you just made the case, right, Andrew? You're just so much smarter than everybody else. You just made the case.
No, that's the thing, man. It's like I'm fucking dumb. And that should tell you a lot about the world.
No, I don't think you're dumb, but I think you say I have to deal with this. I don't think you're dumb, but I do think you say a lot of dumb things and you make assumptions. For example, when you claim that I don't care about rape, and I'd like to give you the opportunity now to retract something because it's really awful what you said. Okay. I don't care if you call me names. I don't care what your Crucible fans say about me. I don't care. But you made the case that I don't care about any of these women that have come forward that have accused Trump of rape because right now I can't name their names and I don't know all the specifics in the case. Are you willing to retract that statement now? Because it's quite offensive when you make it, because it's not true. I care about any woman or man
I'll give you
child or anybody.
Here, hang on. I'll give you an olive branch. Okay. The purpose of what I just did, the internal critique, is to demonstrate there's no grounds from which to ever make a criticism of me regardless of what I say about any of this, because the opposition has no idea what they're even discussing because they didn't read it, they don't know it, they don't understand it. To separate the two issues, do I think that Brian obviously cares if women get essayed? Of course I think he does. Of course I think you do, Brian. Do I also think, though, that you'll utilize this for the purpose of political expediency, even though you have no familiarization with the source content?
So here's why you're wrong.
Hang on, Brian. Let me finish. I'm trying to delineate to give you the olive branch. Do I think that you will utilize that for the purposes of political expediency? Yes, and I just demonstrated it, which is why we have so little evidence of the Trump essays kids. We have so little evidence of, the fucking these women,
okay, so Andrew,
they're all totally credible.
Andrew, let me respond. You don't know anything about them. I'm going to prove to you right now that I am very consistent when it comes to my opinions with high-profile people, even when it's political, and even when you might think that it's not politically convenient for me. I have been saying now for over 20 years, even before I got into radio, and I maintain this position now, that Bill Clinton did some horrible sexual things to women. I do believe he did some terrible things. And I do believe that is the one thing that Bill Clinton and Donald Trump.
What terrible things?
Hold on. I do believe that Bill Clinton and Donald Trump have done sexual things to women against their will at one point in their life. I do believe that. And that's why I would never vote for Bill Clinton. It's part of the reason why I didn't vote for Hillary Clinton. This is not political for me. Do I dislike Donald Trump? Not because Donald Trump is a Republican, because I think he's a really bad guy and he's done some horrible things. Do I think Bill Clinton is a bad guy? Yeah.
I'm not disputing that I think that you believe that Trump's done horrible things. I agree that you believe that, Brian. What I don't understand is how you could be so willing to call somebody a PDF with such an underwhelming amount of evidence, which is almost none. Hang on, which almost it really is almost none. And by the way, Brian, I want to point this out. And then to morally grandstand that the evidence you are trying to source, which is a pattern of behavior, you don't know anything about. That is why I'm like, dude, this makes zero sense to me. And it makes zero sense to the observer, because how could it be the case that you would morally grandstand on the one hand, you care so much, you don't know any of the details of it. On the other hand, claim he's the thing, have no evidence for it, and then tell me that I'm being somehow evil because I require a standard of evidence for the claims that you make.
No. So first of all, I don't think I use the term evil, but I think some of the things you've said are reprehensible. As I've said before, and I'll say again, there's a lot of
what things have I said that are reprehensible?
I mean, you just kind of retracted it, but I thought when you say that all the women are lying bitches, all of them, any woman that's ever made a claim,
you have no standard from which to criticize that claim. None.
Well, you have no standard by which to say that they're all lying bitches. You don't know whether they're telling the truth.
Yeah, but Brian, you're making again my point for me. I think I'm a reasonable, rational human being, and I require evidence and I want stance reasons which are evidence backed, before I make claims. The first,
so can I ask you something?
Hang on. The first engagement that we had, right? You were trying to use evidentiary reasoning in order to say this is unjustified. That is a position I can wrap my head around. But the second we move over to this guy who you're politically opposed to, those very same evidentiary standards you would cite in the first debate, you'd abandon in the second. And that's why it's like, I don't think that's consistent. I don't think that's intellectually honest. And I think you're bullshitting me a little bit.
Okay, let's talk about that. Let's talk about intellectual honesty.
Okay.
Because I want to know if you're consistent. Because you said you require evidence.
Yeah.
Is there any evidence that was presented to claim that Donald Trump won the 2020 election?
What is that? Dude, this has nothing to do with anything.
Why
Ask me about things which are relational to the thing we're debating.
Yeah, no, here's why I'm asking.
Because it's a red herring. It's a fallacy. It's a red herring.
Because you're a hypocrite. That's why. So when it comes to women, let me explain why. Let me explain why. Let me explain why. If you just give me a moment.
Yeah.
When a woman comes forward, any woman by your standards that has ever claimed that Donald Trump sexually abused him, you have to have immediate evidence. Otherwise, you don't believe them, right? But Donald Trump has.
I know it's terrible.
Hold on. Did Donald Trump have any credible evidence that the election was stolen and rigged, and that Joe Biden cheated and the Democrats cheated?
Even if
has that ever been proven?
Yeah, but even if I concede this point, that does nothing for you.
Just
do you understand that?
Question.
Like it doesn't do anything for you. I don't care whether you think
it does something for me or not. Answer the question.
It's a red herring. We're not getting into it.
Why won't you answer?
Because you're trying to divert away from the topic.
So when it comes to women that accuse Trump of rape,
yes,
give me that
evidence. Hang on.
When it comes to Donald
Trump, my claim is this. When it comes to women who accuse Donald Trump of rape, I want evidence. That's the claim. Do you have something? Do you have something you want to say about the fucking claim or not, Brian?
So would you agree that there are women in society, some that have been raped 20 years, 30 years, 40 years ago, And they'll make the claim 40 years later that, yes, they were the victim of sexual abuse.
I do think.
And hold on.
Okay,
Let me just finish my question.
Okay, sure. Go ahead. That's fair.
Because I think this is an important distinction. Would you agree that some women in society, 20 years, 30 years, 40 years later, they say that at one point, maybe when they were a child, maybe when they were in high school, that they were the victim of sexual abuse, and they don't have any direct evidence to prove it? Are they all lying then by your standard?
Of course not.
Okay, so it is possible that you might not have evidence, but it still could have happened. Is that fair, Andrew?
Of course.
Okay.
But is it also fair? Is it also fair if I say, she said that this happened, but she has no evidence, and until I see some evidence, I'm not going to believe it? Is that also fair?
I don't think it's fair to call them a lying bitch.
Okay. That's not the question I asked you. The question that I asked you was, if I say she made this claim, I agree she made the claim, but I've seen no evidence for it, and until I see evidence for it, I don't believe it. Is that fair?
Not always, and I'll tell you why.
Okay, why?
Maybe in some cases, but not always. Because as we've just established in the first question that I asked you, there are times where women won't have direct evidence. They might not even remember the day. They might not remember the week. They might not even remember it because they wanted in their mind to erase it from their memory because it's a traumatic experience.
I'm not disputing any of this. I'm not disputing any of this. I'm only asking you.
So Andrew, here's why here's the difference.
Okay,
Andrew, here's the fundamental disagreement that we disagree on here. I tend to, even if they don't have direct evidence, I tend to believe someone when they claim that they're a victim. It could be rape. It could be, robbery. I tend to, for the most part, agree with someone that claims that they were a victim.
Okay.
And I don't characterize all of them as lying bitches.
Let me ask you this. Do you believe in the Christian God?
I'm not a very religious person.
So no, right?
I believe in a higher power, but I am not a religious person.
Okay,
so you don't dictate my life.
You don't believe in the Christian God, right?
I don't think about religion like ever.
Dude, I just answered your questions in good faith. Yes,
Do I believe there's a God? Yeah, I don't know whether
not
a God
the Christian God,
or,
though, right?
I don't even know what that means. I believe in a higher power. I don't know what the higher power is.
Okay,
we don't know if God is a man, a woman.
Got it. Okay. There's millions.
And I don't want to get into a religious conversation.
We're not having a religious conversation. Right. I'm just trying to parse out your logic.
Okay, fine.
Do you believe that the Christian God is God?
Like I said, Andrew.
No, right?
I don't. Nobody knows.
Okay.
What God is. Nobody knows.
Hundreds and hundreds of millions and billions of people tell you that they had divine revelation where they saw the Christian God and the Christian God spoke to them, right? Are you going to require evidence before you believe in the Christian God?
I would say that they're absolute lunatics and they believe in the tooth fairy.
So
you believe in the tooth fairy.
So
you can believe in the tooth fairy if you like.
So you can't discount that the Christian God is real by your own admission. But at the same time, even though you can't discount it's real, billions of people having a similar experience and telling you about the experience,
so
you're going to require evidence before you confirm.
Are you really trying to compare God to rape?
Stop. Before you confirm that that God is true, right? Is that correct?
Are you really
hang on. Before you bullshit me, just answer this.
I'm not trying to
answer this.
See, Andrew, I don't try to bullshit
yes
anybody.
Or no?
You're
said that they're all
God
crazy. You said they're all crazy. So you want evidence, right? You want evidence the Christian God is real, regardless of how many people claim that they have met him, right? You want evidence, right?
I just want to understand your question. You're trying to compare God to rape.
No, just answer the fucking question, dude.
This is insane.
I'm not comparing anything. I'm doing a critique on the logic. You agree with me? Billions of people believe that they've had divine revelation. Do you agree with that?
No.
You don't think that they believe that?
You can believe in the tooth fairy if you'd like.
I know. I'm asking you. Listen to what I'm asking you. I'm not asking you if it's true or you believe it's true. I'm asking you.
Why are you playing the God card?
I'm asking you if they believe it.
Why are we talking about
just answer
God?
the question. Do billions of people believe that they've had divine revelation? Believe it.
So I find somebody more credible. A woman comes forward and claims
just answer
that
the question,
she's
bro.
raped.
Do billions of people
No,
believe?
I don't think anybody can talk to God. No, I don't believe them.
No, I'm not asking if it's true. I'm asking if they believe it.
I mean, there's people that believe in the tooth fairy.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, there's crazy people everywhere.
Do at least 100 million people believe that they've had divine revelation?
I don't know. I mean, there's people that believe the earth is flat.
At least 10 people? You don't know if 10 people believe they've had divine revelation?
I don't really get along with extremely religious people, so I don't know.
Hang on. There's one person you're talking to. I've had divine revelation.
Okay,
do you believe that I believe that?
I mean, I don't know you personally. I don't know if you
believe it. I'm not saying it's true. I'm not saying it's true. I'm asking if you think I believe that it's true.
There are people that believe a lot of different things.
I'm not asking that. I'm asking if you
I guess so.
Believe, okay, great.
I guess so.
Do you want evidence? Do you want evidence?
Evidence that what? God exists? You want to get
that
into
the
a religious
Christian God exists.
Evidence that you want to get into so we're talking about
I'm asking
rape.
If it's the case, would you just believe that I've had divine revelation?
I think
anybody want evidence.
I think so. What would you say if I said I believe?
Brian, do you want?
I'm answering you.
If I say
I think they're all lying bitches. If I said that I think they're all lying bitches, what would you think about that, Andrew? You'd find that offensive, right?
I think that if it's the case,
I think they're all lying bitches.
That you have decided that because it's logically possible that a woman could have been SA'd many, many years ago and then bring the allegations forward later. I'm willing to concede. Hang on. I'm willing to concede. I'm willing to concede the point. But if it's the case that you're saying that you should believe it anyway, even absent evidence, and you did say that.
I gave you my
opinion. Hang on. And then you did say you should believe them anyway, absent evidence. You wouldn't take that standard with religiosity and don't, which makes you the fucking hypocrite, sir.
I'm not a hypocrite. I know what you're trying to do.
Pure hypocrisy, son.
No, it's not hypocrisy at all. There is a fine line difference between somebody who thinks that they talk to a being person that doesn't no evidence that they exist than for someone who makes a claim that they were sexually
no evidence
abused.
That they exist, but there's no evidence that this person was SA'd.
If you believe that God talks to you, Andrew, anybody that if I said that you're all lying bitches, you'd probably find that offensive, right?
Do you realize that that's the same? Do you realize we're talking about the same burden of evidence? Yes, we are.
Do you realize
if a woman, yeah, we are. If a woman comes to you and says, I was SA'd 40 years ago, but I have no evidence to demonstrate that that's the case. And a person comes to you and says, I've talked to God. I talked to him 40 years ago, but I have no evidence that that's the case. Why should I believe one, but not believe the other?
Yeah, let's dissect that a little bit. So what Andrew is doing is he's trying to compare somebody who says they talk to God to a woman who claims that she was the victim.
Can you answer my question?
So for all of the Crucible fans out there that are listening to this,
yeah, can you answer my question now?
How the moral grandstanding and answer the question.
Can you answer the question? Ridiculous. Why should I require evidence for one?
Well, here's the difference.
Even though it's based on the same thing, which is eyewitness testimony.
Hey, buddy, because one of them is a fucking crime. That's why. One of them is a fucking crime.
What the fuck does that have to do with anything?
One of them is faith and belief, and the other one is a fucking crime. Can you not distinguish the two? Are you so stupid? You can't distinguish the two?
So as long as
rape is a crime.
So as long as
believing
SA
in
wasn't
something
a
and
crime,
having faith isn't a crime, dummy.
Yeah, but why does that have any merit on anything?
Because you're trying to compare rape to
no, I'm just trying to compare why it would be that I need to take them on blind faith, but you won't take me on blind faith.
Andrew, let me try to be calm and explain. Okay,
I'm the mouthpiece of the Almighty
Andrew, just
God,
stop.
Brian.
Just shut up for a minute, Andrew. Just give me 30 seconds and shut up.
I can't wait to hear it.
When you say that you have a faith, right? When you believe in God or you're talking to God, it's a faith that you have. It's a belief system you have. It's faith. It's what we call faith.
It's also an experience. It can be an experience.
It's also not a crime. Now, what I say is what I say is there's nothing wrong with having faith. You can believe in what you want. Claiming that you have a discussion with God or having faith is very different than making a claim that you are the victim of a crime. How the fuck do you not understand the difference?
I'll explain it.
You're
really,
making yourself looking ridiculous.
I'll use real small words for me, not for you. I know that you're super smart and I'm dumb, but I'm going to use real small words for me and the audience.
Finally said something we both agree.
Yeah, on. I know I'm an idiot, but it's like this. You see, if a person believes that they have had revelation, that's an experience. And if a person believes that they've been essayed, that's an experience. What you're doing is you're asking me to take on faith, both, when you'll only take on faith one. Even though both, hang on, even though both, yeah, rape's an experience. Yes, that's an experience a woman has.
Comparing an experience to a crime, to having a discussion with God.
I'm comparing an experience to an experience. The only way that you can determine that you were essayed is if it was the case. This is a serious. This is a serious logical deduction.
Don't take offense to this.
And no one's going to take offense. No one's going to take offense. You're going to go after the family now.
I'm trying to be respectful.
You're moving into the
respectful.
Are we moving into the family attacks now? Go ahead, Brian.
No, it's about you. It's a question about you. Have I attacked your family, Andrew? Have I done that?
Many times.
Tonight, have I done that?
Not yet. That's true.
Okay, so stop
credit where
saying
credit's
that.
due.
So stop. So. And I don't mean disrespect by asking you this, but this is a really weird analogy. Have you been drinking tonight?
Literally 5 seconds ago. I have a mixed drink 5 seconds ago.
Okay, fine. So, listen.
Well, how would that help you, though?
When you believe in God, when
you not being able to understand logic with me drinking coffee or whiskey has no bearing on anything.
There is no logic, in my personal opinion, comparing faith and alleging to have a discussion with God, which, by the way, if that's how you feel, then you have the right to believe it, but it's not a crime.
That's not the argument.
Okay, it's not against the law.
No, that's
when
not
you
the argument.
claim that you were the victim of sexual assault, you're saying that you were the victim of a fucking crime.
Do you agree
not
with
understand
me?
the difference?
Do you agree with me that a woman would have no way to report that she was essayed if it was the case that she never experienced being essayed? She wouldn't go report, and of course, she had to experience it, right?
There are women. Yeah, of course. There are women. Yeah.
So the thing is that if a person says they have divine revelation, they're also experiencing a phenomenon.
By the way,
their
perspective, hang on. Somebody in your chat, I apologize. Rachel brought you a drink, and I shouldn't have. That was like 20 minutes ago. But go ahead. It wasn't 5 minutes ago. It was like 25 minutes ago. But go ahead. Go ahead, Andrew.
Do you think I got drunk off a shot, Brian?
Anyway, it seems to me
the thing is, Brian,
in the last 25
minutes, experience. We're talking about experience. You agree with me? A religious person is having an experience also. Why is it, Brian? Please answer my question. That you require evidence for one experience that has no evidence, but don't require evidence for another experience that has no evidence.
Okay, so first of all, if somebody is claiming that they spoke to God, there is no evidence ever that they can prove that they.
There wouldn't be any evidence that a woman who was essayed and couldn't provide evidence would have either, Brian.
Hold on. There are many women that in some scenarios can provide circumstantial evidence. They can provide witnesses like E. Jean Carroll, for example.
I agree.
There were witnesses. Hold on. Because you said you don't believe E. Jean Carroll. In fact, you characterized her
that
as
has nothing to do with what I'm asking you.
Well,
what I'm asking you specifically is a woman can't prove, has no evidence for. Guy says he has revelation, or woman says has revelation, can't prove, has no evidence for. Why am I supposed to believe the one, but I'm not supposed to believe the other?
Sure.
Why?
Just finish your shot and I will explain.
Okay.
So, first of all, it's important to note that one is a crime and one is not. We've established that. Second of all, there is literally no direct evidence that Bigfoot exists. There is no direct evidence that you could actually have a conversation with a God and a God is talking back to you unless your mind is playing games with you. Now,
there
you
would
can
be
see
no
signs.
Evidence in this case of an essay either, Brian.
So you're talking about a woman, what? Give me a scenario who makes a claim 34 years down the road.
Yeah, and has
she was the victim of sexual.
She has zero evidence for it. Zero. Except I experienced, hang on, she says, I experienced this.
Sure.
That's all. But I have no evidence that I can give you to corroborate it. Guy comes down from a mountain, says, hey, I experienced revelation, but I have no evidence at all that I can give you. Why? Hang on. Why do I believe one and not the other again?
Yeah, here's my response to that. Because I personally believe, and I guess this is where we fundamentally disagree, that when someone comes forward and brings up a claim of what I think is one of the worst crimes anybody can commit, which is rape, sexual abuse, I tend to believe someone, and the majority of people, that they were at one point in their life a victim of this crime. And I say to myself, why would you be saying this, if it wasn't true? In some cases,
why would the religious person?
Well, I believe that they probably believe that they spoke to God, but there's
so why do you not believe them, but you'll always believe the woman with no evidence?
Obviously, okay. So first of all, I believe that there are religious people out there that believe all sorts of different things. Okay. They have the right to believe that. Maybe they do believe it, but there's a difference between having a faith and believing in a faith system and somebody coming forward saying, yeah, when I was a young girl, this happened to me and it was horrible.
They're both based on, I had this experience.
My initial, Andrew,
and I have no evidence.
Andrew,
so what's the threshold?
This has happened to me a couple times in my life where I've talked to women who said, yeah, this happened to me 30 or 40 years ago. And my initial reaction isn't, well, you know what? I really don't believe you because you don't have any evidence.
But you're not giving me the threshold breaker. Why do you believe the one and not the other? It makes no sense. Why do you demand the standard of evidence from one, but demand no standard of evidence from the other?
Because believing in a ghost, which is really what we're talking about here, where is God? What is God? Is God
Where's
a man
the
or a
essay?
woman?
Where's the essay? Where's the evidence? Where is it? It's the same shit. It's reduced to the same thing.
We are talking about, so the two differences here is we are talking about a crime that was allegedly committed.
Why would that matter when it comes to believing a person
Andrew,
based on
evidence? Here's the thing, right? If somebody comes up to me and they say, hey, I talked to God, my initial reaction to them
is, you know what, Brian, we'll make it easy.
You're
past the statute of limitations, so now there's no crime.
So now we're talking about the statute of limitations.
Yeah, so it's past the statute of limitations, so there's no crime. Now one's not a crime and the other one's not a crime. Why do you believe one and you don't believe the other?
The act of rape is certainly a crime. Just because somebody doesn't report it within a certain time frame. Bill Cosby, there were exceptions.
Hang on. It's not a crime anymore. It's past the statute of limitations, so there can't be any criminal, nothing. There's no crime.
We can get into a word debate. The act of sexual abuse and rape is a crime, and I'm
when
not
it happened,
it
I'm
not going to get into the weeds with you on the statute.
It wouldn't be a crime if it's past the statute of limitations.
The statute of limitations. I'm not going to get into that.
So I'm just asking, Brian. Now it's not a crime. Now there's no crime. Now there can't be a crime.
Andrew, this is a fundamental difference between people like you and people like me. So I'm going to give you two different scenarios of which you're talking about.
I can't wait.
Okay. If a person comes up to me that's religious and he says, hey, I talked to God and all this other stuff, even though I might not want to get into that conversation with them, I'm not going to talk down to them. And I'm not going to say, I don't believe you, show me evidence. Now, on the contrary.
Yes, you will.
Also, hold on. No, I've never done that in my life. And
if somebody told you the Christian God is real, you wouldn't demand evidence?
I would say the first thing I said to you, what was the first thing I said to you when you brought up religion? Do you remember in this conversation?
You said that I think that those people are crazy and believe in sky fairies?
No, that's not the first thing I said. What's the first thing I said to you?
What's the first thing?
I said, I'm not a very religious person, so I'd rather not have that conversation.
But I'm not having a religious conversation. I'm using an analogy.
Hold on, you didn't let me finish. Me finish. So I would not talk down to that person. If I met a total stranger and I talked to God, I wouldn't say, hey, show me proof. I wouldn't attack them for it. They have the right to believe in what they want to believe in, right? And it's not a crime. If a woman comes up to me and says that I know and says, or even that I don't know, and say, yeah, this horrible stuff happened to me when I was a child, blah, 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 blah. My initial reaction would never be, you're a lying bitch, or I don't believe you, show me the evidence.
Why does
what I would do?
Hang on.
You know what I would do?
But here's the thing. That comes down to the fundamental question. I don't know. Give her a hug. Give her a hug and a good pat on the rear and say, hey, sorry.
I know you don't think it's a big deal, but Andrew, the first thing that I would do is I would listen to her and I would believe her. And
but why wouldn't you do that with a religious person?
What did I just say? I just said that I'm not a religious person.
Yeah, so what?
But I wouldn't be disrespectful.
That has no bearing on the conversation. Why wouldn't you just believe the? Why wouldn't you just believe the religious person?
Because here's the difference.
Why?
Because here's the difference. When people talk about a conversation they had with God, usually they're happy about it. Usually it's a very spiritual and a pleasant experience. I think most people.
Oh, no, there's tons of people have divine revelation who are miserable about it.
Most people that say they had a conversation with God that have come to me have said it's a very pleasant, it's a pleasant experience, and it brought me to this or that in my life. Okay. Every single person that has come up to me that has ever said they've been a victim of sexual abuse, it's a very horrible story. Two completely different
scenarios.
That has
nothing.
Can you not understand that?
No, I can't. I can't understand. Where is the threshold breaker? I had an experience there's no evidence for. I had an experience that had no evidence. Hang on. You just asked me a question. Let me answer it. I have experience I have no evidence for. I have experience I also have no evidence for. I believe you. I don't believe them. Based on fucking what?
Fair enough. Let's put this to the test. You ready? Here we go.
Okay.
So I had a conversation with God this morning. God told me in a conversation that he believed that Donald Trump
you realize that this is about you realize it's going to
Donald
make
Trump's
my point,
a sexual.
Right?
No. It was a great experience I had, and God told me that Donald Trump is a orange orangutan, 34-count felon, liable sexual abuser. And Brian, you are correct, and you have to stand by your beliefs, no matter what that crucible guy says. Now, it was a great experience that I had, Andrew. And I'm not a very
you're right.
You're
right, Brian. I would require evidence. I know.
It was I'm
the guy who's consistent on this end.
God told me that Andrew's going to deflect and deny. And
how am I deflecting? I just told you I want
Trump
evidence.
Derangement syndrome.
Hang on. I want evidence of this experience, just like I want evidence of the other thing. Yes, of course.
Yeah. So you think?
And by the way, that's a Christian. That's a Christian standard too. You know, we go out and debunk miracles all the time for a reason.
I know, Andrew. You have amazing Christian.
Told you that was going to fucking blow up in your face. It was a terrible example.
Yeah. Well, hey, I had that conversation this morning.
Okay.
And that's what God told me to tell you, and I'm standing with my beliefs. My God tells me, my religion. My God tells me that Donald Trump probably did some horrible things to children.
Sure.
My God tells me that some of these ICE agents on the streets are committing murder. My God tells me that at this point, if you still defend Donald Trump every which way, there's something wrong with you.
And now, Brian,
my God tells me,
Brian, hang on.
When you have a lot of, hold on, when you have multiple
should I
shots,
believe? I just got one question.
My God, I know you can answer. Just one second. Ask me in a second.
Yeah,
my God tells me that when my wife hands me a bunch of shots, my analogies get worse and worse.
A bunch of shots?
Andrew, I think you're a little drunk. How many shots have you had? 3 or 4?
One.
You told your wife to give you another shot.
I had one shot.
You told your wife, give me another shot. Don't lie. We have it on tape.
I literally have the same glass, dummy.
Did you not say, so you can't have another drink in the same glass?
No, I don't have. I only had one shot.
So you didn't say, give me another shot? You didn't say that?
I don't know if I did, but I only had one.
People that are listening, even if you're fans of Andrew,
Brian, that's
and you
great.
Hate me.
Yeah. Andrew's drunk, whatever.
Okay.
My question is,
my
question to you, Brian, is, should I believe what you just said to me, or should I ask for evidence?
What about my God?
Yeah.
I don't care.
Should I believe you?
I'm not talking about a crime.
Or should I ask for evidence?
There is no evidence that anybody can say that when they have a conversation.
So I should believe you?
I think there are people that believe they have discussions with God. It's impossible to provide
but should I believe you, Brian, or should I ask you for evidence?
It's not a crime, though. So I'm trying to
but
understand
Brian,
the correlation.
Should I believe you, or should I ask for evidence? Can you answer the question, please?
You can never provide evidence. The question is, should you ask me for evidence when I say it had a conversation with God?
No. I'm asking you.
Why would you ask?
Should I believe you that everything you just said to me was true, that you had a conversation with God and this and that?
Or should I?
Hang on. Or should I ask for evidence? If you were me, for instance, would you believe? Would you believe everything you just said to me?
Worse.
Would you believe everything you just said to me, or would you ask me for evidence if you were in my shoes?
If you're an atheist, you would probably ask for evidence. If you're a religious person, then you probably would not. I think it depends on the person.
Yeah, frankly, Brian, you're in my shoes, let's say, and I just got done saying everything to you that God told me that actually Trump, I just did it in reverse. Trump isn't this and isn't that, and blah, 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 blah. Would you ask me for evidence, or would you believe me?
When you're talking about a crime that was committed?
No, Brian, I'll ask again. So I do the same thing you did, except I just say, God told me Trump didn't do any of this. Would you just believe me or would you ask for evidence?
When it comes to religion, again, we keep going back in circles here.
Ryan, I'm going to ask again, yes or no. Would you believe me or would you ask me for evidence?
Would you believe me or would you ask me for
if
evidence
I said
when
God
talking
told me
about
Trump
God?
didn't do any of this stuff, would you just believe me or would you ask for evidence?
I always believe a victim, and I think that's the part of this
Yeah, I
conversation
know, but
that you're
Brian, can you
missing.
answer my question? Would you believe me or would you ask for evidence?
If you're saying that your God said that Trump never committed any crimes,
yeah, would you believe me?
I would say I believe you, and your God doesn't know what he or she is talking about.
So you would believe me?
If you believe that you spoke to a God, I would respond to you by saying,
No.
I think
Do
your
you
God is an
believe that I
asshole.
did talk to
I think
God
your
and
God
God
is a MAGA
did tell me
cultist.
that?
That's what I would say.
Yeah, no,
No,
but
I would
would
say,
you believe I did talk to God and God did tell me those things, or would you ask for
sure,
evidence?
Andrew, I would absolutely. You seem
You
like
would?
a believable guy. I would believe you. Yeah, I
Yeah,
don't
so
see
you
any
just
reason
don't
why
want
you
to
would
answer the
lie.
question. You won't answer the question.
Yeah,
So
I just said I
funny.
would believe you. Sure, I
You
would believe you.
Okay,
Yeah,
well then
sure.
God told me that you lost this debate. You believe me, right?
Oh, okay. No, the reason why I wouldn't believe you is
What do
because
you
it's
mean
not true.
no? What do you mean
No, of course
no? You
not.
just said
God-
your contradiction machine.
God tells me that you are drunk and you're spurging out. That's what God just told me.
Bro, I think that your God and mine
Andrew, I
have
knew that was coming.
completely different standards on a few things.
We finally agree. We finally come to a consensus. My God tells me to believe victims when they come forward, and my initial reaction isn't to provide evidence. I tend to comfort them and believe them.
So just so
God
we're
tells
clear,
me-
my last question, this is my last question. I would like you to actually answer in good faith, and I'll answer your next yes or
I've
no.
answered every question in good
I'll
faith,
answer your
so
next
don't give
yes.
me that
No, you
bullshit.
don't. I just want a
Yes,
yes
I
or
do.
no. I just
You're
want a
not
yes
in
or
good faith.
I want an
You compare
actual
God
yes.
to rape.
I want an actual yes or no, just like I've been giving you.
And then
yes.
I'll ask you a question
I say
after.
yes, and I'll give you a yes or no. But I want your word. You're going to give me a yes or no. If it was the case that that I said God told me that Trump did not commit any of these crimes, and he's never committed any crime, and in fact, he's the most honest person ever, and you just got everything wrong. Okay, would you believe me?
I would believe you if
No. Would you believe I actually?
But I would.
Would you believe I actually talked to God?
There's a caveat. Let me answer.
Okay.
I would believe you, but I would also call your God an asshole.
Yeah. Would you believe that I talked to God?
Sure. If you believe that, I believe that you believe that. Sure, why not? I think your God is a MAGA cuck. I think your God is a MAGA cuck, but I would believe you. I'm glad I could entertain you.
Yeah, that was pretty entertaining, bro.
Yeah, I'm glad I could.
You would believe me. Okay.
Can I ask you a question?
What's your question?
Can we have some fun? Can we have some fun for a moment?
Ahead, bro.
All right, let's have some fun for a moment.
That was funny.
I'm glad I made you
bro.
laugh. I'm glad.
That was
I'm glad
funny.
I made you laugh.
You
Can you
did.
believe we've gone through? Holy shit! Have we been doing this for 3 hours? 3.5 hours?
Yeah. That's why I'm wrapping it up. I usually keep them at 3
we do.
hours.
I have to do Pierce Morgan.
But I promised you I would do one more question, and I would just answer it yes or no. Go ahead. But it can't be loaded. Mine aren't loaded. Like, for instance, that just means you can't be like, how long have you been gay? That's a loaded question.
I wasn't going to ask that.
I know. It's just funny, right? But I'm just saying, as long as it's not loaded, I'll answer it.
I wasn't going to ask that. Be honest. Like, and I'm not saying this to be mean. It's a real question. You do drink a lot.
No, I don't.
Is that a fair? You don't. Okay. I'm asking your source. Like, what do you have? Like 4 drinks a day, or like what's the
Hardly.
deal?
Not even close.
So you're not an alcoholic. You wouldn't
not even
consider yourself-
close.
Okay. Because every time I see these things, you're always drinking and smoking.
I
Why?
do one debate a week.
Okay.
And usually at the end of the debate, I'll have a drink or two.
Yeah. I'm going to say this in good faith. Are you ready?
And sometimes in a TikTok invasion, near like 2 hours in, I'll have a drink or two too. But no, far from an alcoholic.
You ready for this, Andrew? Are you ready for this?
Go ahead.
Please tell your wife I apologize. If I said anything insulting to her, I do apologize.
I'll let her know, man.
And I don't have anything personally against you. At times I am a little crazy on social media. I think we all are at times. You've said some mean things to me. I've said some mean things to you. Your wife said some mean things to me. But it's part of the territory when you're in our business. There are going to be people that are going to say some inappropriate things that are perhaps over the line, for lack of a better term. But I'm a passionate person, and I believe in what I believe in. And I'm willing to have conversations with anybody. I'm willing to debate with anybody that disagrees with me at any given time. Now, there are certain discussions that I'm not really interested in having debates in with you, and we've talked about that. I like talking about current news. I'm not really a live streamer. I do a show every day, Monday through Friday. I talk about the news of the day, and what you do is very different than what I do.
Hang on, bro. Hang on, real quick.
I don't do a lot of this stuff.
I got to take a leak. Hang on. I got to take a leak.
Okay,
I'm going to leave you to entertain the audience, all right? Don't fuck my show up.
I'm not.
Right.
I'm not.
All right.
I'm not. No, I don't think Andrew's a bad guy. I don't. I think he has some bad faith arguments, but I don't think, I don't know him personally. I've never made that case. Yeah, I believe a victim. When a victim claims that they were the victim of a sexual assault, I tend to believe them. I think that makes me a decent person. Doesn't mean I'm always going to be right. It doesn't mean, every single person that comes forward that claims they were a victim means that they're telling the truth. But I generally would not do what Andrew did. I wouldn't generally call every woman that has claimed that they've been a victim of sexual assault from Donald Trump a lying bitch. I think that is horrible. And I think he's wrong for talking like that. I think that's terrible. That's just my personal opinion. But, in this business, people say mean things to each other. You have to have thick skin in this business. I had a conversation with Tim Pool about this. I go on some of these other shows and listen, and I mean this. If you're a fan of Andrew Wilson, it doesn't matter what happens in this debate. You're going to say, Andrew destroyed you. He dog walked you. If you're a fan of my show, you'll say, Andrew's an asshole. You destroyed him. That's why I don't get into that stuff. I don't get into, I won the debate. I defeated you. I'm not into that. I'm not insecure. I don't care what people think. I do my thing. I have conversations. If you're a fan of Andrew Wilson, you're going to say that he destroyed anybody. If you're a fan of my show, you're going to say I destroyed him. That's why I don't give a fuck. I don't care what people think or what people say about a debate. I'm not here, I want to destroy him. I want to win. That's just not what I do. It's not who I am. So that's just me. I'm not in it to feel good about myself or to have everyone telling me, Brian, you dog walked him. That's just not what I do.
Thanks for holding the stream down for me here. I'm going to get going.
Literally.
It's late.
Literally.
But I know you got a Piers Morgan in the morning, but I actually did appreciate the debate. I hope you have a good night.
When are we going to do Piers Morgan together?
I don't know.
Have you ever done Cuomo?
No.
They asked me to do. I've never done his show either. Is there any show you won't do?
No.
Really? You would do Nick Fuentes?
Well, it's not a matter of I'm opposed to it. There's just been I don't want to get into the details, but no, there's no shows that I can think of, CNN, MSNBC, stuff like that I wouldn't do, no.
Myron Gaines?
Yeah, I've done shows with Myron.
You think he's a good dude?
Yeah, for the most part I do.
You think that shirt he wore at Amfest mocking Jews who were murdered in the Holocaust is something that a good person would do?
I don't have to agree with everything that a person does to understand that people can have. I tend to take what people say if I believe that they believe it, right?
You don't think he believes it?
They're at least, no, I do. I at least think that they're being authentic. You know what I mean? And so I try to actually, hang on, calm down, man. Let me explain the position. When I talk to guys like you, right, or people like Destiny or others like this, and they're like, Donald Trump's a fascist, okay? Obviously, I don't agree that Donald Trump's a fascist. But I do believe that they believe that. And so that's at least authentic. And so people build worldviews off of things that they believe, right or wrong. So I do think that you can be a very good person and hold really bad beliefs. I do. And I think that that comes out through character. I'm sure that you have, don't you brag all the time how many friends you have on the right? Don't you think that they hold horrible beliefs? They defend Trump. Aren't they pedophile defenders by your metric?
Not the people that I consider friends. No, the people that I consider friends that are on the right are people that know that Donald Trump's a really bad guy. They admit that to me. And by the way, I won't mention names, but people that I was.
So you have no friends on the right that disagree with you?
Well, what define a no? Of course, I have friends that disagree with me, but I don't allow people in my inner circle that think that are cultists that think Donald Trump, Andrew, can do no wrong. Can you at least love? From a human being perspective, you would admit that.
Well, here, like, I'll just put it this way. Let's say that you had a guy, right? Every single day he went and he like fed orphans, right? He took care of the homeless. He was always kind to everybody. He always helped out everywhere that he could. But he didn't believe that the H cost happened, right? Is that in and of itself enough for you to say that person as a person, even though they don't believe this thing, is a horrible human being? Just by itself?
I would have to have a personal conversation with them and find out why they feel that way.
Exactly. So, that's my whole point.
Believe, so Andrew, I believe Myron Gaines, going back to him, is two-faced. I don't believe that he believes stuff.
He's the least two-faced guy I know. Honest. The least.
Okay, well, I see the way he is off.
Myron, yeah, I have too, right?
He's very different.
I spent a lot of time with Myron, and Myron,
I did as well.
This is my genuine feeling about Myron. He's one of the kindest, actually kind, not nice. Nice is fake shit. He's an actual kind man. I think that if I called Myron tomorrow and I said, listen, man, I'm in deep financial straits, right? I fucked up. I went and gambled and did a bunch of fucking blow, and I completely crushed my livelihood, and I'm in bad shape. I think that guy would do everything in his power to help me. And that to me is not a friendship that I'm too eager to walk away from. Like, knowing that that's the case, it's really hard for me. Even if the guy says things I disagree with, I'm not disavowing him. I'm not fuck that. People like that are so fucking rare that you can barely ever find them, dude. Ever.
So Andrew, I hear what you're saying. I think you can have good qualities as a human being and still have some horrible qualities. I don't know how anybody could look in the mirror every day and just spread misogyny, bigotry, and hate and make money off it. I think it's very bad for society.
Well, I don't think he spreads misogyny and bigotry and hate for the most part. I think especially on the misogyny.
When you say women are second class, Andrew, when you say women are second class citizens, which by the way, they're not. This is the thing about the Holocaust.
Myron utilizes the ideals of force doctrine. He thinks that women have to appeal to the patriarchy in order to try to disassemble the patriarchy. And so from that position, men will always be in the patriarchy. That's what he means. Men will always be in the patriarchy. That's what he means when he says second class. He doesn't.
But Andrew,
Myron does not think that women are ontologically lesser than men. He doesn't believe that foundationally they're lesser human beings than men. He doesn't believe that.
I mean, he treats them as objects and objects.
No, he doesn't.
Only. Well, I can tell you that without getting into a conversation about what Myron really likes, but I won't get into that conversation with you. But when you use the F word, homophobic slurs, when you attack,
oh, come on, man, that's like the worst. I know for sure, dude. When you were in high school, you were calling your friends.
Yeah, but I'm not. Okay, so first of all, I'm not in high school. He's a grown man. So
yeah, no, but why? Analogy. But why was it okay in high school? Why was it okay in high school to be like, "Hey, F slur"?
Okay, because there's something called maturity and respect for others. That's what it is.
You never call your friends like the F slur.
No,
you never
I don't.
Say that?
No, I don't. I don't use homophobic slurs because I think it's inappropriate and I think it's very disrespectful.
It's super funny. It's like when comics use it. When comics use it, are they?
Yeah, but
what about comics? What about comics?
Myron Gaines isn't a comic.
Well, I think that he uses comedic effect.
Okay, well, well, he's all about clicks and money. And listen, here's the thing about Myron.
No, he's not. No. Listen, I'm not gonna. Here's one thing I won't do. You can say what you want about Myron. Myron has thick skin. He doesn't fucking care.
Okay? I know that.
But I'm not going to let you mischaracterize him. I would probably 2 years ago maybe have thought the same thing. Maybe he's all about the clicks, he's all about the come up, he's all about the gimme that. I know for sure now that that's not the case. That Myron actually genuinely fucking cares about the human beings in his proximity and will really go out of his way to take care of them. And that's not something I can say about almost anybody in the entertainment space.
Maybe the people in his proximity. But here's what I will tell you. I did a live debate in DC with Tim Pool, Myron Gaines. I talked to Tim yesterday, by the way. He said you're filling in Friday, not Thursday. You told me you're filling in Thursday.
I switched the day.
Friday. Oh, okay. He told me Friday.
Mm-hmm. By the way, you can't expect me to remember such trivial details, Brian.
You got to lay off the booze, man. It's not good for you, Andrew.
Or maybe I'm just so busy going on the largest podcast in the world that I just can't be bothered. I've done his show. To remember
listen, I took a lot of shit for saying a lot of nice things about Tim Pool and his people. They're very nice people. They've treated me with respect.
Yeah, his staff is fantastic. And Tim Pool himself is fantastic.
But there's a lot of people on the left that refuse to do his show. I'm obviously not one of them.
That's because they get wrecked.
Well, I would not characterize me going on there as getting wrecked, and I think Tim has respect.
Oh, come on, dude. You lost that debate with him. Even you have to admit that. You lost the debate with Pool. Like, you at least think that, right?
In what aspect?
Oh, my God. Every aspect. He rhetorically. He rhetorically beat you. He beat you on the facts. He beat you on every single capacity.
On what?
We can pull up the debate and watch it if you want.
I'm asking you. You're making the claim. You don't have to pull it up. Just tell me, like, how did he?
Yeah. I think that Tim Pool, one thing that he doesn't get enough credit for, and I think that people think he's stupid and they are not correct about this.
Never said he was stupid.
That what Tim Pool does is he remembers little tiny factoids from like 10 years prior. And he has the unique ability to bring those fucking things up in 5 seconds. Just like, bam, remember this in fucking 2019, 2018. He can bring that shit up. It's almost, I don't know how the fuck the guy does it, but when he does, it's brutally effective.
Okay.
And
well,
I recall
there's a lot of people.
Yeah, go ahead.
There's a lot of people that wouldn't characterize it this way. But when you went to use the restroom, this is the point that I was making. In that, if I'm debating anybody, in this case, Tim Pool, if you're a Tim Pool fan, you're going to say, or you're on his side politically, you're going to say that I got dog walked. If you listen to me on a regular basis, or you lean to the left, you'll say that you destroyed him. That's why I don't really get into I won the debate, I lost the debate. Here's what I will say. The video that went viral, the thing that went viral, Andrew, in that interview was when I called Donald Trump a 34 count felon. And there's context to that. I wasn't saying that they didn't raise it from misdemeanors to felons. Heck, I wasn't even saying that I felt like he was treated fairly. What I did say, and the only thing I said was, he is a 34 count felon. And if you think it was wrong, the jury got it wrong, they over prosecuted him, these were misdemeanors, okay, fine. I wasn't arguing that point. And he flipped out on me. And, he doesn't usually scream like that unless he's calling Candace Owens the C word. By the way, I do agree with him on that.
Bro, I've been in heated debates with Tim. And that's just Tim, that's the way he
apologized
talks
to me after the show.
Yeah. Tim's like that. He's a nice guy. But the thing is
he's a nice guy.
When he's debating, he's using an adversarial tone because you're in an adversarial conflict.
Andrew, I don't take that personally. I really don't.
Yeah.
And then afterwards we were fine. I mean, it's fine. There's a part of this that's a show. You know that. Okay. I don't know how
I actually try not to. Like, I always felt like the me that you get in person is the same me that you get here.
Yeah, but I'm not going to go up to somebody wearing a MAGA hat and call them a right-wing buffoon. I mean, come on.
Yeah, I know, but I would go over to a left-wing person and call him a stupid woke feminist retard.
You wouldn't just go. No, I don't believe you would do that.
I really would.
Just randomly go up to strangers.
I really would.
No, come on. No, Andrew, I do not believe. So you're telling me you would go up to a random stranger at a bar, and if they were wearing like a Kamala shirt, you would just insult them and go up to them? I don't believe you would do that.
Depending on context, but yeah, probably.
I don't think you. Well, come on. No, let's.
You know what? I'd probably do it funny though. I'd be like,
Who's
help
the
me understand
Kamala
Andrew supporter?
Okay, Andrew, I need your help.
Like yeah,
Can you help me understand something coming from your perspective? I'm serious. I went to AmFest. I was like the only person on the left.
Were you in
that they gave a
Amfest?
credential to. Yeah, they gave me a credential.
Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah, you know I was out there. I debated Alex Stein, and
I didn't remember if you were actually at Amfest or you just did the debate across the street or whatever.
Well, I did both. Yeah. So they gave me a credential. So, me and Jack Posobiec have had debates on Pierce, and Michael Knowles invited me to his cigar party. And like, these people could not have been nicer to me. I did like 10 debates there, and I was actually taking away the people on OAN, and I do them now, right? And I'm
it's the same thing when people show up to DebateCon. I'll have the entire thing. I'll have a massive audience, live audience. Other than Destiny, I'm one of the few on the right who can just bring in a massive audience. And they're always shocked when I debate with my debate partners that no, it's the opposite. The truth is that the right is full of kind people. I made this observation at DebateCon. I remember Richard Carrier came over. And he was like, this is a blast. And so did my other opponent, Craig. He's like, this is so much fun. I paid for everything, right? I had an open bar, invited him to the party. I paid for everything. I took care of everybody who was there. I thought it was the least I could do, especially for the audience who showed up, right? I paid for everything. And I remember sitting there thinking to myself, it's the difference between us. These guys feel comfortable enough with us that they'll play board games and have a good time and get drunk and they'll stagger on her shoulder up to the room. You don't feel like that when you're out with the fucking left. And I know, because I've been out with them, and you're fucking guarded and they're awful. And they do everything they can to make it as fucking horrific of an experience as they can for you. I'm going to give you my proof that I can give you that you'll have to acknowledge. Do you remember what happened with Z in Unfuck America?
Yes, I do.
Z, we were in negotiations for the debate. Never even had an agreement to a topic prompt, nothing. Immediately, these guys become as hostile as possible. They only wanted me to show up for a 20-minute debate and then do a bunch of fucking Q&A for an hour and a half so that they could dunk on the audience, right? They basically treated us like fucking trash. That whole left-wing organization treated me and Myron like trash. So we were like, fuck you. We're never going to do another event with you fucking people. Fuck off. And why? What was the point of that? Like, what did that gain them or gain anybody? And that's what you get with the left. You get them being fucking horrific and horrible. And what you get with the right is you show up to the event and you get the cigar bar and the alcohol.
Let me respond to that. First of all, I mean it when I say I probably have more friends on the right than the left. I have some friends.
Doesn't surprise me.
What's that?
It doesn't surprise me. We're the only ones who are trustworthy.
Well, there's a lot of people on the left that some on the right don't want to be a part of. I will also say that I had nothing to do with the communications between you and Z. You dunked on me.
No, I'm not saying you
I
did.
dunked on
it had
you.
nothing
Listen,
to do with
here's
you.
what I
I'm
think.
pointing out
from an
the
outsider,
difference of how
Andrew,
right-wingers treat people versus left. It's night and day.
Listen, there are plenty of Republicans that are invited to the Democrat National Convention that are treated just fine. I've been to both. I've been to the Republican National Convention. I've been to the Democrat National Convention. I see it both ways. Now, you're making a generalization that everybody on the left, they're all just assholes. And that's not true. And listen, I think while I'm not a liberal and you disagree with, whatever, I don't want to get into that again. I obviously lean to the left on social issues, and I'm very anti-Donald Trump.
There's only two organizations that I've heard,
Andrew,
that even treat right-wingers well. One is the Young Turks. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I'm dating somebody who voted for Trump 3 times. So, the point,
but yeah,
I'm not like that.
There's only 2 organizations I'm even aware of that treat right-wingers decent as guests that I've heard feedback for. One is the Young Turks. I've been told that when guests go on there, they treat them extremely well, like behind the scenes and this and that. So credit where credit's due. Anna Kasparian and Cenk Uygur, that's what I was told. And then the other one, surprisingly, for guests, well, I won't even name it, but it was surprising to me. But the point is like, that's it. That's basically fucking it, dude. Almost everything else I get is feedback of like, it was hostile.
I know, but Andrew,
they were awful to us.
Andrew, I just feel like you're making a gross, generalization on the entire left.
Name it like a left wing, podcast or place that has right wing guests on that actually treat their guests well.
Andrew, I have more people on the right than the left on my show every day. I have people.
Yeah, but you're not a leftist, right? I'm talking about left wing shows.
Andrew, I lean to the left. We all could agree.
Oh, wait a second. I thought you weren't a lib, right?
I'm an independent that Andrew. I'm an independent that certainly leans to the left on social issues. I openly admit that. I've had Caroline Levitt on my show multiple times. I've had Robert F. Kennedy Jr. on my show. I've had Vivek Ramaswamy on my show. I have regulars on the right almost every day. But you know what it is, Andrew?
Sounds like you're like a fucking, you're a leftist when it's convenient and then not when it's convenient.
No, I don't know. That's not true. I've never said anything on the air that I don't truly believe. But Andrew, I will say this. I don't want to interview people that I agree with because I think it's fucking boring.
Do you take your guests out to dinner?
Sometimes.
You don't take each one out to dinner?
No. Well, here's the thing. Most of them are virtual. But when somebody comes to town.
No, in person.
Yeah. If they're willing to take the time out of their, like the Mooch, for example, Anthony Scaramucci came out. We grabbed dinner. I've had some very.
Did you pay for the dinner?
Absolutely, of course.
Yeah.
If they're willing to take the time to do my show, of course. Hey, I want to show them a good time. Okay. I can't name the network. Okay, I can't because I'll get these people in trouble. But I'm on a very right-leaning network on a regular basis, and I was hanging out with some of the guys in Vegas over the weekend from that network, and I treated them nice. I planned out stuff for them.
Well, hang on. You were hanging out with them from their network, right? So, of course,
well, yeah.
What I'm talking about is when people engage with left-wing networks, they usually get treated like me and Myron did, trying to just negotiate an average debate with Unfuck America. And so the thing is like but you claim you're not a lefty. I'm talking about leftists here. This is the case that I find. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I wish you wouldn't say that you weren't a lib then. But anyway, the point is that
liberal.
Leftists themselves generally treat the right extremely poorly. And usually when we invite people out to our shows, we treat them extremely well. An example, when I went out to Rogan's, right? It wasn't just Joe Rogan who was great to me. Me and my wife, he was so kind to my wife, unlike somebody I know. But anyway, he was so kind to my wife, right? Gave her all access pass behind the scenes along with me. And we hung out with the guy for hours and hours and hours. He couldn't have been fucking kinder and more down to earth or any of the comedians back there. Going over to like Brian Callen, another very famous comedian.
I know Brian. He's done my show.
Very sharp guy. When I went out to dinner, the first thing he did, and of course we're fighting over the bill. He goes over and this fucker goes and he fucking took care of the bill. I couldn't even big dog him. Right? Yeah. These are great people.
How many people are friends of yours on the left?
This is not the experience we get on the fucking left.
Andrew,
don't get that experience.
How many big lefties have you gone on like their shows or you've become texting with them?
How many big leftists even have fucking people on their shows?
I mean, I don't know. I mean, I'm one of them, but
well, I don't consider you to be a big left or, a big creator.
But Andrew,
I don't.
Here's the problem, Andrew. It's like, there's not many lefties that have guests and do what I do. I get after it with people on the right.
How are they going to get guests? You treat them all like shit.
Well, listen, I've had some very contentious interviews with some people. Byron Donalds, I got into it with him. Tatum. I don't want me and Myron had a 25-minute. He did my show, and we were respectful to one another. I mean,
who was
Myron? Myron Gaines did my show.
Of course, Myron's a great guy. But that just affirms my point over and over.
Listen,
why are you look? If you really thought that Myron was like some horrific fucking Nazi or whatever, why are you taking him out to dinner and being nice to him?
Yeah, I didn't take Myron out to dinner, and I wouldn't. He did my show, but not.
Why wouldn't you take Myron out to dinner?
Well, here's
I thought you took all your guests out to dinner.
He wasn't in person, Andrew.
Oh, if he was in person, would you take him out to dinner?
Probably not. I'd make an exception for him, and here's why. So when I did a live debate with him, Tim Pool, and Alex Stein in DC, he made Jewish slurs at me, and he said, and his friend Soleimani or whatever his name is called me the K word, and it's like, and then off the stage he shakes my hand. Hey, Brian,
did you do nothing though?
No,
were
no.
Were you calling him names?
So hold on. So as you know, I match energy of people. I do.
You also start it sometimes, Brian.
Perhaps, but I don't go racial.
Did you fucking start it with him though? Did you?
No. So go back and watch it. So he called me a dreidel spinner, and he made some slurs about me, and then I said some, not slurs, but I said some nasty stuff. We both went back and forth. One thing I will not do, and you'll never find me doing this, is attacking somebody because of their religion or the color of their skin.
Yeah, but isn't that consistent for Myron? Like, I know that Myron will use Jewish slurs.
Andrew, it's just wrong.
But if you call if you call Myron like the N-word or whatever, he's not going to lose his shit over it.
But Andrew, it's wrong. I would never do that. It's
yeah,
just
but
awful.
well, hang on. Do you understand though? I keep trying to like dive into that. I'll try again though. Do you understand? Worldviews are built upon the beliefs which you hold. If Myron is willing to call you every like Jewish slur in the world, but also doesn't give a shit if you use every ethnic slur against him, that's actually the consistent position. You know what I mean? That's actually consistent. Whereas, like, I'll take a look at leftists. Leftists will be like, you should never talk down to women, and then say the most horrific shit to my wife you've ever fucking heard. It's like, shut up, you lying sack of shit. Like, they're the most inconsistent. I don't care whether you're a woman. People, period.
I don't care whether you're a woman or a man. If you're mean to me, I'm going to be mean to you, and maybe I need to be better at just walking away. But I don't think that's a defense. If you're just a bigot and you're okay with other bigots, I don't think that's a defense for. Listen, Myron, when we got off the stage and we said, you can look it up. We said horrific things to each other.
And he didn't take
And
it
I was
personally.
assaulted, by the way. I was assaulted at that event.
And he didn't take it personally, did he?
Yeah. Well, you know, he shook my hand and he was very quiet-mannered. And I'm
didn't take it personally. So what you're saying is that Myron was able to engage with you in the most brutal, rhetorical way possible. And he was still able to walk off that fucking stage without taking it personally. And man, instead of giving him credit for that, where credit's due,
I feel like
he's a bad guy, right?
I'd rather have somebody be consistent. And I don't know whether I don't think he believes a lot of the stuff he says, and that's phony.
Well, what should he have done? Walk off the stage and punch you in the mouth? You know, like,
no,
what's he going to do?
I mean, you know, just don't say anything. And like, I guess I want consistency. I think when you're two-faced, and yes, I do believe Myron to an extent says a lot of things just for clicks. And I know
I think it's way more two-faced to upfront put on a persona of like virtue and this and that. And then behind the scenes, you say horrible things to people. And I see that on the left constantly. So the thing is, like, at least it's consistent when a motherfucker is a fucking asshole. You know what I mean? And then at the same time, if you're an asshole to him, is like, meh.
Well, one could probably say that you could call me a lot of things. You can call me an asshole, but at least I'm consistent. You know, I'm pretty consistent. I treat people the way they treat me. And I just feel like this is a problem with right-wing grifters, whether we're talking about Nick Sorter or Cam Higbee,
well, when you say grifter though, man, to me, a grifter is somebody who's espousing things they don't believe, specifically because they think there's a paycheck in it for them, like a shill.
You think Nick Shirley cares about fraud?
Yeah, I do.
Think he cares? You do?
I do.
You think he cares about the war in the Ukraine? Think he cares?
I don't know about that topic with him, but on the fraud,
he went over to Ukraine. I debated Nick Shirley at AmFest. He went over to Ukraine and he made satire videos.
Wait, but hang on.
Yeah.
Regardless of the specific person, let's just say I granted this person's a grifter. It's irrelevant. The thing is, what a grifter is somebody who's espousing things they don't believe for a paycheck. That's what a grift is. Or there's like trying to fucking sell you something and then they never deliver on the thing. Like, that would be a grift too.
Is Candace Owens a grifter?
I think that I think fundamentally she's wrong about almost everything she says. But I wouldn't go as far as
she believes that Israel was responsible for Charlie Kirk's murder.
The problem
she believes that?
The problem with really stupid fucking people is they often believe the shit they're saying. Yes, that's true.
You think she believes that? See, I don't think she believes it, Andrew. I think she just says it to create controversy. I think there's a lot of people.
When you say Trump's a fascist, I believe you.
Well,
I think it's an absurd position. I think it's nonsense. I think it's non-demonstratable and fucking crazy. But I believe that you believe it.
I haven't said that, and I haven't.
You have said he's a fascist. I got your tweet.
I didn't finish my sentence.
All right.
I haven't said that until very recently, and without getting into the fascist debate, because I've never said anything.
I'm not trying to get into the fascist debate.
Right.
I'm just saying exactly. I truly think you believe that.
At this point, I do, but I haven't. Yeah. I've been attacking people for years, not attacking, but criticizing who made references to Nazi Germany and called him a fascist. I said, let's not go there. It's the ICE stuff that put me over.
So now there are people I can point to who are legitimate grifters, meaning I think that they're espousing things they don't actually believe.
Who do you think is the worst right-wing grifter out there?
I'm not going to fucking say, but the point is like, Who's the worst? Okay, I'll tell you what. Who's the worst left-wing grifter? Let's start with that.
I'll answer any question you got. I'm not afraid. The worst left-wing grifter. Man, I haven't really thought about that. Who's the chick on MSNBC? Fuck. I don't know if she's a grifter. Oh, no, she's not a Democrat. Who's the Asian chick who used to work in the Biden administration, but now she's kind of anti-Biden and anti-Democrat? Fuck, what's her name? Absolute grifter. Why am I forgetting her name? It's driving me nuts. I'd have to find somebody on the left that only does stuff on social media for money.
So you can't think of any, right?
No, well, I think
for instance, Isabella DeLuca on the right. That's a grifter. Tommy Lauren, some grifting going on there. Like there's a few I can name. Can you name
Nick
any?
Sorter? Nick Sorter.
Nick Sorter's not a grifter.
Really? So
he believes what
he's a journalist
saying.
when he goes in the front of Tim Walz's
doesn't matter.
home
It doesn't. Hang on.
It
doesn't matter if there's specific things you don't like about Sorter. You would have to demonstrate to me that there's things he's saying he doesn't himself believe, and he's doing it for the purposes of money. That would be the grift, right?
Yeah, I think I that's why I put Nick Shirley in that category.
I don't think he's saying shit he doesn't believe.
Well, when you say that there's no children in there and it's locked and closed, but you don't see the sign on the front door that says they don't open until 2 p.m., I think you're grifting. I don't think he cares about fraud. I think he's
that's not grifting, right?
Well,
he genuinely believes that there's fraud going on there. You agree with that?
So
right?
If you care about, of course, but if you care about fraud, then you should also. Why isn't he investigating the 20 people that Donald Trump has pardoned? That
but you see how you like when you move back to the talking points. You see how that doesn't demonstrate any grift though. That doesn't demonstrate that he's a grifter.
Okay, who's the swimmer? I debated her on Pierce, who's anti-trans in sports. What's her name? Riley Gaines. Okay, absolute grifter. Why do I say that? Why do I think Riley Gaines is a grifter? We don't know her because of the swimmer that she was. We know her because she attacks transgenders 24/7. She makes tens of thousands of dollars making the same speech. We get it, Riley. I agree with you. Naturally born men should not compete with women on the playing field. I agree.
Do you think she believes it?
Oh, absolutely. But here's the problem.
Well, then that's not a grift.
No. It's a grift because for the last 3 or 4 years, she's made the same speech. She's turned it into a Fox News career.
Sure.
And she doesn't really talk about real issues that I think
are
hang on,
far
more prevalent
than you believe. You believe the things you say, right?
Yeah, I mean, obviously,
and
I
you
say
make
things
money,
in jest as jokes, but
and you make money off of the things that you say and believe, right?
Sure.
She's doing the same thing. You would have to show me that she doesn't believe that speech, or that she's somehow telling you things that she doesn't believe because there's a paycheck in it, and that's it.
Andrew, it's not that she doesn't believe that transgenders shouldn't be, on the playing field. It's not that she doesn't believe that. I believe the same thing she believes, but it's that for the last 4 years, she's been making millions of dollars collecting off of the same speech, but
she believes it.
But when we do talk about sexual abuse, when we do talk about more prevalent issues that affect young women, she doesn't talk about that, but she sticks on the anti-trans. Okay, Matt Walsh. There's another. Okay, I'm just going to say
that guy
this
is
right
not
now,
a grifter.
An absolute piece of shit, in my opinion.
Maybe, but he's not a. Maybe you can think that, but how would you say he's a grifter? Matt Walsh, I've always gotten the impression, truly believes what it is Matt Walsh is saying.
So I guess you can be an absolute racist homophobe
and believe it.
And I guess, but I get the sense with Matt Walsh, because he's not a dumb guy, that he spreads this sort of stuff. Like if you believe Don Lemon should go to jail for 20 years, there's something wrong with you. Okay.
I think he does believe John Lemon should go to jail for 20 years. I think he believes it.
No. If you believe you beat police officers on January 6th and you're a hero or a patriot, but Don Lemon, who recorded a church protest, should be in jail for 20 years, then you're probably a racist.
Yeah, but do you see, you can believe that everything the guy says comes from a position of racialism. You can believe that everything that the guy says comes from a position of just plain meanness even. He's just let's just say he's just like a plain mean guy.
You're making money off of your bigotry and your hatred.
Yeah, a grifter would be somebody who is telling you things they know isn't true because there's a paycheck in it for them. Matt Walsh, I never got the impression, was
How
saying
about
things
JD
he
Vance?
thought was untrue because there was a paycheck in it for him.
All right, well, let's go with that theory. JD Vance, Marco Rubio, Ted Cruz. I mean, JD Vance said that Donald Trump could be the next American Adolf Hitler. Marco Rubio said if Donald Trump didn't receive $500 million from his dad, he'd be selling fake gold watches in Manhattan. Ted Cruz, called him a bunch of things, lying scumbag, will never, and then all of a sudden when Donald Trump wins, they kiss his ass. I feel like it's the majority of the MAGA Republicans in D.C. today. They're afraid of Donald Trump because they know if they criticize him, they will lose power.
Look,
isn't that grifting?
I don't know.
I
don't know why you're like preaching to the choir here. Like these are not, I'm not big fans of any of these people.
No, but isn't that grifting,
right? So
Andrew?
this whole idea. Yeah. Oh, well, yeah. I mean, like Ted Cruz, I saw Ted Cruz when he was talking with Tucker Carlson. And I got the distinct impression that when he was talking about Christian Zionism, that he was not being truthful or honest with his real position there, but rather it was a politically expedient one. And so, yeah, if you wanted to say that that's grifting, I don't have any problem with that. I don't think anybody in my audience would have a problem with that. I don't think anybody
I think
would.
that is a majority of MAGA Republicans in Washington, D.C.
I think it's just a majority of politicians, bro.
I mean, perhaps, but I look at Marjorie Taylor Greene, and I think the only reason why she went against Trump is because she knew she wasn't going to win re-election, because she knew that Donald Trump wasn't going to support her. So now all of a sudden she's...
Do you really think that like AOC is being honest when she's saying that, she wants to get money out of politics, and that Elizabeth Warren's being honest when she says she wants to get money out of politics? Do you think Bernie Sanders being honest when he says he wants to move back to socialism? Do you think that that's really honesty from these people?
AOC is worth around $300 or $400,000. I don't think she's worth more than that. Bernie Sanders has been in this game a long time. I think his net worth is around maybe $5 million. I could be wrong on that. So I think there are people in DC. I do believe, even though I don't always agree with AOC, she's a little bit too far to the left for me, but I do think that she is a genuine person. I do believe she cares about people, especially brown people in this country.
Yeah. Do you think she really wants to get money out of politics, though? Or do you think that her and Bernie and Elizabeth Warren has done everything in their power to capitalize on the monetary system in politics?
Well,
like
AOC
they make these talking points about this stuff. And then after they make the talking points about it, they go out immediately and they're contrary to their own value structure. It's like, that seems a lot like grifting to me. And so the thing is,
okay, but hold on.
I agree. Ilhan Omar, what's her net worth?
Okay, listen, I'm not here to defend Ilhan Omar. I've called her out repeatedly. I do believe she's anti-Semitic. I think Rashida Tlaib is a despicable human being.
Is Ilhan Omar a grifter?
I wouldn't have a problem with somebody calling her a grifter. I disagree with your characterization of AOC. She's worth $200,000 or $300,000. She has not. Now, Nancy Pelosi, absolutely. She's
a grifter.
Absolutely. No, to an extent. Look at how much money she made when she was in office. I mean,
it just sounds like there's a lot of fucking grifters.
Yeah, I just don't think. I just don't think AOC is one of them. I think you can disagree with her, but I don't think she's a grifter. I do believe she believes in what she says. Do you think AOC, the stuff she says, she doesn't truly believe what she says? I think she's genuine with what she says. You might not agree with it, but I think she's fairly genuine with what she says.
I guess you could say that, man, right? But the thing is it's not a battle or a hill that's even worth dying on. I'm just kind of pointing out that this is such a widespread thing inside of politics because it's a team sport. It's a team a team sport. You got to play ball.
Andrew, but I understand what you're saying. I'm not a defender of Ilhan Omar, but all these people on the right, they claim that this was a staged attack. It's like they want to demonize Don Lemon. I'm not calling everybody on the right racist. Okay. That's not what I'm doing. But I do think some people, the first instinct is, oh, I hope she's okay. No, it's not that. It's just a fundamental difference between the left and the right. Remember when Paul Pelosi was attacked with a hammer and you had elected officials that said it was a gay relationship and that he let him in? But then when Mitch McConnell freezes up and Joe Biden's the first one to pick up the phone and say, hey, are you okay? Every Democrat out there we hope Mitch McConnell's okay. There wasn't one elected official that ever celebrated the death of Charlie Kirk. But yet I hear people on the right always say the left's celebrating the death. Yeah, there's going to be idiots on social media. I don't condone that. But not one Democrat elected official celebrated the death of Charlie Kirk.
But here's the thing that's weird about this, right? is I get what you're saying, but the problem is like, look at the followers though. Now you can say all you want that for the purpose of political expediency, these big leftist politicians, they're not going to come out and be like, I'm glad Kirk is dead. Of course not. That would be reprehensible and they would just get fucking slammed for it. But if you were here for the 2 weeks of TikTok invasions I did after that, talking to all of the leftists who voted these people into office, it was reprehensible. I'd be like, "Yeah, you glad Kirk's dead?" "Oh, yeah, I think it's the best thing ever. Fuck that guy, blah, blah."
Okay,
And
well,
it's
that's
like,
wrong.
these are
Well, that's wrong.
but here's the thing, the overrepresentation of the followers of these people who believe this stuff lets me know that, they must see something else in these Democrats than I see because they seem to be moving towards that rhetoric, no problem. They don't seem to have a problem with it at all.
What Democrat is endorsing political violence?
Well, let's talk
Elected
for
official.
instance. Let's talk for instance. Oh, I didn't say elected official. In fact, I said the opposite. They can't do that. But let's talk about the mouthpieces. Let's talk about Unfuck America. Destiny himself recently put out tweets saying that Charlie Kirk's death was much more justified than Preddy's death. He just said that recently. He said a firefighter who was at this place, it was justified that he was killed because he was there for Trump.
Okay.
He said
So
horrible, hang on, horrible over the top rhetoric like this. He doesn't give a shit. And he's the spokesman for that organization.
Yeah. Well, I don't like those statements. I've had private conversations with Destiny about that. I also don't think that Destiny personally wants, he said this, he doesn't want violence. He's made some tweets that I disagree with. I've tweeted things out and then I've said a couple days later, man, I probably shouldn't have said that. I was wrong. We all make mistakes with some of the things he says, but I can tell you in the private, because I know
like
Destiny
how many fucking tweets?
Listen, I'd have to go back and look at those.
Like,
I don't think
like
that
50,
Destiny,
like 50.
Listen, I can only speak for myself. I can tell you I got cried and I was emotional on the air.
My point, I'm not trying to conflate your positions with Destiny's positions. What I'm trying to do is explain to you that, yeah, politicians aren't going to come out and be like, oh, I'm glad that this massive political personality who was one of the greatest threats to our institution.
Sorry to interrupt. There's someone on the super chat that said something that is not true. Not that I really read all of them, but I was on with Riley Gaines because we're to stay on topic here. Riley Gaines said on Piers Morgan that elected Democrats were celebrating the death of Charlie Kirk. That is a bald-faced lie. She didn't say Democrats. She said elected Democrats. I'm not talking about idiots with 8 followers on social media. By the way, if anybody was joyous of the death of Charlie Kirk, I called that out. I was emotional on the air. I was supposed to debate Charlie.
Yeah, when did you publicly call it out with Destiny? Instead, you work with the guy, right?
No, I talked about it on the air.
With him?
And I asked him about, I talked about it with him.
What was the episode?
Look it up. Look up Destiny Brian. You'll find it on my YouTube page at PTL Radio Show. I've had private conversations with him, and I said, listen, I disagree with Destiny. I disagreed with the stuff he said on Piers Morgan. Now, I know Destiny does not want violence. I know he doesn't want political violence. And here's where I disagreed with him. Just because Donald Trump doesn't call out things that you want him to call out doesn't mean that we shouldn't call it out. I think that's wrong. Now, I am not going to sit here and celebrate Charlie Kirk's life because I don't think he was a good guy. But what happened to him was fucking awful. It was murder. And I hope Tyler Robinson spends the rest of his life in jail. We have to be able to call it out. Doesn't mean, and listen, Will Chamberlain, I don't know.
Was Charlie Kirk's death much more justified than Preddy's?
They're both murder. I'm not going to sit here and categorize it.
So when Destiny tweets that out, obviously you're going to disavow and say that that's fucking horrific, right?
I don't think that's right to categorize murder. I think that's wrong. And I've called him out for that. I think Destiny's a good guy. He's very intelligent.
So people can hold different positions with you that are reprehensible and you can still think they're good people, right?
So I'd have to look at the tweet that he said.
Yeah, but people can hold positions that you think are reprehensible. He said that Charlie Kirk's death was much more justified than Preddy's death.
I don't think either of them are justified.
I understand. So people can hold reprehensible positions that you think are reprehensible, and you'll still be friends with them.
There's a difference between, which I disagree with him. I think I've established that, of trying to say this murder is more justified than this one, than flat out just calling somebody racial slurs and just hating people for the color of their skin or their religion. I think there are different
I'm
levels.
not sure
Andrew.
that that's more morally reprehensible. Exactly.
Yeah,
What would make it more morally reprehensible?
I think there are different levels. And by the way, Destiny has never defended what happened to Charlie Kirk. He's never said that was great. He deserved it. I've never heard him talk like that. If he did,
he said that about the firefighter at the Trump rally. He was like, that's what he gets. He was there. That's what he gets.
I'll have to take a look at that comment.
He's also said things like, if that he supported. Now he said this in a nuanced way, but that basically he supported the people who were trying to assassinate Trump. He was like, if he got taken out, that would have been problem solved. Great, blah blah blah. It's like these are. In fact, I can give you so many of these reprehensible positions, but it doesn't stop Unfuck America from making him the spokesman. Doesn't stop different political organizations on the left from putting him up. They don't give a shit about that rhetoric, and these are the people with the massive followers. These are the people who are well known.
Yeah, but I mean, the right puts up on a pedestal Kyle Rittenhouse and the McCloskeys and Dana White, who's a wife beater, and Hulk Hogan, who openly used the N-word, and we could go both ways.
Yeah, but they're at least not hypocrites. They're at least being like, look, here's the beliefs that I have, and the organizations are like, yeah, I don't give a shit if Hulk Hogan said the N-word. The Unfuck America tour and those people are all about like, oh, you can never say these horrible things are completely unjustified. And then they put them as a mouthpiece for them. And it's like, what the fuck are you doing? That's completely inconsistent.
I mean, look at the mouth. You can make, first of all, I wouldn't put Destiny in anywhere near the same category as some of those other people that I mentioned, number one. While I disagree with what he said about, and I'll have to go back and look at that, the tweet. I disagreed with what he said on Piers Morgan. I think we should all call out murder no matter what side of the aisle it's on. But let's be clear here, and this is another discussion, but the left did not kill Charlie Kirk. I don't like it when people make those claims. The left did this to Charlie Kirk. The left tried to assassinate Donald Trump. There's rhetoric on both sides that's not
left
true.
Did celebrate it, though. That is true.
Celebrate what?
The death of Charlie Kirk.
There's not one person in my orbit on the left that thought that what happened to Charlie Kirk was great or they celebrated it.
I just told you one who thought it was great. His name is Stephen Bonnell II.
No, he does not think it was. No, you're wrong.
Then why was his death more justified than Preddy's? Can you explain that to me?
You'll have to ask Destiny that, but he doesn't think that what happened. He didn't want Charlie Kirk to be murdered. I know Destiny. He did not. It's not.
You don't
true.
know. You don't know these people that well, man. And look, I've been engaging with that guy. I know
Destiny
for
better than
years.
You.
How do you know?
I know Destiny. I know him better than you.
How do you know?
Have you ever gone out to dinner with him and had private conversation with him?
Would having a dinner and a private conversation mean anything? I've been engaging with this guy for years and his community for years. And not only that, Brian, let me just point this out, right? When I'm trying to give you the totality of something here, I don't think that Destiny doesn't believe what he's saying. I think he does, 100%. But it's going to be a really hard sell for me to say that the left wasn't celebrating Kirk because I went on TikTok and talked to just I don't know how many, and it was just overwhelming
Andrew,
how many of them were like, "Yeah, fuck that guy. He had a comment.
Okay,
fuck him.
So
he was a
again,
racist. Fuck that
guy." We're talking about idiots on social media that say all sorts of terrible things.
We're talking about the base of the fucking people voting for the Democrats.
You have to be able to separate somebody that doesn't want to celebrate the life of Charlie Kirk. By the way, I'm one of those people because I didn't like him. And then somebody that celebrates the death. Do you understand the difference?
Yeah, and I'm telling you, they were celebrating the death of.
Well, then that's wrong. You'd have to tell me
I'm just telling you how fucking many of them I can pull up. In fact, those are public record. That's one of the few things I don't put behind my paywall. I told people to clip all of those invasions, put it out for free to everybody. Clip it all. Watch it all so that you can see firsthand. And man, there was nothing pre-planned. I just jumped into random call after random call and just asked them a couple of questions. And these people were just on cloud fucking 9.
But Andrew, there's always going to be crazy people on social media on both sides of the aisle. They're going to
like all of them.
It's not all of them. Stop it. It's not all of them. There's people on the right that were celebrating the attack on Paul Pelosi. By the way, elected officials, by the way, who are spreading conspiracy theories. You do know that, right? I mean, there are conspiracy theorists after the New Orleans.
Look, I agree. I agree that the left believes there's no conspiracies and the right is too far to the other side of being conspiratards. I agree with this. I think that I think that there should be some kind of reason and logic which is applied, conspiracies are very real. The government engages in them all the fucking time.
Here's what bothers me about this. When they're wrong and they're proven they're wrong, like the Paul Pelosi attack, they don't retract. They don't say, geez, I got that wrong. Laura Loomers of the world. Look at the New Orleans terrorist attack. They said it was an illegal immigrant because of Joe Biden's open border policies, when we fucking learned this was a guy who was born in the United States of America.
But I mean, you can't even really blame them for that. The truth is,
okay, but Andrew, let me ask you a question.
In politics, especially to a leftist, when's the last time somebody came out and said, I got these facts wrong? And the left didn't go, see, he's a fucking piece of shit, scumbag, fucking moron, fucking tar,
I get
blah,
things
blah, blah.
wrong.
If it's on the right,
if it's on the right,
if it's on the right and somebody says I got it wrong, you just did this in the debate earlier with Miller. You were like, he said that, he maybe got the facts wrong or this or that. And you were roasting him for it. It's like, I thought that's what you wanted.
Listen, Andrew,
I thought that's what you wanted.
Andrew, I'm on the air. I can only speak for myself. I'm on the air 10 hours a week. After Tyler Robinson committed this horrible act, there were pictures circulating online of him wearing a MAGA shirt. I posted one of those pictures. I thought it was real. I kept it up. And then the next day I found out it was a superimposed, fake photo. I took it down. I went on the air and I said, hey, you know what? I was wrong. I thought that was real. And I took it down. But, in this day and age, there's a lot of misinformation out there. But here's my problem. People don't retract. They don't say they were wrong. I think this happened. I'm not saying it never happens on the left. It certainly happens a lot on the right. Let me ask you a question. Hang on.
I'm confused about it. I just want to get clarification on something. I want to make sure I don't have this wrong. The episode that you did with Destiny, how long ago was that?
I've had him on 10 times in the last.
Have you had him on since Kirk died?
Probably 7 or 8 times. I don't know.
Have you had him on since Kirk died?
Yeah, probably 7 or 8 times.
Oh, 7 or 8 times.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, right. I mean, I know there was one interview that I did with him, and I said, hey, you took a lot of crap for what you said on the Piers Morgan show. While I understand what you were trying to say, can you understand why people had a problem with what you said? Because it comes off the wrong way. That was the way I phrased the question to him. I don't remember exactly the response he gave me. I've also
not exactly taking him to task for these things then.
I understand what he was trying to say. I think he said it the wrong way. He made the case on Piers Morgan. Why should I call out what happened to Charlie Kirk when Trump won't call out blah, 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 blah? And by the way, later in that episode, he did call it out. But I said we shouldn't have to characterize it as because Donald Trump is so horrible and he's got no empathy that we have to be that same way. And that's how I feel. I think he was wrong in doing that. But I can tell you right now, Destiny has said over and over again, of course he denounces what happened to Charlie Kirk. Of course he thinks it was murder. He doesn't condone political violence. He's been on the record saying that. There are a lot of people on the right that will not retract anything they've said. Anything, whether it's Paul Pelosi.
Lots of people on the left who won't.
Well, then that's wrong as well.
Yeah, but the point is like, do you realize, I don't know, man. I feel like we're going down a rabbit hole and we could fucking do this for another hour. So look, I got to go to bed. You got to go to bed, but we'll talk another time or have another debate in the future. If there's anything else you want to shout out, now's the time to do it.
Yeah, for all the Crucible fans out there that hate me, you can still watch my show at PTL Radio Show on my YouTube page, Facebook, The Brian Shapiro. You monetize everywhere, don't you? You're on how many platforms?
A lot.
You're on a lot of platforms. Tell the guys on the Tim Pool Show I said hello. They're good guys. Phil and I get into it a lot, but I think Phil's a good guy. They're nice people. And I went through an entire 4 hours and 17 minutes. Okay, before I let you go, I had a conversation with a friend of mine last night. I told him I was going to be debating you tonight. Very far right. A pretty famous right-wing personality who does a TV show. I won't say who it is, but he gave me some good advice. And he said, Brian, you got to stop attacking so many people on social media. Be who you are on your show. Don't change that, but don't personally insult people. So this is the new Brian. I'm not changing my radio show. I'm still going to call people names. I'm still going to have fun. But when it comes to social media, I'm going to take it down a few notches. So I got some good advice and I'm going to try to take it. And I've started tonight because I've held back a lot. So.
Well, we'll see how long the new Brian lasts. But anyway, have a good night, man. I'll talk to you.
All right. Thanks, Andrew. Take it easy.
See ya.
Take it easy, everybody. I'll be on the air tomorrow, 12 to 2 p.m. PST. For those of you that are joining, that actually went a little bit better than I thought it would. That's actually a true story. That was fun. That was a good time. And I'll be on the air tomorrow, 12 to 2 p.m. PST. At PTL Radio Show is my YouTube page, Facebook page, The Brian Shapiro. This is actually a new setup I have here. Doing Pierce Morgan tomorrow, so I really got to go to sleep. But I hope you all have a really good night. And hopefully me and Andrew will do this again soon. It was fun. I had more fun than I thought I would. You guys have a good night. Take it easy, everybody.